The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motocycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Welcome to day 2 action at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We are here for round 2 of the Motocycling New South Wales Motocross State Titles. I'm David Hogan. I'm joined by Russell Hicks. We're going to be your commentators all weekend long. We're back for day 2 action. We've got plenty of stuff to come here on track today. We've got the MX1 class. We're going to have an MX2 class, and it's going to be double duty for Reese Spud there. Big name for us here, looking ahead to that one. In MX Women's, it's going to be Taylor Thompson. So we've got 2 big names to look out for this weekend. And Russ, plenty of action on Sunday's track part here to go ahead and get this racing on the way.
Absolutely, Dave. Thank you very much, mate, and welcome to everyone here at Lakes Motorcycle Club. This is an amazing spot. We're in the heart of Lake Macquarie. The lake is just over there. The beach is just down the road. We're a few minutes out of Newcastle. This is an amazing spot to come and ride. This is my home club, my local club, mate. My kids have grown up racing here. It's an awesome, awesome facility and a great track to race at. One of the unique conditions about this track, it is known as a hard-packed track, Dave. This is not a track that's going to run up deep and be technical. This is going to be a hard-packed, fast-flowing track. You can hear the bikes around us in practice already. You'll hear them wide open. You'll hear some limiter bashing going on. That's because this track is fast and flowy. It's going to change a lot throughout the day. The track prep crew did an amazing job last night. They ripped it after yesterday's racing. They put a lot of water in it. We were joking about how far down the dam would look behind us yesterday, and it is absolutely a long way down this morning, meaning they put a lot of water in this track last night. There's no wind, the sun's out, it's going to be a hot day, but the track right now is looking great. So these first few races are going to get some nice ruts going, but throughout the day, it's going to change. It's going to dry out, it's going to get slick, and it's going to get slippery.
Yeah, and if you were watching our coverage yesterday, it's going to be a completely different situation from day 1 to day 2. Obviously, track prep was different. They had a little bit of a storm issue that they were trying to keep an eye on Friday night that they didn't put water down for as much as they may have liked to. Yesterday it got windy, but like you said today, it's no wind. It's nice and warm. So we're going to be in for very different conditions-wise at the track, and we're going to talk about that a lot because it's a big factor in motocross, is the track and how it's prepped and how it develops across the day, and who can adapt the best to it usually depends on then who ends up having good results as well. So, and
that's exactly right, Dave. When you talk about road racing, their track stays the same all day. A little bit of track temperature stuff, but not massively. In motocross, it's completely different. The track is going to change all day long, and it's going to suit certain riders. I was talking to Taylor Thompson earlier. She really loves a deep technical track and feels a little less comfortable on these wide open fast tracks. Reese, I'm not sure where Reese is at and what his preferences are, but the tracks do favour different types of riders, different types of bike setup, maybe even different OEMs. So it's going to be a really interesting day. It's going to be action-packed from start to finish, and I can't wait to get stuck into it, Dave.
Yeah, and mentioning Reese there too, as much as he lives in Queensland nowadays, he was a Western Sydney local, so he would have ridden this track in his junior days quite a bit, so he's going to be familiar with it. And I dare say from Reese's style, he likes going wide open, so he's probably going to love it here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on those 2 names. There's going to be plenty of other people to watch as well. But like we keep talking about, it's track, track, track. So let's get to our track preview. Oh no, we've done our track preview.
Track preview.
Track preview's come on before it started. So we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back. We've got a little special segment coming up from an industry side of things. So we'll see that after our break here.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Chiedimento di che?
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Whole shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Sick of the daily grind? Make your move to Lake Macquarie.
Welcome back to our coverage here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. As part of our event, we have some of our industry's partners here on site doing some of their better known work. And we've got the Gibson Tyre Tech Australia rep here. He's doing some tyre fitting, he's doing some tyre sales, but he's going to give us a little bit of an update on what the Gibson tyres should be offering here on this circuit this morning. So Joey, how are we doing, mate, first and foremost?
Yeah, Dave, doing well. So,
how's these tyres, Joey? What do we got here in the hands? We've got two tyres here. What are you going to do for them?
Yeah, so conditions have already changed immensely. So earlier in the morning for the first qualifying sessions, you would have been going to a scoop, just let the big dog eat. But now as the day moves on, we've got a factory spec rear, an MX 4.1, and it's a polyester carcass. And that will provide the riders with a better feeling. There's less tyre stretch, less heat, and just a more confidence-inspiring feel. It won't change as the track changes, it will just stay consistent.
And so that's different because you said factory spec. You've got a 4.1 normal tyre as well, which is a different carcass. So you've got two options here.
Yeah, so we've got the nylon carcass, which is a standard carcass, but then we've also got the polyester carcass, which is a factory edition.
And that's one of those special ones that usually only lasts for one race weekend, but it's going to hook up really nice here on the Lake Macquarie track. So if you're here in the pits, maybe you need a new tyre, maybe you need to change one because you get a flat throughout the day, come and see Joey at the Gibson stand. He's down there doing his hard work all day today.
Cheers, Dave.
All right, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with more coverage this morning at Motocycling New South Wales, Lake Macquarie, round 2.
All shot graphics. Be first. Be original.
I'm here with Lyndon, the state team manager for New South Wales. Mate, how are you going? How's the track looking? And how's the team feeling this morning here at Lakes?
Yeah, look, I haven't been here long, just the last bit of practice, and the conditions are good. A little bit of rain yesterday was pretty welcome. We all thought there was going to be really bad weather, but that's down the south coast where I'm from. So, yeah, I think it'll dry out with this wind. It'll be a hard and fast track like it normally is. And, of course, you know, a lot of riders up here, so I'm expecting some really good local
Yeah, that's exactly right. There are a lot of good riders. This track has produced a ton of talent over the years. There's a lot of history here at Lakes. Who are your team members that you think you're going to stand out here today? Who's going to gel well with this track?
Yeah, look, that's a real hard one because it's early in the series, but based on Canberra, you know, obviously Blake Bohannon, Kai Sproul had an off day down there. Stella Harding rode really well. All the local kids at Canberra really stepped up. So, yeah, it's a long way to go, but I'm definitely expecting the locals to feature pretty well here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the locals are going to have a distinct advantage. It's a bit of a different track set up. It's a very different track to Canberra. I think it's going to dry out a little bit. It's going to be a fast, flowing track where I think throttle control is going to be a huge part of it. Traction's going to be tricky later on in the day as the track dries out. So it's going to be really interesting to see how we go. Now, for those watching at home and don't know too much about this sport, how does someone end up on the New South Wales state team?
Yeah, so basically we take the first 2 positions from each category and lump them into a training camp. And then all the kids that go to this, and there's a couple of wild cards as well, just in case you get someone that's killing it and has a bike, you know, or a minor injury or something. So, but generally, it's pretty much a merit-based system, and it's really, really fair, which I like. And it doesn't matter to me what bike they're on, where they're from. It's just, you know, we let the cream rise to the top, and we put them into a couple of training camps, just so we can try and fill in any gaps they have with nutrition and hydration and training and the mental aspects, more the stuff that their regular trainers and coaches don't cover. And, you know, we mentally prepare them for the big event, whether it be the GP in Darwin or the AJMX. And then what happens down there, last year I didn't tell the riders who I'd selected, but at the AJMX, we've got to pick 8 riders over 4 classes for their scores to combine. So I kept that a bit of a secret because I didn't want to put pressure on the kids, because some of the kids are really young. You know, I want them to just go there and ride to the best of their ability, and if they're scoring points for the team, that's great. So that's the way I played it last year. I don't think I'll do anything different because we won, so that strategy worked. But yeah, it was great, and we performed well as a team. Like, there were kids that weren't actually on the scoring team that just rode out of their skin, like Ryder Matafiglio and a couple of others that just really rose to the occasion, which was great to see. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I think, you know, I don't want to curse the team, but you know, with our 5-round state title this year and the level of competition we've got here, I think, you know, we're in good stead again for another successful AJMX and, of course, the NXT in Darwin, which is a great opportunity for these young riders to go and experience that and showcase their talents in front of the world.
Mate, it's so awesome that this kind of a program exists. It's so awesome that it doesn't matter what bike they ride or where they come from, they can qualify and get into that team. And unreal to hear how you guys set them up to be successful with the mental aspect, the nutrition aspect, and the hydration as well. So thank you very much for doing what you do, mate. Thanks for being here today. And let's go racing, hey?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it. It's going to be some nice competition here, Dave.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Right now, I'm here at the lower part of the Lake Macquarie track. This is what we're going to refer to as the whoop section. Now, these aren't traditional whoops, but they're also not rollers either. They're somewhere in between. You can see as the riders go through in front of me, there's a few different options that you can possibly take. But yesterday with the junior racing, this section caused a few dramas for quite a few riders. Now, these aren't the sort of whoops the riders can get up on top and skim across, and they're not quite big enough for them to double through. We've got young Lockie Neville coming through here. What he did there was a wheelie and a wheel tap, trying to make his way through. You can double, 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 or you can roll each of them. There's a lot of different options. A lot of riders are trying different things to try and make their way through as fast as possible. There's a split lane coming into this section, so you can dive to the inside or you can rail the berm on the outside, coming in with a bit more speed. At the end of the rollers, there's a fairly sharp 180-degree U-turn and then up over the tabletop behind me. This section is one of the more technical sections of this track, and we saw all day yesterday and in previous racing here on this track that this area in particular is where moves are made, where passes are made, and where crashes happen. So riders need to be really aware of the changing track conditions throughout the day. They also need to be on guard not to leave the door open to have a pass happen.
Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club here, MX2 C-grade action on track at the moment, doing their practice qualifying sessions. They're getting to learn the track as they go through. As they're going through the track there, they're getting to learn all the different parts of it, see how it's prepped in this morning. Got a yellow flag there, as you can see on the bottom of the drone shot. Some riders having some difficulties in the more wet and deeper conditions. It's a little bit slick at the moment. A little bit difficult to get through some of the deeper spots where they have ripped the track up. Obviously, Russ having a good chat down there about our bottom roller section, so some good insight there from Russ. And we'll catch up with him, obviously, multiple times throughout today. And he's going to be running around the track like a rabbit up and down the hills. Hopefully he gets to the top today. We'll see. We'll make him go from the bottom to the top of the property. We're just seeing a few of the riders there. Obviously the track conditions, you can see how there's a nice rut already developed to that inside line there. And our corner, the outside is probably nobody wants to go there because it's a little bit wet and a little bit fluffy looking. So you'll end up covered in mud if you go to that side. But in our MX2 C-grades so far with this qualifying, at the moment it looks like it's the 999 on screen of Nate Ebick, who is your fastest so far in this session. And they've got a few minutes left of this session to get another lap time in here. And of course in the MX2 C-grade, we'll be looking for our points leader, Jake Taplin, who has a 6-point lead over the 27 of Richie Lawler. Richie had a good day yesterday in the 125 class, so he'll be out here in the C-grade on the 254 stroke. So he's got to switch over from the different riding styles that's required for the two different bikes that he's on this weekend. But then Richie's there in second. He's 6 points down, like I said, on Jake. Blake Smith is currently third in this championship, a further 3 points back. And then we head down the list to Ryland Brown, Lachlan Neville, Ty Henderson, Bailey Harris, Cooper O'Reilly, Robert Wannell, and then we've in top 10 is Maverick Welsh Ross. Nate is going to continue to make his way around. And I think I just saw, yes, it is the checker flag has come out for this session. So a few riders already come across. It looks like it's going to be Jake Snow getting second on the qualifying list at this point. Nate doesn't look like he's on a fast lap here at all. So Nate's just cruising around here on this final lap, but he's going to take your top spot on the qualifying list over Jake Snow, then Jake Taplin, then Seth Mainwaring, and fourth is your list there. So those four are going to get a good gate pick here ahead of their opening moto a little bit later this morning. We've got a nice 24 riders out here on track. Just saw Richie Lawler's a bit further down the list there in 8th in qualifying. He's going to be looking for a better result in the motos here, given he is currently second in the championship for MX2. So we'll get them guys and girls off track, and then we're going to get to, I believe it's going to be our junior girls class coming out next. So plenty of action there for them coming up here shortly. And Blake Smith there is our other third position in the championship. He's 5th in this qualifying session. One of the girls doing double duty out here as well, Bella Arnott, there's in 21st on the list, so not bad from Bella to get out there again. I saw her out in the women's practice first out on sessions today. So she had to probably clean up a bit because the track was very, very wet at that point. A few of the girls a bit covered in mud as they were coming back in after their session. But here is our next class up. That's the 13 to 16 years junior girls class. They're heading out for their opening site lap here this morning at Lake Macquarie. Some of these girls rode yesterday, some of them did not. So this might be a second look at the track for them. For some of them, it is their first time on the circuit for this race weekend. Now in the girls class, a bit of an update on the championship side of things. Ada Harris had a strong day down in Canberra at our opening round. She is your points leader, got the maximum points down there. She is at the top on 70 points. Claire Pollard, the number 25, or at this round, she'll be the 251 on her bike, because that's a number that she had to run at Pro MX. But Claire is currently second in the championship on 64 points. Then we have the 474 of Olivia Hadju, which we actually checked in with yesterday. She's not here this weekend, unfortunately. An injury for Olivia after our Canberra round. She managed to have a crash and end up with a burn. Checked in with her yesterday and she got back to me, which was awesome. Hopefully Olivia's doing well, but she just needs to give that skin a time to heal up, and it wasn't ready to go for this weekend. She's got a few weeks until our next round at the beginning of May, and she's hoping to have that all sorted by that point. So unfortunately Olivia's probably going to drop down this list here a little bit, have some work to do at the final 3 rounds to try and make that up and see if she can get herself back in championship contention. In 4th in our list on 56 points is Jayla Parker. In 5th on 50 points, and coming off a win yesterday in one of the other junior girls categories on the 85 class is Chloe Hart on that 67 machine. She's currently tied on points with the 608 of Layla White. Layla was out there yesterday as well, having a good run there on the 85. And then we've got Mia Cameron, Bonnie Aldridge, Ashton Warren, Holly Impey, and Evelyn Roberts is your top 11 from the opening round at Canberra. So we just watch a couple of the girls there at the very top of our circuit. We're tucked into the side of the hill here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club, underneath the power lines. Got a lot of elevation change on this circuit, which means that there has to be a lot of horsepower to get up and down these hills at times. And it means you also fight the traction when you're trying to come out of some of these flatter corners to get the drive to head up the hills. We also have this very flat bottom section of the track with a nice little whoop section that Russ did our piece on earlier in the show this morning. And there is the view from the drone. Couple of dams there, much lower in the water height, as we mentioned during our opening piece. A lot of the water has come out of that onto the track overnight and early this morning to give us the prep that we have here now this morning. And that is the 251 there. That's Claire Pollard. Got to speak to her dad this morning. He was there fueling up the bike, getting ready for this session. Mentioned that they've been to Pro MX in the last week. Had a decent trip down there. A lot of learning being done down there. The track's a lot different at Wonthaggi than at this one here at Lakes. Bit of a softer surface, but it does have a hard base down there at Wonthaggi. Sort of sandy on top. So very different surfaces that a couple of these girls are having to switch back and forth between over the recent weeks. From Canberra with very clayey, tacky dirt, to this hard pack, slick sort of surface here at Lake Macquarie, but also that Wonthaggi one for the girls that went and did that Australian national round. Bit softer, bit loamier. Very different surfaces, but that's motocross. We are outdoors. Every area that you go to has a different soil composition. And you've got to learn how to master all of them at some point. So Claire ducked across there. She's heading into, we've got a bit of a split lane section at the entry to that whoop. You can take the inside rut that's a little bit cut in there, or you've got the opportunity to try and run wide and carry more speed around the berm. Maybe get a better entry speed into those whoops and jump further in. Some of our track crew there just on screen, continuing to get some water in early into this track to try and make the racing surface later in the day as good as possible. Got to try and keep that dust down. Unfortunately, yesterday it was rather dusty conditions at some points with the wind that was blowing around, so it wasn't necessarily dusty, but it was blowing the dirt everywhere. As we see the 258, I think that's Jayla Parker making her way through the rollers that are up the uphill section of the rollers on the side of our circuit in the main area. So 2 sets of rollers here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. 2 very different sets, mind you. That's Claire just behind Jayla there. A little look over for Claire as she catches up to Jayla on the tabletop there. Just to say good morning. I'm going through. So at the moment in our qualifying session, it's kind of the flow of our overall championship standings. Ada Harris is on top. She's done a 1:47 so far, which is a reasonable time here, given the conditions in the morning. Claire Pollard's coming through in second at the moment, a 1:54.7. Actually, no, she's just put it down to a 1:49.6, so much faster time there for Claire Pollard. Jayla Parker's currently in third. Mia Cameron's currently fourth. And then Ashton Warren is fifth on the list. Chloe Hart sixth, Bonnie Aldridge seventh, Holly Impey in eighth, Layla White in ninth, Georgia Lindsay in 10th on our list. But Ada Harris is purple there. Last lap time was her fastest, 1:47.5. So she's finding her feet this morning here on the tricky surface. Have to see what Claire can do here, if she's on another hot lap or not. Claire's still getting fairly used to this Honda. She's switched brands from last year to this year. Got a little bit of a swap going through that roller section. But she switched to the Honda. She's on that BCP Honda Junior Factory team. Got the cool purple gear on from Fox this morning. Got a strong, solid look going for Claire here. Yeah, she must be on another hot lap here. She's going to get out of that rut as quick as possible, on the gas hard, fighting the bike down the hill. Some of those braking bumps have already got nasty by the looks of it in that inside rut. None of the girls brave enough here to go and explore the outside wetter area of that corner just yet. I'll probably leave that for some of the other classes here shortly, and there'll be more lines in that corner than you can count by the end of the day. But at the moment, there's only one useful one that they all want to stick to. And that's the 288 there on screen. On board the Husky, that's Mia Cameron. Mia's known for being pretty good off the start in some of the classes last year, particularly the 85, obviously a smaller build. She was very good off the gate, getting a lot of the hole shots. She's obviously got good reflexes, good reaction time. Whoa, a little bit loose there. That's some of the traction that we're trying to battle here this morning. When that moisture is in the surface, as it is from the toes, once you take off that top layer of dirt and you find the base, it gets slick and shiny. And unfortunately, Mia just tried to grab a little bit too much throttle there. Found the limit of the traction with that rear tyre. Maybe she needs to go and talk to the Gibson Tyre stand as well that we had our little segment for this morning. Maybe she could have got a little bit better grip there. As we see Mia just coming down the hill there. Obviously just trying to regather herself after that little mistake. She'll go after another hot lap here shortly. Times haven't changed too much just yet. Nobody's really moving forward. I did notice actually that Chloe Hart's just come over with a reasonable lap time. She's put herself up in the 3rd on the list, so Chloe Hart's on the move a little bit. See a couple of the girls there battling through the middle section of the track over the couple of tabletops. I think at the front of that pack there is Ada Harris, the 219, our championship leader and current fastest on track in this qualifying session. And that is the leader there, Ada Harris. She's got the red plate on the bike because that indicates that she is the points leader. In the senior side of things, if you see a red plate on the front of the motorcycle, you will have a points leader in that class because of that plate designation. Some of the junior classes, that's actually a colour of the age category, so it doesn't quite work down in the junior classes as clearly, but in the senior classes, it definitely means our points leader. So across today, you see that red plate like Ada's got there on the front of her bike. That means that she is the points leader for this class on track at the moment. Oh, Ada just getting squeezed there by Mia Cameron. I think Mia noticed that she was coming up the inside there. Ada's probably trying to get another hot lap in, so we'll see. Rips a tear off there, does Ada, as she comes down over those tabletops. We'll see what that last lap was. It was a 150, but not quite as strong as her fastest lap, which is a 147.5. So good lap, but not a great lap from Ada, that one. And we're starting to run out of time here. She's probably got time for maybe one more hot lap before we will be seeing the checkered flag on this particular session for the 13 to 16 years girls class. So as Ada continues to run through here, probably trying to get one more fast lap in on track. I noticed that Claire's gone green, which I think means the fastest on her session itself, which got her down just under a 2-second gap on Ada. But I think Russell is down on the start area, getting a word in with a few of the riders that are about to come out on track. Maybe a couple that were up on track yesterday as well. So we might throw down to you, Russ, on the start area.
Mate, I'm down here with Drew Kremer aboard his gas machine from Newcastle Power Sports. Drew is one of the riders that was here yesterday, so he's got a bit of a unique view on the track from yesterday and looking at it today. Hasn't been out, he's getting ready for his first couple of laps. Drew, how's the track looking from your point of view right now, mate, and do you think it's going to shape up much differently to what we saw yesterday?
The track definitely looks a lot better than yesterday. I reckon there's track crew's done a good job of prepping it overnight and then putting heaps of water into it. So, no, it should be a good day. Hopefully it tacks up a bit throughout the day, I guess. But, no, it should be good.
Awesome to hear, mate. And I've got Peter Wolf here sitting next to him on the number 28 machine. Another rider that was here yesterday. Mate, going from yesterday to this morning, what are you seeing about the track? How's it look?
Yeah, it looks all right. It looks a little bit slick this morning, but should be good time racing comes around. So, yeah.
Awesome, mate. Best of luck out there. Enjoy the practice session, and we can't wait to see you guys get underway. I've also got Mr. Reese Budd here, mate. He is the points leader, the red plate holder, I should say. Mate, welcome to Lakes. Now, I'm guessing you would have ridden here back in your junior day a little bit?
Yes, I used to do a little bit here, but it's certainly been quite a handful of years since I've been here, so it's kind of good to be back. Obviously Lakes is pretty well known to be a hard pack track. I enjoy hard pack, so yeah, just looking to have a good day.
Mate, you're a guy that likes to go wide open, so I think Lakes is going to come to you, mate. It was a fast track yesterday. It's going to be a quick track today. Can't wait to see you swinging off this thing, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Should be good. Got some good races here. So, yeah, look, main goal for me, get 4 good starts, 4 good motos this weekend. Just all prep for the main goal.
We'll be looking for those whole shots today, mate. Well done.
All right, our girls class is coming to a close here. Last couple of riders are just going to get their way off the track for this session, but it's going to be Ada Harris on top from Claire Pollard, Chloe Hart in third, Jayla Parker fourth, Mia Cameron is your top 5 finishers. And as you can see there, it's our MX2 A, B on track, getting ready to let rip here for their practice qualifying sessions. You can see all the heavy hitters there. There's the 5 of Crema, the 355 as well, just giving the front plate a nice tap there. That's Justin McHugh. Making sure the bike's ready to go as well. Nice work, Justin. And they're away. You see the 275 on the right of the screen. That's Riley Burgess. He was out here yesterday. But there was the 52 sneaking around the outside of everybody on the Stark Varg. That's Jiley Campbell. Now, I called Jiley for a couple of whole shots at Canberra, but he didn't come through with the goods, unfortunately. But he has let me know earlier this week that he hopefully has things sorted out. And he's got himself all ready to go here when the gate drops. So we'll hopefully be looking for that number 52 machine and the electric flash coming through the first corner, maybe towards the front of the pack here later today. We'll have to keep an eye on it. The silent assassin, as they say, given that Stark Varg doesn't make any noise. So as this MX2 class just makes their way around for the first lap, they've got basically wheels on the ground. It's a slow sight lap. They're just checking it out, getting a feel for it. They will get into the action here as soon as they come past the finish flag for the first time, and they'll be on their practice side. Qualifying will get going a lap or so later. But Russ, you're down on track again, mate. Whereabouts are you this time, and what have you got for us?
So, Dave, I'm still down here on the start straight. Now all the riders are gone. I've got the place to myself, and I can take a bit of a look around and see how the conditions are shaping up. I've spoken to a few riders that have gone and done their practice sessions already, and they're saying it is typical Lakes. What was soft on the top has already chewed through to the concrete underneath, as they refer to it, which basically means that it's really, really slippery conditions. Wet and moist on top and very hard pack just an inch or so underneath means that the grip is going to be a huge factor here today. On the start straight right in front of me, I'm not sure if the cameras will pick it up or not, but you can see a lot of the drag strip ruts that have been formed are going all over the place. That means that the bikes are spinning and sliding to get going. There's a bit of water on top of the surface here and some lines that are going left and right all over the place. That means that getting out the start, keeping your bike dead straight is going to be a huge challenge out of the gate, and it's going to mean the difference between you getting a good start or a bad start.
I think Russ found the only spot with a puddle to stand on in the front of the circuit there. As we see the next group coming out for their practice session as well to start getting lined up on the front area. Massive pits here filled up today as well from those drone shots. You can see them. Plenty of, the event is well supported here over this weekend, both the junior and the senior classes. Plenty of people out in the pits there filling up this venue. As we see Burgess on that 275 machine. He's doing triple duty this weekend. He rode the MX3 yesterday. He's doing MX2 and MX1 today. All on board that 250, so he's going to be a little underpowered on the starts come MX1 class. But I'm sure you're going to see him feature at the front of the pack here in both classes today, as he did yesterday in MX3, taking the win overall just over Drew Kremer yesterday. It was a great battle between those two guys yesterday at the second moto of MX3. Just watching Burgess get through some of these ruts here, enjoying the footage here this morning from our Skywalker Studios cameras. See Riley just digging into that rut, and Kremer too, having it just climb out of it on the exit there. They're both fighting to get out of that. That rut has really gotten deep and nasty already. It's the prime line there, but that's why it's already destroyed pretty much this early point of the day. This is about the distance that these two were apart yesterday in their second moto as they were trying to, as Kremer was trying to close in at the tail end of that moto. So good to see these two have resumed their little battle on track. We'll have to see how the lap times are going here this morning. Kremer's got a nice way of entering that bottom roller section there with the wheel up high. But at the moment, I've just got our timing and scoring popped up, as I kind of expected, and we just spoke to him on the start line before this session. It's the 22 of Reese Budd on the top of the list as the fastest man on track. And I think we'll get this timing to scroll around, and it's Drew Kremer second, Riley Burgess third. The Stark Flash of Campbell in fourth, Peter Wolf in fifth, Justin McHugh sixth, then Bova, Gray, and I just missed our top 10 there, but this is a bit of a challenging time for these guys to figure out where the track has grip and where they can really push on it. Actually, it's Corey Eisel, the number 23, that's jumped up into the 8th position. Ryan Jones is now 9th. Gray has dropped back to 10th. So a few of those more riders have come across the stripe there to get the line, get the timing updated. As we see Burgess just tiptoeing himself around that very inside of the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. He's actually trying a different line down into this corner now. Yeah, that was a bit easier on the eye to watch him exiting that section. Now, while this session continues on, Russ is back on the start gates. I think he's going to give us a little perspective of which gate is the good gate to get out of here at the Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Circuit. Russ, where are you, mate?
Which gate is the good gate is the exact question to ask, Dave. I'm down here at the starting gate at Lakes. Basically, the way that it works, if you're used to watching normal motorsport, you're used to like a grid start that you might see in supercars or Formula One or even MotoGP. Motocross is completely different. It's a straight gate, meaning that it's all kind of fair, right? Well, the difference is how you get out of the gate and where that gate lines you up for. I'm down here at what we would call gate 1. Right down this end is gate 1, and all the way up the other end is gate 40. If I'm looking here straight out from gate 1, I actually need to turn my motorcycle to the right before I can get around that first sweeping left-hand bend. There's a bit of a mound over here from the corner coming down, and there's quite a few obstacles that I need to think about. But there is a sneaky line right up against the grass line there, so that might be something that you can use. As I walk towards the doghouse here, which is the box in the middle of the gate, we refer to it as the doghouse. This sets you up for a much straighter shot out of the gate down to the first corner, which might be a great advantage. If you're trying to go for that whole shot, you want to keep the bike as straight as possible and lead into that sweeping left-hand bend. As I roll all the way down here towards gate 40, coming out of gate 40, you're actually just going to turn your bike slightly to the left and hold it wide open, and it's going to give you the straightest line to hit the apex of turn 1. So to me, there's an advantage here if you're the sort of rider that doesn't mind banging bars, holding it wide open, and getting out the gate confidently. Gate 40 might be the pick for you. If you're thinking about traction and you're trying to maybe come up the inside of some riders, gate 1 might be it for you. If you're either side of the dog box, you've actually got a little bit of a gap between you and the next rider, so that could be an advantage as well. At the end of the day, the way the gate picks are done is on the results of your previous race. The gate picks are done by the marshal at the gate as the riders come through. You get first gate pick, and so forth all the way down. So coming first in some of these races is going to be really important if you need a particular type of gate to suit your riding style.
Good update there from Russ down on our start section as this qualifying session for MX2 A and B grades continues on. It's still Reese Budd. He's actually gone a little bit quicker again. He's down to a 1:34.9 as the fastest lap so far for him in this session this morning. But it's still Kremer and Burgess just behind him. Corey Eisel's jumped up even further. He's up to 4th in the list now. So Eisel's showing some good speed here early. Corey Eisel actually is missed out on our opening round here in the New South Wales series because he was over doing some motoing in New Zealand. We had a chat with him on the Always Moto show a couple of weeks ago on our YouTube channel. We do a live show on Tuesday nights, and he was on there. We're chatting to him about his New Zealand experience, so he's had a good time over there. Got to see a few very different track surfaces in Kiwiland, and he's now using that experience to his benefit here to get himself up into 4th in the qualifying session. So good to see Eisel back with us here in the state titles. As Burgess just having a cruise lap by the looks of it. Wasn't completely on it there, so just having a cruise one. Maybe going to set up for another fast one here in a second. Maybe should have a bit of a sticky beak and see if there's a better option in some of these corners for a smoother run and get a faster time here. Because actually we had a change there. He was in 3rd, but he's dropped to 4th because I think Justin McHugh has just picked up the pace and found himself up higher on the leaderboard. Yes, he has. So McHugh has gone a 1:37.4 to put himself 3rd on the list. So Burgess now in 4th, Eisel now 5th, Wolf in 6th. So these boys probably just having a bit of a cruise lap here. They're possibly going to get one more lap if they sneak past this finish line just in time, because there's about a minute to go in our session here. We'll have to see if they get past that line or not, or if they're going to be content with the qualifying session as is. So we watch Kramer come down the hill. He's in that main line there, bouncing his way through the braking bumps. Nobody's ventured too far yet in that corner at the bottom of the hill there. Somebody's going to have to be brave and make a better line around the outside of it, or at least mid to outside of that corner. So we just see Kramer go through. So he's going to get another lap time in, or is he? Or he's going to pull up for a cruise lap. So this will be the last lap for some of these guys, as we are just waiting for that checkered flag to come out here and just confirm who is the top of the board. Just saw Reese Budd sneak past. He's going to come into this shot here on the screen in just a second. He's the man at the top of the leaderboard, and there he is in the bottom of the drone shot. I think he's on a fast lap, because when he came past us here at the scoring tower, that thing was wide. That Honda was wide open. Kramer's on a cruise lap. He's buttoned off. He's done for this session. Bud's about to sneak up onto that section there towards the Dantia berm. And I think Reese is on a hot one, because he is moving. Down in the Kennards is Reese. He's definitely on a hot lap. There goes McHugh through our shot there. That's Kramer back there as well. So I'm keen to see what this lap is for Reese Budd. He's about to hit the whole shot graphics berm. Just navigating past Riley Burgess is Budd. The checkered flag is out on this session, so it is done for many of them. Got a couple of the girls. We've got Sienna Gadis in 16th, and Samantha out there on the 111 machine. She's in 17th. So when McHugh's just come over the finish line, let's see what this time is for Reese Budd, if he betters his 134 or not. Here comes Kramer. And here comes Budd. What's he got? And faster, 134.8. Only just, but definitely got the fastest lap on that last lap. So Reese Budd, your fastest qualifier for MX2 A and B this morning. Be watching out for him in the motos later today. While we've got a chance, we're going to take a break on our coverage here this morning. Next track session we'll come back with will be out, and it will be the MX1 C-grade, but we'll be back with more coverage of that very shortly.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennards Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motocycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Black Dog Institute.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Che momento de che.
Hey, boss. Cannot sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
I invite you to join me on a journey of prosperity in abundance. Lake Mac offers an enviable lifestyle, location and access to the greatest cities of Newcastle and Central Coast, all within 30 minutes drive. Sydney, Australia's largest market, is just a 90-minute drive, providing significant employment and commercial opportunity. Our focus is on our identity, investment, innovation and infrastructure. We are open for business for the future. Let's take a look.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health. Not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, We're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Looks good, eh?
Ken O.
What was that, love?
I said Ken O.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Feeling a little cramped? Make your move to Lake Macquarie.
Welcome back to Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. It's MX1 C-grade out on track at the moment for their opening session, and currently in at the top of the charts. It's a 27 of Richie Lawler, followed by the 981 of Samuel Noonan, and then the 808 Lee Harriman. Lee doing double duty. He's going to run in the vets class later on, so he's putting it out here for the MX1 C-grade as well with the young guys. Nice work, Lee. Then we've got Stephen Wan, Hadley Gainford, Elijah Dick, Lincoln Gwinney, Daniel Bennett, Adam Beck, and Cooper Reed is your top 10 in this class. Decent list here. We've got 23 riders out for this session. Plenty of action across this weekend. As we look at our drone shots overhead, checking out the surface, looks nice and ready to go for racing later today. So we are checking out some more action. We've got Russ down. He's stuck at the gates this weekend. I don't know. He's fascinated by these start gates this morning, Russell Hicks. So we're going to send to Russ, mate. What have you got this time at the start aspect?
Mate, it is a fascinating spot. It is such a huge part of the race. If you've been paying attention, you'll hear that almost every rider we've spoken today has mentioned the starts. That means it's important to get a good start to set yourself up for an awesome race. Now, there's been a little bit of chatter over the last couple of days about how the gates drop and when they drop. The way that it works is the marshal out there on the starting straight will have a green flag to let everyone know that the track is clear and good to go. He will generally give everyone a point and you'll see them all nod their heads. Then the 15-second board will go up. The 15-second board will count down to about 5 seconds, and a 5-second board will go up. That's when you'll hear all the revs come up, the riders position themselves, and they'll start staring directly at these gates. Once the 5-second board goes up, the marshal that is managing the dog box now has a timer. It's between 5 and 10 seconds, and he can drop that gate in any time that he sees fit. So you'll see some faster gate drops, you'll see some longer holds on the gate. It's supposed to be random, it's supposed to catch riders unawares, and that's why from that 5-second board, they are going to be paying attention to watch that gate drop.
It's about at that 5-second board, Russ, that your heart rate goes through the roof.
That's exactly right.
If you ever have your heart rate data on and you're checking it out later, and if you're wondering why you're at like 200 beats per minute, at the very beginning of the moto, that's exactly why. As soon as that 5-second board pops up, your heart rate goes skyrocketing. All right, so our MX1 C-grade continues on here. It's still Richie Lawler on the top of the list. He's having a good run here over the weekend. When you add in what he did yesterday, getting an overall there. There he is on screen. Saw him in the pits this morning go past on the machine he's out here running on. And his graphic kit quite caught my eye. It's quite good. I don't know who put that one together. Hopefully it's Whole Shot Graphics. But I said it was subtly over the top because it's not in your face, but it is very, very nice kit that Richie is running here. Couple that with that bright gear. You're not going to miss him today out on track. We're going to definitely tell where he is in that orange. Basically like he's in a prison jumpsuit from the States on Hollywood. So we see Lawler drop down. to the bottom of our circuit. Nice wheel high there for the 21 machine of Lachlan Neville going through into the rollers at the bottom of the track there. Up in the Dantia berm. That inside of that corner there has been a prime point for most people this weekend, but I think we're going to see a bit more of the berm being used there out to those banners at the top with the Dantia printing on it, because as these races get underway and we've got that whole big pack charging up from turn 1 to turn 2. Turn 2 is where it all bunches up quite a lot, and we will see riders try to carry that speed all the way around the outside right at the top there of the berm, up basically touching the banners there. So we're going to see a bit more of that berm being used today with these senior classes. But throughout the moto, you'll see people probably drop back to that inside right. It's a little bit shorter way around the track there. Oh, Richie just struggling for traction, trying to get out of that rut to get the drive up the hill. Lawler just battling with some traffic here. Not sure he's actually on a good, on a hot lap here or not, but he's had a couple of people he's got to get his way past, including that 9:06 of Ash Jones just there. Lawler just sneaking through. So Lawler still at the top, that last lap. Not his best lap, but a reasonable lap, a 1:41.2. So he remains at the top. He's got just under a second on the field here, but the checkered flag is out. So this is going to be their last chance to get a better lap time here in this MX1 C-grade session. Lawler just cruising around here, having a look over his shoulder. Who else is out on track with him? He's just going to get to the finish of this segment, but this session is over. So once they come across the finish line, and obviously this lap for Lawler is not going to be a fast one with him cruising around, checking everything out. Throws it sideways, but just for good measure, just to make sure the bike goes that way for the race later on. Got to practice the whips in case you get the whole shot. You've got to get a photo of chucking it sideways in front of the pack. So Lawler just at the top of the circuit. This is going to come through and wrap up this session, and we'll get him as the P1 qualifier in this C-grade MX1. And that time will be a 1:40. I can't quite pick it up because we've got our last lap time of 1:54, which was not his fastest. I think we're going to be down in the 1:41s for Richie Lawler. But Samuel Noonan's going to be second there in class. So we'll take a break while we've got the opportunity before our next session. And we'll be back with more action here from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Gentlemen to the cane.
Hey boss, cannot sorted. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
All right, Motorcycle New South Wales state titles, we're at Lake Macquarie, but today we've also got our industry inside look today. We've got Gibson Tyre Tech Australia here with us today on site. They're doing tyre changes. They've got tyres to purchase. We've got Joey, the man from Gibson Tyres, going to give us a little bit of an update on the tyres they've got available. So you've got 2 tyres here with us, Joey. What have you got in the hands here?
So we've got the MX 5.2, the Scoopster, which will be key for the qualifying sessions where they've ripped it nice and deep, good moisture in the track. But later on, we've got the factory spec MX 4.1, which is a polyester carcass. It'll provide the riders with confidence feeling and just give them good traction all day.
So that's the factory spec one's a bit of a special tyre, isn't it? Yeah. So like a one race deal sort of thing. It's a very high tech tyre, right?
Yeah, this is just for the weekends. You wouldn't ride as an average Joe. You would go to the nylon carcass, the standard 4.1. But yeah, this will provide them awesome traction all day.
Nice work. So come down and see the Gibson Tyre stand. You can get your tyres changed. You can get some new ones fitted up if you need to. They'll be here supporting the round all weekend.
Welcome back to Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. It's the 13 to 15 years 125cc category out on track now for their practice qualifying session. We're going to have some comparisons here in this session for the 262 from his times yesterday on the 85 to the 125 today. So we've got to keep an eye on this little man called Blake Bohannon across this session. But our man down on the track, Russ, has got another guest on the start area. Who will we found this time, Russ?
Guys, I'm down here with Matt from Boyds Moto Surgery. These guys are a huge part of the weekend. They're down there with a massive truck set up with, I don't know, a gazillion riders underneath the banner there that they're taking care of. These guys are bike builders, engine builders, suspension gurus. Matt, tell us about the track, how it's shaping up, and how you guys are prepping and setting bikes up to be successful here today.
Well, the track's ripped a bit better today, and it's a lot more moisture in it, so a bit more bike washing going on this morning. So I'm up here with the pit board, and I've left the boys in the truck to get the bikes washed and prepped. So they're down there working flat out.
Awesome, mate. Now, yesterday you were telling me that fork setup was really important here with those big, long downhills. You don't want those forks collapsing and packing underneath the rider. Has that changed today with the different track setups? What do we need on our forks? What do we need our rear shock doing?
Yeah, so with a lot more bigger classes out there today, the track's going to get a lot more upper. Those downhills are going to get really chopped up. We're going to get ruts into the corners. So the track's going to look very different by the end of round one compared to what we've seen yesterday. And we need to keep the bikes stable under the riders and make sure they're happy and comfortable. Set up balance from front to rear is really important on this track because there's so much pressure on the forks coming down the hills. So I think we're pretty well stick with most of the settings we had from yesterday, and we'll be right.
Awesome, mate. Now, a question we've been talking about is gearing. Is there much of a gearing difference between a technical track like we saw in Canberra to a faster track here in Lake Macquarie, or does it not make too much difference?
Both tracks were pretty hard packed. The difference at Canberra is there's a lot of square holes around the track, so you have to be careful to go too stiff with the suspension, otherwise the riders would feel it through their hands in the bars. So that was probably more of a difficult, more technical setup than this weekend. And I've done, God knows, hundreds of thousands of laps around here, so I should know how to set a bike up around this track.
Mate, it's good to have another local here. The place is looking unbelievable. I'm really excited for an awesome day of racing. Best of luck to you guys and your whole team, mate.
Thanks. Thanks.
Good checking in there with Boyd's Moto Surgery, the man behind it, Matt Boyd. He's got a big program going here this weekend and a part of all of the series here. He's bringing a lot of the riders here, helping them out with their bike prep and setup and maintenance throughout the day. So a lot of action there for the Boyd's crew under that tent. If you see that big blue truck, you'll know that's the Boyd's Moto Surgery going to work in there. Now, Russ, I might need you to find out who the man is on the number 7 Ducati down there, because I don't have him listed, but I did notice that Ducati actually being here this morning, and that's not something we've had just yet. I think he might be one of the first to be at a state title, at least for the New South Wales rounds, on a Ducati. So we might have to have a chat with him at some point if you can grab him, but get you on the efforts there as we continue on with our 13 to 15 years. Now, Blake Bohannon is at the top of this list at the moment with Rusty Killick over in second, and then Oliver Rex in third. Oliver, I've been given a word from Joey at Gibson Tyres. Oliver's actually running the Gibsons this morning, so he's getting plenty of traction out there. But it is Bohannon at the top at the moment. Keeping a look here at our drone shots. Keep catching an eye. This is the bottom section of our circuit. Ducks in around behind the canteen area of Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Bit of a short transition there to come back up. Here is the points leader with that red plate on the board, the bike there, the 262 of Blake Bohannon. He's small in stature on this 125, but he knows how to twist that throttle and stay on top of it, that's for sure. He's on that GYTR Yamaha junior team there. Got a fair few nice parts from the GYTR catalogue I noticed on that bike this morning. So look, he's got a good program there, has Bohannon, and we're just checking. He's just gone on a fast lap of a 1:38.4, so he's 0.1 of a second faster than his time yesterday morning on the 85 at this point. But the track in a bit of a different situation so far, but that's pretty reasonable from Blake Bohannon. Now, Russ, I believe you got another catch-up with a rider on our start section. Have you got the man on the Ducati?
Yeah, mate, I do. I'm walking across the line here. There's a whole heap of the Moto Coach Elite Racing Hondas, so I didn't really notice this sneaky Ducati parked in the middle of them all because the colours are kind of similar, the red, white and black. It's the number 7 here. The rider's name is Nixon McKinns. Nixon, welcome to Lakes, mate. The bike looks amazing. This is probably the first time that I think I've seen a Ducati here at Lakes. How's the bike feeling? How long you had it? And what do you think it's going to perform like today?
Yeah, the bike's awesome. It's very different to get used to. I've had a bit over a month on the bike now. Yeah, so I signed with the guys at Ducati just before round 1 of Pro MX. We just had a couple of little teething issues with it down there. So yeah, now we're starting to kind of figure it out now, and it's starting to go pretty good.
Awesome, mate. The bike is looking absolutely unreal. It's a very special piece of equipment. We look forward to seeing you out there today, mate.
It's good to see some more manufacturers coming into the sport here. We've obviously had a few recent entries in that in terms of Triumph joining us. We've now got Ducati joining us, Beta getting some more motocross side of things as well. Just noticed that Bohannon's done another faster lap again, so he's just dropped that 138 down a little bit further down the order to a 137.0. So he's finding some more speed. Russ, you got another rider on the start line, mate.
Mate, that's right. I'm down here with Brandon Steele, the number 2 here today on the Moto Coach Elite Racing Honda team. Brandon is a local here. He's spent, I don't know how many hours racing this track. He would be one of the guys that know this track better than almost anyone. He's fairly new to the Honda team. Brandon, welcome to Lakes, mate, and tell me how you feel and how this bike is looking to perform here today.
Yeah, look, I'm feeling good. Just getting all the cobwebs, like a new bike, new team, like it's all new. Like I've never been on such a program like this, so it's pretty cool. And to come back to a track, like I've been on from the 50 class all the way up to now. So yeah, I'm keen to have a good day. The bike's feeling good. I'm feeling good. Just get some good starts and try and stay out of the roost. The rocks hurt. So, but yeah, it's good. The Moto Coach Elite Racing team. So yeah, I'm keen to have a good day.
Mate, the bike looks absolutely unreal. I know you could probably ride this track with your eyes shut, so I'm looking forward to seeing how we go today, mate. Best of luck out there.
We're going to have plenty of action with this MX1 class that's about to get out there. We've got lots of riders that are more than capable of putting it at the front, so just get an update here. Our list is Bohannon from Rossiter, from Killick, from Millard, from Rex. That's your top 5 so far. Bohannon hasn't yet improved that 137.05, but he's due to come across the stripe again, so we'll have to see what he's got this time around when he gets over next time past us here. But Russ, another check-in. What have you got this time?
Mate, I'm down here with Connor Rosendich. He's the 202 on his Newcastle Power Sports KTM machine. Connor is one of our favourite riders to watch here. Connor is a privateer. He comes to the races, sometimes with mum and dad, sometimes by himself, runs out of a van and a little table and a janky little chair, but runs up the front with some of the big boys. He's a guy that is worth keeping an eye on the whole weekend because he absolutely sends it. He's got a fair bit of experience at this track too. So Connor, welcome to Lakes, mate. Tell me how your day is going to shape up and how hard are you going to give it to Reese?
Yeah, you know, I'm feeling good coming in today. Had a good week of training with Craig Anderson. And yeah, I'm hoping I can, you know, honestly, I want to try and beat Reese, but I'm just going to give it my best shot and see how we go from there.
Mate, I absolutely love your racing style. You swing off the back of this thing. It's barking all the way around the track. And there's going to be some awesome duels between you and Reese, mate. So best of luck this weekend. We'll be keeping an eye out on you.
Yeah, Connor Rosendich is one to keep an eye on. He had some strong rides down at Pro MX at Montague the other weekend. I saw his name featuring up nice and high on that results list. So he is more than capable of giving a run here to Reese Budd in this one. But not to mention that there's plenty of other names there a part of that group that are going to be up there trying to challenge for that top position. As this 13 to 15 years session comes to a close, checker flag is out. We're just waiting for all of our riders to come through. At the moment, it's still Bohannon on top of the chart. We haven't seen a better lap time than that one that we mentioned of the 137.0 just yet, but he hasn't yet come across this finish line. He does now, and I don't think, no, he hasn't improved on that. So that's going to be the fastest lap for him at the moment, a 137.0. He's going to get that over Raphael at the moment, which we'll just wait for our list to scroll back around so we give you that updated position. So yes, it's Bohannon from Rossiter, from Killick, from Millard, from Oliver Rex. That's your top 5, all within a very small space, within sort of 2-3 seconds of each other there. So a very tightly challenged class here coming up for this 125 13 to 15 years. But we'll take a quick break here before those big MX1 A and B class gets out on track. We'll be back with more coverage from Lake Macquarie right after this.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Right, we're here with Jake Taplin, the points leader, heading into round 2 for the C-grade MX2. Jake, how are you feeling this weekend, mate?
Feeling pretty good. Hard packs, pretty used to it. So, yeah.
Full and double duty. You've got the red plate for this C-grade class this weekend. Had a day yesterday, backed it up today. How's the recovery going?
Pretty good. Good for my day yesterday, but
feel good to put the red plate on the front of the bike from Whole Shot Graphics there?
Yeah, I feel good. Yeah, good.
Nice work, Jake. We'll see you out there this weekend.
Yeah.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1-800-155-155.
All right, we're here with Reese Bard. Reese, you are the red plate holder for round one in Canberra. You've just done your practice session, mate. How is the track looking next year out there?
Yeah, I just think it's pretty tricky out there at the moment. Obviously yesterday the track got pretty big, slippery, so obviously there's only so much they can do overnight. Laid a lot of water down, so that's pretty slippery at the moment. Overall, I felt really comfortable on the track. I feel really comfortable on my moto on the mark. So overall, yeah, to have a great day. I feel still confident, still comfortable. So yeah, main goal today is get 4 good starts, 4 good motos. Hopefully have a pretty good day, and then yeah, that's go.
Mate, our friends over in the US seem to get great starts on these Hondas, so we're hoping that you can do that again here today. You're also a guy that likes to go wide open, so I'm hoping that the Lake Macquarie track here is going to suit your style today. We're looking forward to some serious action. Have you ridden here in the past much growing up from the juniors, and what do you think the secret's going to be to success today?
Yeah, I did a little bit of riding here as a junior. I think last time I raced here's probably been 5+ years now, so track layout slightly different. Obviously the dirt's still the same, but yeah, look, that was a great day today. We're just going to need that super easy to make mistakes out there just with how hard I was thinking it. I almost went down on my second last hot laps there, just got a bit happy throttle, and the rear end wanted to come out on me. So yeah, being patient in the turn, just being smart, minimising mistakes, and just hold the thing wide.
Mate, it's going to be awesome to see you racing today. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
For over 20 years, the Black Dog Institute has been trusted to listen to the experiences of real people. Every day, we work to uncover data, patterns, and insights into mental health to develop actionable, practical solutions. It takes pushing boundaries to be an international leader in digital health, not only researching and developing the technology, but also making it accessible to everyone. From clinical treatment and online support to early intervention and prevention programs, we're on the cusp of a new era of mental health science and action. As our technology advances and our scientific research continues, our ability to innovate and impact does too. With the ripple effect of our work being felt for generations to come and bringing hope to millions more. Together, we can continue to tackle the big issues in mental health.
Looks good, eh?
10 O's.
What was that, love?
I said 10 O's.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Motocycling New South Wales state title action from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club continues here. It's day 2 of our program and we are in our last practice qualifying session. It's the MX1 A and B graders out on track. So it's the big boys. They're all out there. We've got the 28 machine of Cooper Holroyd currently sitting on the top of the list over Reese Budd, then Riley Burgess, Connor Rossenditch, Charlie Campbell is your top 5 on the list, and I saw them doing about a 1:33 lap time at the moment. So the action's heating up here. The track's grooving in. And just out of curiosity, I think our man on that 125, Blake Bohannon, would be sitting in the top 10 on his best time so far. So just a little example of how well that 262 is doing at the moment. He would be top 10 in this class as they run for the moment. But as we said, it is Cooper Holroyd currently showing everybody the fast way around the track on that 28 machine from that Moto Coach Honda team. And Cooper's probably done a few laps here as well because he is from the Western Sydney side of things as well. Now, Russ, as this session's going on, I believe you've got one of our racers ready to go out for their first moto just up after this session.
Correct, mate. I'm just down here with Meg Lincoln. She's running second in the points after our first round in Canberra. Now, I'm just following her around. She's doing her gate pick thing. She's looking at a couple different gates here. We're around the 31, 32 mark. Looks as though she's settled on gate number 32. Meg, welcome back to Lake Macquarie. It's a track that you've probably got a bit of experience on. Now, from my viewing of your style, I think your style could really work out well here today. You like to go wide open and really fast. How's the track looking from your perspective?
Yeah, track looks really good. It was a bit tough out there first practice. No real lines set in or anything yet, but I'm sure it's going to be heaps better when we get back out there for this race.
There was a little bit of drifting around some corners and really working hard to get the drive up some of those hills, Meg. You seem to do really well with that. I don't know if there's a bit of flat track in your history or whatever, but you seem to handle those slippery corners really well. How is it getting grip out of the corners and driving up these big, iconic hills?
Yeah, you know, Lake's track's obviously changed a fair bit over the years, but it's still got that same layout. It's got that hard base, so even when they rip it, you've still got that slippery base. I guess it's just trying to work the weight distribution on the bike and, yeah, trying to keep it in a gear that's going to give you drive up the hill and no wheel spin.
Now, round one, we saw you ride in the Stark machine, which a little bit disappointing for me because we couldn't hear anything from you. This morning you're here on the KTM, you're back on a traditional gas machine, and all I heard in the practice session was that bike on the limiter. I'm really excited to see you race here today and hear that bike ripping around, so best of luck here today, Meg. Can't wait to see you out there.
Race action not too far away here at Lake Macquarie, but we've had a change on the leaderboard. It's Reese Budd to the top with a 132.4. Holroyd still holding down second, and Riley Burgess has actually snuck up in the third position as they run at the moment with still a couple of minutes left in this session, so plenty of time for things to change around. 27 riders out here for MX1 A and B, and that's actually Rossenditch now who's jumped into third position. They're all in that 132 to 135 range there in that top sort of 5-6 riders. So this is going to be hotly contested later on in our motos. They've got a 2-moto format here. These motos are also, for this class, is going to be 18 minutes plus, well, plus 2 laps according to this board here. So we'll check that out as they go. Ryan Jones up in the 5th on the leaderboard as well. There's the 28 machine on screen. That's Cooper Holroyd. Oh, there's a rider down just in front of me. Oh, that's Riley Burgess that's thrown it down in the Kennards High corner. Going to have to clean the mud off himself there. Give Boyd's Moto Surgery guys a bit of washing to do, no doubt. As Cooper looks like he's on a bit of a cruise lap here. He's not on a hot one for this particular time past. Having a look over to see how much time, making sure the finish line, finish flag isn't out just yet on the session. But Bud's got about a second over the field at the moment. Reese on the same team as Cooper here, that Moto Coach Honda team. It's good to see they've got a couple of riders out here supporting the state title series. Keep an eye on the rest of our field there. Noticing the 59 of Aaron Parker in 20th, Josh Miller in 21st, Jaden Dick out there in 22nd, Ryan Clark 23rd. Dylan Woods out here as well. I've just noticed the 62 machine. He's currently in 11th on the timing list. Dylan's more of a Supercross specialist these days, but he knows the way around a track at Lake Macquarie, being a bit of a local from out the Singleton area there. So we might be seeing him a bit later on in the day in the results. We'll have to see. I just noticed Corey Eisel. He's doing double duty today. He's in 9th on this session. Oh, there's a rider that's just picking themselves up, having to straighten some things out. The 262, that's Joshua Miller. Joshua Miller's currently 21st on the timing list. So we keep an eye on that red Honda machine there, the 28. Cooper Holroyd, this lap should be a fast lap. He looks like he's actually into it this time around. Much more aggression into that whole shots graphics berm. Bit more attitude on that bike over that center tabletop as well, as he's trying to get the bike back to the ground to carry on with his drive up the hill as best he can. Definitely trying to lay a heater down is Cooper Holroyd right now. He's going to dive into that deep rut. Can he get a good drive out? He stayed nice and straight actually, so he did a good job there on the exit of that one. Much better than some of the other riders we've seen so far this morning. This will be his last chance to get a hot lap because the checkered flag is out. So when he comes across this finish line, we'll see what he's able to throw down. Is it going to improve? Is he going to take the top spot back from Reese Budd? I don't think so on that one, the way he sort of pulled up there at the end, but we'll wait for our timing to update. No, that last lap around was only a 1:34.4. So it's going to be Reese Budd from Cooper Holroyd, from Connor Rosenditch, then Riley Burgess, then Charlie Campbell. That's your top 5 in MX1 A and B grade. There goes the 62. He's actually got the 262 on the back because that's his usual number. Dylan Wood there coming off the circuit. But let's take a break before racing action kicks off here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Moto 1's just around the corner. We'll be back after this break.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
It's race time at Lake Macquarie for day 2 action. We are going to get kicked off with our MX women's class. Looking for Taylor Thompson here, Meg Lincoln. Russ, you're down on the start straight. What are you seeing there?
Mate, what I'm watching here is the track crew doing the last few preparations. They're getting a little bit of water into the track in different sections. There's a crew up there on the hill with shovels and picks out. They're obviously sorting something out up there as well. The track is looking unreal. Everyone's had their practice session. Everyone's felt it out. They've got their game plans in place. They've also had a few minutes to go back to their trucks and their vans and tweak some clickers, make some last-minute changes and get everything sorted out. Up right now is the girls. The 15-second board goes up, and we're going to hear those revs come up. 5-second board is there. Revs are up. Gate drop. Who's going to get the start?
Oh, it's not going to be Meg Lincoln. She's had a bit of an issue there off the gate.
Meg comes out of there dead last and runs it super wide. It looks like Taylor Thompson, our leader, gets the whole shot but quickly drops into a rut there, blows a foot off the peg, but manages to lead the pack into our Kennard's Hire corner and up into those first set of rollers, Dave.
I see Mia Tung just there in second position, and I see a very aggressive-looking Meg Lincoln trying to fight her way through the pack as she's got herself into third already, despite whatever happened there off the gate drop. Maybe she forgot she had a clutch on that bike this round. I don't know, but it didn't come off the gate very well there for Meg Lincoln in this first moto today.
Absolute horrible start for her, but it doesn't look like it's made too much of a difference, mate. She's about to make a move for second position. She's run it wide on the top corner here, and she's going to drive down the hill chasing Taylor Thompson there. She's coming into the outside corner, and if you watch her now, let's see how she handles it.
Stalled it.
She stalled it.
That wouldn't happen on a Stark bike.
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, Meg, I had to say it.
Dave throwing shade at poor Meg as she gets back on the gas bike. Now, once again, we're going to see some incredible riding out of Meg now. That's 2 little stuff-ups she's had in the first lap. A bad start and now a stall. She's made things a little bit difficult for herself. Let's see how she puts the hammer down and gets this job done.
There's going to be some blood pressure spikes in Meg Lincoln's analysis after this race that you can see. We're going to see if that drives her forward, if the adrenaline pumps because of it, but she's definitely just trying to get the hang of things here, obviously trying to make a statement and just rush things, I think, a little bit there. She probably has a bit more time to this moto to try and get to those other riders because they haven't really gotten away from it just yet despite those 2 issues. But it is Thompson from Tung over Lincoln. That's your top three in this MX Women's Moto early as we've started out here in this particular Moto 1. Now this Moto 1 will be a 15-minute plus 1 lap for the ladies class. So plenty of action to come here. Mia Tung just keeping sight there on Thompson at these opening couple of laps here. As they were all sort of just, getting a little bit sideways. There's a bit of fresh water on this track, it seems. The girls are just having to just be gentle on their throttle application, I think. And they're just sort of lightening up the tyre a bit too much on the exits of some of these corners at the moment. So we see Thompson heading up the hill there, got a little bit out of shape, found a bit of a braking bump in the run up to the hill to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Something you're going to see differently today compared to yesterday with our juniors. With the seniors, you'll see them run a bunch more different lines on this track. I've already noticed that National Motorcycle Alliance corner, a few more people are using the outside of that berm right up towards the banners. Yesterday, a lot of the kids just stuck to the inside there, whether they just had one comfortable line there. It is a bit shorter on a track distance for them to go to the inside, but you will see more options develop across the day here and a lot more different lines and a bit of crisscrossing on the track as they try to cut from one side to the other to take their preferred line options throughout this day. As we see Taylor jumping through the whoops at the bottom of the circuit there. Mia doing much the same. Looking comfortable on her Honda is Mia. Steady there in second. We see Meg Lincoln just in the back of shot there, so the gap between the top three just stabilised for the moment. We'll have to see if Meg can get everything back under control and calm everything down and get into a smooth rhythm. So I'm sure she's got the pace to join these girls at the front. Just have to see if she can keep it all together and not make any more mistakes in this moto, because too early has really hampered her progress so far.
That's right, and she was telling me earlier, Dave, that she had a few late nights this week up with babies that had fevers and were teething and all kinds of issues. So she was feeling a little bit tired this morning and was very quick to admit that fitness is going to be her weak point here this weekend. She's clearly got the pace, but it's pretty open that her fitness is definitely not where it needs to be. So chasing from the back is probably not where she wants to be. She would have loved to have got a good start, get out and manage the pace of this race. Instead, those two little stuff-ups mean that she's got to put the hammer down and burn through more energy, use more fitness that she just doesn't have right now to try and keep up with these two girls in front of her.
Yeah, I don't envy that position. I'm a few years beyond the kids waking up in the middle of the nights with teething and, nappy changes and whatnot. So I don't miss that side of things, but I know what she's going through, and it is hard to get some decent rest and some, preparation for events like that because of it, because you are just literally strung out all week. So maybe she can, it's probably the quietest time she's had right now is around on top of a 254 stroke. So.
Absolutely. It's probably the most peace and quiet she gets all week, mate, is just wringing the neck out of that 250. So, but look, interesting enough, Dave, the gap between the girls those top three girls seems to be sort of stabilising. Taylor almost looks to be extending out over Mia Tung slightly. Taylor is absolutely on top of this thing. She is twisting that throttle super hard. Mia's chasing her, and then Meg is not too far behind. So I'm not sure how the lap times are looking, Dave, but to me, visually, it looks like the gap between all three of them is stabilised.
Yeah, it's fairly similar. I think you're right about Taylor getting away just a tiny bit. She's just done the fastest lap of the moto so far at a 142.5. But both Mia and Megan are basically at that 143, 144 crossover point. So they're just behind the pace of Taylor. But they're otherwise, those two girls in second and third are very similar right now. So not much in it in terms of lap time pace. They're very similar. Mia taking the wide run there in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Meg does the same, but then cuts down early. Actually, we've got a rider down at the bottom of the hill there. It's not our leader, it's a back marker. Unfortunately, he's just struggling in the sloppiness of that corner still. I think that was the 108 of Ellie Conray, but I think we'll double check that if we get a second look at it, but I'm pretty sure that was Ellie, unfortunately. But she was up trying to get that machine up and get going again, so she'll be back out there shortly.
Taylor Thompson coming across the start straight now, mate, and she's about to deal with her very first bit of back market traffic as she runs it super high into the Motocycle New South Wales and Skywalker studio barriers there, into the rear set of rollers to the back part of the track. That's the first back markers they're going to have to deal with. it can really reset how the race goes, whether those back markers get out of the road and let the leaders through or not. Now, Taylor's coming up the hill. It doesn't look like she's been held up there much at all. The back runner's done a really good job at just staying clear and giving these three leaders all the space they need as Meg Lincoln launches over the Kennard Tyre roller here, takes it to flats with a huge impact there. That's, again, probably not the style Meg's looking for when she knows she's lacking in fitness. Those huge jumps landing on flats and really blowing yourself up does take more energy, takes more effort. So Meg probably needs to settle down a little bit, get things a little smoother, and set in for these longer hauls.
Just a quick update on those timings again. We mentioned it about the gap stabilizing. Taylor has just done a lap faster by 1 second over Mia and Meg, but Mia and Meg basically matched their lap times there. One did a 1:43.2, the other did a 1:43.3, so nothing in it between second and third. But just a little bit further back, I noticed some names familiar from the day prior, and actually Claire didn't do it yesterday, but Ada and that, they're just stepping up a bit today. Ada Harris is in fourth, Claire Pollard's in fifth, but they are all over each other for a battle raging for fourth position as they are on screen now. They are in their own little battle and they are not giving in, it seems, between each other. They're very familiar with each other. They'll be out there challenging in the other girls class we've got today as well. So we'll see them out here twice today. But Ada was one of our podium getters in this class in Moto 1 in Canberra. So she showed good pace there. But Claire is getting a good run here and keeping Ada just in sight. So looking for this battle to continue on as this moto goes further into our time session here. We're about halfway through this moto, our first moto of the day. As Claire gets right to the back wheel of Ada there. Ada made a little mistake on the exit of that corner. Can Claire get a run as they come? And she's going to sweep the outside here. Will she be able to close it off? No, Ada blocked her on the exit of that corner. And then they're side by side. Claire's going to take the split option. Who's going to get the best drive up the hill here? Ada closes off, covers the inside. Claire's going to run the outside right up near the banners of the Dantia corner there. But they both decide to take the one rut on the inside of Kennard's there. Not too many options just yet, or at least they're not brave enough to try the other one in that particular corner as they nose the tail there through the next corner. Risen Unlimited as well. So we got a little, Claire got a little sniff there for a second, but wasn't able to do anything. Ada blocked that section really well. So the battle continues on here as they head up one of our horsepower hills. But two different lines in that corner there for Ada and Claire. But they're both going to end up diving down to the inside here. Who can get a better run? The exits of those ruts there are terrible at the moment. Somebody needs to make a better rut just a little bit further out, I think. So somebody needs to be brave and just venture further wider in that corner at the bottom of the inside of the hill.
Well, we've got a few of the boys lining up down here on the gate, Dave, so I'm hoping that some of the lads like Reese Budd might be willing to step up for you there and cut some new grooves in.
Just pass the message along for me, all right?
Yeah, I'll see you's got a fresh set of Gibsons on, mate, and they should be able to dig us a nice little trench.
I'm sure they would with those tyres, so I'm sure Joey would be happy too to get that Gibson tyre depth gauge going. So Claire back to the back wheel of Ada again through the rollers. It seems that that section is giving Ada a bit of trouble at the moment because Claire is definitely closing in the bottom section of the circuit. That's twice now she's been able to close that gap right to nothing as they head back to the main circuit now. Battling up the hill, they're going to split again. Ada's going to cover the inside. Claire's going to go wide. They just can't seem, Claire just can't seem to get a wheel on Ada at this point in the moto. As we keep an eye on them, we'll keep an eye on our timing and scoring as well. Taylor Thompson continuing to lead. She's got an 8-second gap, so she's got this one under control at the moment over Mia Tung, who's still holding about that 2-second gap over Meg Lincoln in third. And then it's this battle that we've got on screen as Claire tries to run around the outside of Ada Harris in the whole shot graphics berm. Still can't quite get anywhere near enough closer to put a wheel past her, but she's battling hard. Here's Claire Pollard. Ada Harris doing a good job here. taking the lines that just make it difficult for Claire to make them pass on her. But I do wonder if Claire does get a run on her and gets in front, if she will actually have a bit more pace and check out. But for the moment, these two girls are going back and forth. A little bit of a yo-yo effect happening here, but Claire continues to close up again as they shoot down the hill for another lap. Still got time in this moto, but she's going to have to make a move here soon if she wants to try and get this deal done and steal the 4th position away from Harris. Different lines coming down into the split section for the bottom of the circuit. This might be why they're getting why Claire's getting a better run. More entry speed. I think that's the case there. She's getting more entry speed into those bottom rollers, and that's letting her close right to the back wheel of Ada Harris, who's taking that inside run before the rollers, not getting the early drive to continue the pace through them. As we see Claire tries to pull up alongside Ada as they go past the back marker. Again, they're going to split as they go into Dantia. Claire with a decent run. She turned out of that berm early, but this is where they nose to tail. Claire needs to probably take a slightly different line there, because if Ada makes a mistake, Claire's basically going to run into the back tyre and have nowhere to go. Same in the Risen Unlimited. They're both very close there. Too close for comfort, because Claire can't do anything different at that stage. As we come down different lines again. Claire tries to go the long way around. Not close enough, just off the back wheel. Just noticing that the gap between 2nd and 3rd position has extended a little further. Meg Lincoln just dropping off the pace a little bit from Mia Tung. So that battle there, like we said, stabilised. Maybe the energy expended from Lincoln from those 2 mistakes to try and get back to that position has been enough for her fitness just to say, I've had enough for now. This is the pace she can run. So we'll have to see if she's got anything left in the last lap or so, because we're closing down in this time left in this moto. But Thompson continues to lead this one. She's got nearly 10-second gap at the front of the field over Mia Tung on the 117 Honda mounted machine. Again, we're going to see this difference in lines here. We watch Ada to the inside, Claire to the outside. Claire's going to have more speed and close right to the back wheel. Ada is doing a good job of getting to the inside of that corner after those rollers to block any potential passing line. But Claire definitely uses that entry speed to her advantage to get through the rollers just a little bit better. The battle rages. These two have not left each other's side pretty much this whole moto. Oh, there we go. Bit of a change in lines. Ada took it out and blocked that line completely of Claire out in the Dantia berm. They've taken a different line there, has Ada. Claire took the well-used line on the inside, but basically we've come out exactly the same. Claire trying to get a run down the outside here. She's been using a wider line in the whole shot graphics berm. Will Ada block it? She does. She actually goes up higher. They're going to switch. They're going to be on different sides of the circuit this time. Can Claire get a run and stay to the inside of Ada up into the National Motorcycle Lines corner? No. Harris closes off that inside line, blocks the passageway there. Smart work there from Harris just to keep that position. She's doing a good job technically from... Oh, but she's gone down. Oh, and as I said, Claire followed her into that line, had nowhere to go, ran straight into the back tyre. And we've got the two of them on the ground in the same corner, wedged together. The bikes are actually joined front to back. Claire's got free. Can she get going before Ada? Ada's on a bit of a bad position height-wise. Claire's taken off. We're losing positions here. That's the number 2 of Ella Hamilton making a pass on Ada Harris, and there's the 12 of Bella Arnott as well. So Harris, one mistake, and she's thrown away the 4th position, potentially even further back now. And we're on the 2 laps to go. So when she comes down here, she's going to get the last lap board. And she's probably going to rue that mistake later today, because that might hurt the overall for her in the MX women's class. But Claire Pollard, lucky to escape, to be honest. She managed to get up quicker, but if she hadn't have been following, she wouldn't have ended up in that position. But here we are. The change has happened. It took a mistake from Harris. The two of them ended up on the ground together, and they've now finally separated in this moto. Pollard to 4th position. Hamilton now 5th, Ada Harris 6th, Bella Arnott 7th. Kira Collins in 8th, Sienna Gadis in 9th, Stevie Williams in 10th. Williamson, sorry, in 10th, and then Sam MacArthur in 11th, Geraldine Vella in 12th, Ellie Conray in 13th, but it is still Taylor Thompson at the front of our pack. Got a decent gap at the moment. 11 seconds, nearly 12-second gap now over Mia Tung. And we're just waiting on Meg Lincoln to come through to get that last lap board. She's come through now. She's dropped a bit further back from Mia Tung. I think the gap is now out quite a bit. So the results at the top three have stabilised there. They've spread out after a little bit of excitement in the early laps. As we see Lincoln just bounce through the end of the roller section there. Just getting some overhead shots of our Lake Macquarie circuit here. Looking to pick up our leaders. There's the second position of Mia Tung going through the uphill roller section. Tucks to the inside. No pressure here for Mia Tung at this point in the moto. She tried to keep pace with Taylor Thompson, wasn't quite able to do so, but she managed to keep well out of grasp of the third position, Meg Lincoln. And she's doing a good job, Mia. Saw her this morning, she was excited for the day ahead. Spoke highly of the Honda machine that she's been on for a couple of years now. Feels comfortable with everything. Looking for a good day. This is going to be a good start for her. Second in the first moto would be a solid opening to her day. As she goes around the top of our circuit. Taylor Thompson has come across the finish line, so she is your winner for the first moto. So Taylor's just headed down the offshoot. We're just watching Mia come down. She's going to get the checkered now. So that is first and second through. And we'll be looking for the 66 machine of Meg Lincoln to come through and grab that third place in the moto. And I think Russ is down with our winner. Russ, have you got her?
Mate, I'm down here with Taylor Thompson, the winner of that race, as the girls all pull up here together. Mia Tung's pulled up next to each other. The girls are giving each other some high fives and some knuckles, which we always love to see. But Taylor, that was your race from start to finish, mate. You did an absolutely great job. Tell me a little bit how that race went for you.
Yeah, it was pretty good. The track is getting a little bit technical, so I just try to get out in front and ride my race. And yeah, I try not to make too many mistakes because it is a bit tricky out there. So yeah, no, it was good.
Absolutely. Congratulations, mate. That was an awesome run. Mia, for you, there was a big gap to Taylor there for a while. You managed to track her down and close that gap right up. Let me know how the track was feeling and how your bike was feeling for you.
Yeah, the track was a bit slippery in some spots, but I felt good on the bike. The bike handled good, and I knew I just had to keep a little bit of a distance between Meg and, yeah, got second.
You girls did absolutely unreal. Can't wait to see the battles unfold throughout today. Congratulations. All right, I'm here with Ada. Ada's giving me a funny look because at the start of the day she said, come and have a chat to me, Russ. So I'm coming over to chat with her now, but she's feeling a little bit under the weather, I dare say, after making a bit of a mistake there. Ada, talk me through it, mate. What happened?
I got a pretty good start, and it was a sick race battling with Claire the whole time. I started to get a bit worried in the end and tried to block a bit and just messed up, tucked the front. She ended up getting me, but it was a good race.
Mate, well done. There's lessons to be learned there for sure for yourself. Look, there's a bunch of racing left here to do today. I'm sure you'll be able to fight back and get yourself all sorted out. So congratulations, girls. Great to see you girls giving each other's knuckles. Awesome sportsmanship here from the girls, Dave. They are just absolute troopers, mate. I love to see it.
Awesome sportsmanship there for the women's class. It's our vets class heading out now, heading through that first turn area. Battles raging here. Who's going to bump in? Look at those bikes all trying to take up the same piece of real estate there, but it's going to be a Kawasaki getting out there at the front. It's the 101 of Tyson Osborne taking our whole shot in the first moto. But there's a battle raging on. It's the 70. Oh, the 101's just stalled and lost all that ground. So Tyson needs to find the clutch in that turn 4, I think it is. But it's now the Yamaha mounted 79, Mitchell Budd taking over the lead here in the vets class. Mitchell had a good day going down in Canberra. Had to battle hard with Todd Waters, who was there doing double duty, trying to get some prep time ahead of the National later in the year. So he didn't have much chance to run with Waters, but he's doing a good job now here on the Yamaha at Lake Macquarie. He's going to look to make up a couple of spots here because the two men in front of him in the championship, Todd Waters and Bo Dargle, are not a part of this race weekend. So if Bud can put together two solid motos here, he should come out with a big championship lead. But he'll have to put on a good performance. It's very early. It's only one lap in the books for our vets class, but he has got a nice gap here already. Thanks to that stall from Tyson, he probably blocked a couple of riders trying to get around that corner, unfortunately, and made them slow down. But Bud with a nice, decent lead here, 3.5 seconds already.
Dave, the vets class is always an awesome one to watch. Some of these guys are absolute senders. Most of these boys are brickies and plumbers and carpenters throughout the week, mate, and then get on their bikes and haul on the weekends. A lot of these guys grew up racing. Some of them achieved some pretty high heights, mate. So it's awesome to see that this group of guys can come together. But don't be fooled. There's some really, really tough racing going on. These boys don't mind banging bars and sending each other high in the berms. There's a really wide spread of bikes and gear when you look throughout the crowd too. This is one of those classes where there's a few older bikes, there's a few older setups, there's a few different sort of styling of gear. I even saw someone running the old over the boot style pants, mate. So a little bit of different setup here in this vets class today. There's a Suzuki out there, which we don't see a lot of them around in the Premier classes, but vets is always entertaining.
Yeah, that Suzuki is the number 9 of Nathan Brocktrop, who's just made the move in the second position. And I noticed the 808 of Lee Harriman has also moved into third, just getting their way past the 104 of Ricky Budd. So we've got a few Budds families out here today, 2 of them in the in this vets class. So they're all decided to graduate into the old man sort of section of the sport.
Yeah, I actually saw Reese there giving him a hand to set his start device. And then it was really cool to see Reese going down the line helping half the guys set their start devices. So pretty cool bit of sportsmanship there from Reese Budd, one of our premier riders on one of the factory teams here, or satellite teams at least. Just going down the start gate, helping everyone get set up. So that's a really unique thing about motocross, that these guys are willing to help each other out. There's no real advantage or disadvantage to doing that. So pretty cool to see Reese helping out here in the vets class.
Yeah, no, awesome that he's out there helping his brothers and then helping everyone. It's just good sportsmanship. That's what we're here for. It's not about the sheep stations, as they say. It's just about getting a good event in and having a good time. So good to see Reese being a part of that and helping out. Now, interesting thing too, just a note on the number 9 machine. He's on the Suzuki this weekend. A couple of weekends ago, he was on a Husky at the New South Wales off-road event running the vets class, showing everybody around the track. He was actually in the, might have been in the Masters or something class, I think, as well, because he ended up winning the Clubman overall combined with the women's and the vets. He got that one done there for the 2-hour cross country. So he was showing everybody the fast way around the bush loop, and now he's getting amongst it again in the motocross scene.
So he's clearly got the fitness to do a 2-hour cross country, and then he's also got the skill set to handle some of the mud and slippery conditions, mate. So that's going to make him a little bit dangerous out here today.
Yeah, look, Brocktrop's been at this for quite some time. He was a former pro rider at motocross and supercross in his bit younger days, but he's still out here doing it. He just loves riding. I think he just likes turning laps. So it doesn't matter what it is. He's out there spending the time, putting in the effort, and I'm sure his hands are all calloused as all get out. So.
And that's honestly what I love about this vets class, knowing that a whole bunch of these guys used to be, on top of the game. Some of these guys used to be on factory rides. They used to be pretty high up in the standings. Obviously, life happens, work, careers, wife, kids, all that kind of stuff sort of happens, and racing gets put aside. It's awesome that there's a class for some of these guys to come back and enjoy racing as they get older. But no slouches, that's for sure. It's an absolutely brutal class. I actually accidentally entered a vets class race for off-roads once upon a time, and it was a scary place to be, mate. I'll tell you that much. It was one of those things where I thought this would be a bunch of old slow guys, but turns out they're all absolute rippers and don't mind sending it. So the boys are getting stuck into their race now, running about halfway through, I believe. No major instances for these guys, which is really good to see. It does get a little bit brutal, this particular class, so it's nice that the boys have kept it pretty clean so far. Back here on the start straight. Next race is all setting up. Some of the team members and dads are getting the grooves all going there, ready for the next one. Track crew trying to chase down some moisture within the track. The wind that we were hoping we wouldn't see has shown up. A little bit of a breeze in those trees, and so the track conditions are changing as we move forward, and it is starting to dry out slightly. I can start to see some blue grooves starting to show up. There's a few little bits of dust coming up as well, so it's just after 10:30 and the track is starting to change.
So Bud continues to lead this one. He's got about a 5-second gap over Brocktrop at the moment. Harriman settled there into third place. Stephen Wand, he's the man in fourth, but he's the one that Russ pointed out with the over-the-pants boots going on. He's actually on a two-stroke too, I believe, if I saw that correctly as he rode past. Maybe even heard that correctly. Daniel Collins in fifth. Ricky Budd's dropped from that second position that he was early in the moto. He's down in sixth there. Scott Shaw in seventh. Tyson Osborne, who had that stall, he was also up there. He got that whole shot early. He's dropped back into eighth now. And then it's the 8-8-4 of Christopher Kent. He's in ninth, and Adam Beck currently 10th in this one. So plenty of action going on for our vets out on circuit. Now, just for our vets, because they are the older statesmen, we have made them do 15 minutes plus one. So it is a nice, decent moto length for them. There is Stephen Wand on the screen, and it is, in fact, the YZ 252 stroke by the looks of it, that he is on board, holding down fourth position.
It's a bit of an older model too, mate. It's not
one of the fresh ones, no.
It's not one of the fresh ones from Yamaha Motor Australia, that's for sure. But this is what I love about this class. It just doesn't make a huge difference, all right? It's a class where these guys, the skill is really where it's at. It's not a huge money class and who's got the latest and greatest. And I think being in 15-minute motos too, it really brings out that fitness aspect, that even if you were on a late model bike that was a bit faster and making a bit more power, it may not make all the difference.
No, look, I think for the vets too, a lot of the times, like, yes, there's some competitive aspects to it, right? Like for the guys that are at the front, they're obviously wanting to win and go well. But a lot of it, there will be some of these guys that are here because their kids were here on the weekend, so they're just here. They're still capable of riding. They want to be a part of it too. They figure they might as well have a go while they're, the rest of the family's going. So they're making this weekend into a bit of a family trip. So they'll bring out whatever they got in the shed. It doesn't matter. You can come and race it, really. In the vets class, it's an open category in terms of capacity. You could bring a 125. You could bring a 500, I think. So it doesn't really make too much difference. You're just out here enjoying it. But I think the battle at the front is tightening up because I can see Brocktrop right behind Mitchell Budd. So I don't know what happened to that 5-second gap, but maybe Budd's made an error somewhere along the lines because the Suzuki is right behind the Yamaha as they come down the hill towards that inner. Yeah, there they are on screen in the drone shot. They're heading to the right, going up to the step up to the top of our circuit. But 1 and 2 have tightened up here as we're closing down. We've still got 5 minutes to go, so plenty of time here for Brocktrop if he's able to mount a challenge to Mitchell Budd. We'll see them as they come over the finish line. We're going to get an update on this gap, but it will not be 5 seconds. It's under a second at the front. So the gap has tightened massively. There they are on screen in the one camera shot. So that gap has gone tiny. They're going to split lane it. Who's going to get a better run through the rollers? Brocktrop did a nice job there. That's his SX skills coming in there, I reckon. So they're going to turn this corner and they're going to come up the hill. Let's see the drag race between the Suzuki and the Yamaha. Brocktrop putting that power down on the yellow Suzuki there, trying to run it all the way around the Dantia berm. There is a lap rider getting out of the way there on the very edge of the circuit. Two different lines there. Brocktrop taking that deep inside rut. Bud opting for a bit more of a smoother mid-corner line, so he's starting to cut him in. The track's starting to cut up a little bit better. Just getting through a couple of the lap riders here. Bud with some decent style over that center tabletop. Good to see the old guys can still throw it sideways. They do better than me at that side of things. That's one thing I'm not capable of for our track previews.
I did notice there was a lack of whips there, Dave. What do we...
yeah, look,
what's going on there,
the
mate?
WR is made to go between trees, not to go sideways and upside down. So that's going to be my excuse for this week.
Is it really? So that's how Yamaha have built that bike,
Yeah,
not
look,
to be whipped?
No, look,
is that what you're saying?
It goes well between trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. We'll have to work on our whip skills, mate.
We've got a month between now and round 3, so we'll see what we can come up with.
Look, there's a lot of guys here that don't mind throwing it sideways, mate. So maybe we can get some lessons for you afterwards. We can sort of tee up some of these young guys to teach you how to turn that thing upside down.
Go and get a coaching course in whipping, eh?
Just whips all day long.
Just whips. That should be somebody's saying for a moto brand, just whips. All right, Brocktrop just dropped off a little bit. Bud's sort of found some pace again, so that gap's opening back out at the front. So whatever happened there to make it close up, that 5-second gap is just sort of stretching back out a little bit that went down from that second when they came over the finish line. But their running order continues to be Bud from Brocktrop, from Harriman, from Wand on the 2-stroke, Collins, Ricky Bud, Scott Shaw, Tyson Osborne, Adam Beck, and Christopher Kent is your top 10. Further back, 11th is Lachlan Day, 12th is Brad Stafford, 13th is Andrew Beale, and in 19th on the 91 machine is Michael Berry. That's 14th position. We've got 14 of the guys out here for our vets class. Reasonable roll up for the state title. Brocktrop finding a nice line through this section. He took that sort of up towards the berm there for the National Motorcycle Alliance. As I say, they're trying to give him a prop, and he just absolutely just wrecks the exit of the corner there.
That's called commentator's curse, Dave. I'm not sure if you heard of it, mate.
Trying to give him a rap about a good line, and then he absolutely just goes nowhere out of the exit of the rut at the bottom of the corner. But the line before that was very good. We'll have to see if he can do that better this time around, and we'll point it out when he gets there next time. Just watching those guys drop onto the main start, onto the start area there. How's that area? Are you near that section, Russ, to see how that's developing? Because that was a bit of a problem section for our track yesterday, those ruts coming onto the start straight area.
Yeah, I'm standing right here in the middle of the start straight again, Dave. I'd actually just wandered on here to take a bit of a look for myself because I could start to see some of that hard pack being exposed underneath the top, say, inch or two of mulch and topsoil. Lines are going everywhere. There's wiggly lines. There's no straight lines. They're all going left and right all over the place. I don't know that I'm seeing a distinct advantage of any line here, inside or outside leading in. The only thing that I would think to myself is that the gate number 40 here is probably always advantage if you don't mind holding it wide open, going down that straight and crossing over all those ruts you're referring to, and basically slam it into the bank over there by the Risen, Kennards and Whole Shot barricades there where our track crew are actually putting some water in. It gives you the straightest line to hit that apex, and in this race to be able to just basically hold it wide open throttle, which should put you high up into the Dantia barriers there for turn 2 and set you up for turn 3 in the Kennard Tyre corner. But yeah, it's a very interesting start straight, very different to what we had at Canberra, where the position I think made a lot more difference. But here I think it's fairly even across the board, mate, at least for the first, or the last, should I say, 20 positions on the gate.
Yeah, it's a bit more of an even start there on that outside of the gates here at Lake Macquarie. We're just watching this battle here for 4th position. We've got Stephen Wand on the YZ250, just struggling out of that rut actually, and he's going to close the gap back a little bit. But yeah, in 5th position is Daniel Collins on the 254. On the KTM, he's closing in on Wand. And we'll have to see if he can get any closer or not, but the battle here is definitely for 4th. With a couple of laps to go here. I think we're going to have 2 laps to go at this point with our clock counting down to 0. So we'll have to see where Mitchell Budd is up to on the circuit, because he'll be the one that gets that last lap board. Currently leading at the front. Noticing that gap there too. I haven't seen them on camera recently, but the gap's back down to 0.3 of a second at the front. So maybe we have to check in with our leaders again and see what the gap is there. as that battle continues for 4th and 5th. But I dare say Juan's having to really stretch that cable on that YZ250 at this venue, trying to get the power to the ground to keep those 450s at bay up the hills, because he'll be down on a little bit of torque out of the corner, and then a little bit of top end horsepower at the top as well. So a bit of work for him to get that Yamaha around the circuit. As we see Brocktrop, there's Brocktrop. There has been a change for the lead. So that gap that I just saw that was 0.3 has switched around. So Brocktrop's going to lead us into the last lap here in the MX Vets. Not sure what's happened to Bud, if he's just lost a bit of fitness here or if he had a mistake. We didn't have them on camera, but we've seen the gap. It's closed down and they've switched around. So Brocktrop, your leader on the Suzuki. Less than a lap to go. Has Bud got anything to counter with, or will Brocktrop take this one? Pretty good ride from Brocktrop, but got to be honest, he's gone the fastest in the race as well with a 1:39.1 on that last lap pass, so he's feeling it at the moment. He's worked his way through. He didn't get the best of starts on the Suzuki, but he's positioned himself well and worked his way to the front, closed the gap, managed to make himself the leader of the race here when it counts, right at the end. So Bud trying to get out of that rut, still keeping him honest here. So will there be a lunge? Oh, he's going to go inside. Brocktrop looked over right as he got there too, so he knows all about it, but Bud going to try and shoot down. Is he going to try and take the inside line in the whole shot graphics? He can't quite get close enough. They're almost level as they go over the center tabletop. Brocktrop actually backed off for that tabletop. That was a bad idea because they are level heading into National Motorcycle Alliance corner, and Bud is going to try and force the issue here. He does. Makes the move. Runs in wide. Brocktrop's going to go around the outside, close it off, but he's missed the rut that he wanted, I think, Brocktrop. Bud's got the optimal line. They're drag racing up the hill to the top of the circuit. This is where it counts. Whoever comes out of here first will probably get this moto done. Bud, Brocktrop. Brocktrop's holding it as they drop down. Drag race is on. 3 tabletops to go. Who's going to get there? Brocktrop's got the running. I think Brocktrop holds on just over Bud at the end there. That was a battle to the death for the Vets class win. Nathan Brocktrop on the top in the end with a 0.1 second gap over Mitchell Budd in second. We're just waiting for Lee Harriman to come across here in third. He's 8:08. You'll see him pop through shortly. Just looking for him. That was the 177 Adam Beck coming through. He's just finished 9th. So looking for Harriman still. He's dropped off quite a bit. The gap there was a fair distance, it seems. But I think here he's coming now. This is, yeah, there goes Lee. So he grabs third in that moto. So Brocktrop from Bud, from Harriman. Exciting finish there in the MX Vets. We'll take a break on our coverage. We'll come back with our next moto, which will be the 13 to 16 years junior lights.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Feeling a little cramped? Make your move to Lake Macquarie.
Junior lights are on the gate. Gate is dropped. Russ, you're in the dog box there, mate.
In the dog box here, getting absolutely roosted by the junior lights class, mate. Everyone got out of the gate really well. The bikes were absolutely hauling as they come around the Dantia turn 2 corner and into the Kennard's Hire turn 3, mate. I've lost sight of them. What can you see, Dave?
It's the 6:13 of Noah Thomas getting the whole shot, but I think he's been shuffled back to second now in that third turn there of our circuit. Pretty sure that's the 278 that's made the move of Will Cale to the front of this pack now. But I heard from, if I've got my details correct here, I think Noah Thomas was meant to be out there yesterday but had a bit of a bike issue that they've sorted out there at Boyd's Moto Surgery. So good to see him having a good start here on the day 2, because day 1 didn't go to quite the plan from the info I got told. Now, the 360 has made a move in the second. That's Braden Lovelace on the Husky. So he's making a move forward as well, and I think there's a change in third there, which might be the 169 of Tyson Williams. We'll check that out as they come down the hill past our finish line for the first time. But it's going to be leading this one early, the 278 of Will Cale, as they shoot across the start section into the bottom of the circuit for the first time in their moto today. Lovelace is second. It is Williams in third. Noah Thomas, is, after that whole shot, is in fourth. Riley Tung, fifth. And Josh McCloskey in sixth. Just noticing as well, there's the 18th position, the 410. Oh, is that the... Yeah, 410, I'm just hearing, has pulled off. Now, I did see them having a bit of a fire drill this morning before qualifying, not having that bike running as such. Lots of parts going on and off that one, so obviously they're still having a bit of a gremlin in that machine. As we see Williams trying to make a move on second position there, not quite getting it done. So still Lovelace holding on to the second position on the circuit. Cale still out in front, but the gap is very tight here between our lead 3. Up and over the center tabletop they go, throwing the bike sideways, trying to stay low. Cale blocking that inside, just protecting himself at the front of the field. Lovelace got a little squirrely on the exit of that and almost shot across the front of Williams. Williams trying to dive inside. He's going to, oh, didn't quite have enough, didn't quite get far enough up. I thought he was going to be able to block the exit run for Lovelace, but Lovelace was quick through that rut. Lovelace dives to the inside. Is he going to try and make a move here? No, Cale sweeps around. Oh, Lovelace loses the back end of the bike at the top of that corner there before they drop off to come down the hill. But I think Williams might have a bit of pace here. He's just getting a bit blocked out by the second position of Lovelace. And Williams is going to dive to the outside, try and carry some speed into these rollers. Can he get level? Will he block? No, he's going to get closed out, but he's gone to the inside. Can he make a run here? He's going to try and make the move. I think he might have it done here. He does. He's moved himself in the second, so Tyson Williams up a position here in our 13 to 16 years Junior Lights category, Moto 1. Can he make a run at Will Cale now? He's going to shoot to the outside in the Dantia berm, does Williams. Cale still leading this one. Couple of different... Oh, Cale, our leader, has gone down. He's fallen right into the line of Tyson Williams. And that's meant that Lovelace has swept around the outside of both of them to take over the lead. Cale trying to get that Husky machine back into neutral. Trying to get it going. It's not firing. He's fallen onto the throttle housing side, but he's got it fired up now. Probably had a bit of dirt and something stuck in the throttle there. He's up and moving, but he's fallen from the lead. He's dropped down quite a few positions. I think he's going to be outside the top 5 now. So a change in our running order with Lovelace going to be taking the lead, and Williams, who got caught up. Cale literally body fell right in front of him in the corner, so he didn't run him over. That was nice of Tyson, but he possibly could have to take the lead, but he was nice and polite there not to injure our Will Cale, who was the leader, but now dropped right off. So Williams got to make another move now on Lovelace, who is your leader of the moto. Will Williams make the same move here as they get down into the bottom of the circuit that he did a lap before? These two have gapped the front out a little bit over third position, who I think is the 259 of Joshua McCloskey. So McCloskey having a decent run here. Riley Tung is 4th. Travis Barker is 5th. Jonathan McGregor 6th. Didn't quite pick up how far down our early leader Will Cale has fallen. We'll check on that as the scoring rolls around again. So Cale's down to 10th, unfortunately, just in front of the 203 of Jiley Thompson. But our battle continues on, so Williams wasn't able to make the same move that he did a lap earlier through the bottom section. He's going to have to find another way around the 360 of Lovelace. But plenty of time in this moto left to go. Still 6 minutes plus a lap. There is your 9th position, the 203. Thompson on screen. Kale just there, just behind. Got a lot of work to do, does Kale, after that crash. Not how he wanted this moto to go. He was looking good there at the front of the pack. Maybe couldn't sustain the pressure that was coming from behind and just tucked the front in the rut. There is a bike out there that doesn't sound right as it goes past our commentary box. But our battle at the front continues. Lovelace, Williams. Williams getting all sorts of squirrely, trying to go across the start area. Lost a lot of ground that time past. I think that Lovelace also has gone purple on our screen. He has. So the last time around, Brandon is your fastest with a 137.4, but Williams keeping him very close there, 137.5. So nothing in it between those front two, apart from that mistake from Williams. So he's going to have a bit of ground to make up here, does Tyson. Lovelace on that Husky, T-Dub supported, Jim Sherritt, All Pro Racing, Newcastle Power Sports and Ando 100, obviously doing the coaching there for Brandon. As he sweeps, oh, we almost tucked the front in the whole shot berm there. Just as he went to pivot to make the exit of the corner, the front pushed and went right up high, but he managed to dab the foot and keep it upright. Going to have to be careful there on the exit of that next time around. Williams going a nice wide run down the hill, but then sweeping into the inside, carrying the front wheel for a good portion up that hill there as well under the horsepower. Two different lines across the top of the circuit. Bit of crisscrossing. Like I said earlier in one of our other motos, the seniors do get a little bit different runs here at times, and will use a lot more of this circuit as they flash over the finish line, past the commentary box and down over the start line. Better run this time for Williams as they both go to the inside of the split option there. Williams carrying the front, wheel tapping into the early section of the rollers. Did that quite nice, very nicely, if I do say so. Up the hill we travel, putting down the power, the gap between these two, nothing in it really. Lovelace doing a good job considering he got passed early by Williams and only sort of got this lead back by a bit of a gift when our leader Kale fell off in front of Williams and blocked his path. To rebound the way he has here, Lovelace, when he's got gifted this lead back and find the pace that he has, doing a great job in this middle part of the moto. Now the trick will be if he can hold on to it all the way to the finish and keep Tyson Williams at bay, because Tyson's having a strong run in this moto. Good positioning for Lovelace on that downhill braking. Elbows up, body nice and tight in his standing position. Controlling the motorcycle well. Williams nice and wide on the entry to that corner at the top of the hill to try and get that run to pivot and jump and step up on the top of the hill there. Another lap in the books here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Junior lights, 250cc. It's the 13 to 15 years on track. The battle's raging here at the front. Lovelace with another fast lap here. He's gone purple again, a 137.2 this time past. So the track is fast, is getting faster here as the day wears on. Williams no slouch either, but a 137.7. So our battle rages on at the front with Lovelace with that fastest lap. Russ, I hear you down on the start straight, mate. You got some, oh, Lovelace, hold on, Lovelace almost throws it away. He's over-jumped that jump down the hill, bottomed out the bike, got both feet off the pegs. His chest was on the bars. I thought he was going to go over the whole shot graphics berm there for a second, but he managed to gather it up. He's still got the lead, but Williams is right to his back wheel. Russ, what are you seeing, mate?
Mate, Williams is about to make the move on Lovelace. That could have really been a game changer. Let's see how they come out of that bottom corner. He has. He's made the move on him. That crash or near crash might have knocked the wind out of him or something's happened, but he's certainly dropped off the pace there and lost that position as they come down the hill there. So change of leadership here in our race. Lovelace is doing so good to hold that pace, and now it's switched over to Williams. So let's see if Lovelace can hang on to the back of him and score a second position. While the boys are doing battle there, I'm down here on the start grid again, mate. Just watching for this next race set up here for the boys. I can see Lawler, Reed, Cam Fort, and a few of the other guys here all prepped and ready. But remembering earlier when we were talking about gate pick and what was going on there, and there's certain preferences that riders are looking for. If you look across the start gate now, you will see that from gate 21 all the way to 40 is jam-packed, with only a few riders going inside the dog box from about position 15 up to 20. That means that the riders are seeing there is a distinct advantage of being on this, what we would call the outside gate pick rather than the inside. That means they're all thinking the same thing that we were earlier, that a straighter run into that apex is going to be the advantage that they are all looking for. Now, as we look back up on the racetrack here, it looks as though Lovelace has dropped off just slightly, and Williams has got a bit of an extended lead out there as he heads up into one of the horsepower hills and comes back down into all those braking bumps. It looks as though that gap is now set.
Yeah, Williams is having a look over as well. He's enjoying this now that he's got to the front. But I've had a guest come and join me here in the booth, Russ, so we've got another man to come and have a chat to us about the racing here. He's the Moto Coach Honda team manager. We'll check if that's the right thing to say, but it's Lee Gainford. How are we doing, Lee?
Yeah, pretty good, thank you. Yeah. Thanks for having me in the booth.
No, good, all good. We'll get this mic a little bit closer to your mouth and we'll make it so we can hear you.
Brilliant.
But yeah, you're running a nice little program here for this year with a couple of Hondas under the tent there.
Yeah, look, we had some discussions late last year about putting together a team, and yeah, we wanted something that kind of fitted in between what Lee Hogan was doing in the juniors and what Yariv was doing with the pro team. And we had a little chat with Honda, and we put together a group where we wanted to just support riders a little bit more, kind of with a bit of a mental health focus, make sure that the riders are supported. And yeah, we went out and looking for some CVs, and we picked up a couple of hot riders.
You've got a couple of good ones, honestly,
yeah.
Really, between obviously Reese Budd probably being your named guy, the big top one. But
yeah.
Cooper Holroyd's no slouch. Brandon Steele's there as well.
Yeah. Look, you know, initially when Reese was in contact, I had a chat to him. I go, mate, what are you doing talking to me?
Yeah, why? What are you doing?
Right. But he'd had enough of the pro teams and how they operated. Wanted something a bit different, and his program suited our program. Coop was always in our sights. Like, I've liked Coop for a lot of years. He's a great kid, great family.
He's a good rider, bud.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. And he's going to go fairly well around here today.
Well, he was one of the top of our charts at one point in the MX1 qualifying, so he's no slouch at Lake Macquarie, obviously, and he's not too far from here. I was saying he's from Western Sydney, so he's obviously been here a couple of times before, so he knows his way around.
Yeah.
As we come across the finish line here, we just grabbed our winner. Tyson Williams does get the job done in the 250, 13 to 15 years. Lovelace is going to come across there in second position. And we'll just wait for our third place rider to come through, which should be, it is the 259 of Joshua McCloskey. So good ride there for our top three. Interesting moto there with our leader, Kale, going down early. And yeah, just changing things up a bit. Tyson trying to not run him over in the middle of that moto too as he crashed right in front of him. So interesting moto there for our 13 to 15 years 250. We might grab a quick break before we come back to our next moto. So we'll take that chance and we'll be back with more action.
Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1800 155 155.
Right, the 15-second board is going up. It's our C-grade lights. MX2 on the start line, 5-second board. Revs are up. Bit of a hold here. Bit of a long hold there on that one. Gates dropped. Couple of bumps in there as they took off in that early part of the track. But it looks like it's going to be, is that the 12 of Jake Taplin, our current points leader? Oh, who was the Yamaha that snuck around and tried to take the line? We've got a Honda on the inside of the track as well. A lot of bumping there, but I think Taplin's going to hold on to this one with the lead here. And who is that Yamaha that tried to sneak through there? And there's the Honda, the 981. That's Samuel Noonan. He was off track there at the beginning on the inside of it. I don't think he meant that one. There's the 27 of Richie Lawler. He is second in the championship in this class as they run after camera. So bit of an exciting start there for that opening couple of phases of the track. These things will settle down now as they head to go up and over the top of the horsepower hill. Taplin still leading. Still haven't picked up the number there on the Yamaha. As we see them battling there, Taplin sweeping around. The Yamaha wants a piece of this lead here. They've drawn level, so he's going to try and take this from him. It might be the 68 of Jake Snow, I think it is. Looks like he's going to take this lead away. Yeah, it's Jake Snow on the 68 machine there. Good job with that early pass. So as that position has changed there, Taplin now in the second. I can see Ebic there in fourth, trying to make a move to third. Lawler's in fifth. We'll keep an eye on these guys, but we've got Russ down behind the start line there with one of our racers from the previous moto. Russ, who have you got?
Mate, I'm down here with Williams, the 169 machine, who's just come off the track after his win. Mate, give me a little bit of a rundown of that race. There was a bit of a chop and change of leadership there. There was a few incidences as well. Give me a little rundown of how that race went for you.
Yeah, I didn't get to the best of the start, but managed to get to the front pretty quickly. And then the leader went down and I almost hit him. Sorry to Will. But yeah, and then just comes down to fitness with all the lines. Line choice is very, it helps a lot when you have the right lines. And yeah, I just got to the lead and rode my race from there.
Mate, you did really well. What's the secret to the track here at Lakes today? You're talking about lines. Is the start super critical, or is it more about making smart decisions and choosing better lines throughout the race?
Oh, well, the start makes it a lot easier, but if you get the right lines, you can make passes quick, and yeah.
Awesome, mate. Well, you're riding really well out there. Can't wait to see you ripping in for the rest of the day, mate. Congratulations.
All right, we're back with our coverage. Good interview there with our rider after that moto. But we're just watching as that conversation was going on that our leader who just took the lead in this race, Jake Snow, he went down and has thrown away the lead. So all that effort, Lee, there, and he's got nowhere basically for all that effort that he did to get to the front. He did a great job, but then threw it away.
Absolutely, he was in a great spot there, and just yeah, be very disappointed with himself now. He's got to do all that hard work again.
I think he dropped all the way back to 6th or 7th. Yeah, he's in 7th position, so he's got probably 10 or 20 seconds to make up now after that with that crash.
And as you've seen, the track's so fast and the inside lines are pretty well set, and if a rider is protecting, they're hard to pass.
It's been very much that way. There's been a few riders very good at protecting that inside position as they're positioning themselves on the track. So the passing hasn't been great so far today.
No, but you know, it's formed up. So you know, start has always been critical here at Lakes, though, right? It's kind of one of those things. So you can probably say that about any track, but here, in particular, once it's formed up like this, there was pretty much 1 or 2 good lines, and then you've just got a battle from there.
Well, the start is also here at Lakes a bit of a who's the bravest wins too, because you don't really have to shut off on this first corner. It's a very sweeping, open corner, so if you want to be brave, you can go in there first and go the hardest. But
and it tends to lead to a fair bit of bump and run in the 2 and 3. Yeah, exactly.
This one was a great start for that example because, I've been mentioning that now, expecting something to happen in turn 2 and 3. Finally got it.
Yep.
And look, we had a couple of guys off the track even, so all happening there. But settling down here. Taplin is in the lead. Ebic is there in second position now. Lawler is holding down third. So good option, good run here in the C-grade MX2. So when are your guys out on track next? Is there a couple of motos down here?
Yeah, we've got Hadley out in this one, but he dropped it in a corner just after the rollers, so he's a ways back. And this next one, MX1 A, MX2 A. We've got Reese Budd and Caden Gray, and that one should be pretty good. Obviously, Reese is pretty good on the 250. He was going to race the 250 again in the 450 race like he did at Canberra for round 1, but horsepower's at a premium here, so we had a 450 there, so in the MX1 A grade he's going to be on the 450.
Oh, nice.
So,
okay.
Hence the pretty quick lap time.
He did do some nice times there in that qualifying session. So,
yeah.
Cool. Taplin with a bit of an issue there, trying to get out of the corner, but he still holds the lead just. But, it's great to see, like, Reese obviously hasn't done this championship in quite a while, since he's obviously moved up to Queensland in the recent couple of years. But to have him back doing it and he's getting some more bike time, obviously it's helping him at the start of this period when he's switched to your team now.
Yeah.
Getting familiar with the Honda. Yeah,
and part of the deal was we're Sydney based. We wanted riders who are Sydney based, but with Reese, he's got his family here and his brothers are here. He's going to be here a lot. It was easy to make sure he's got a practice bike for Queensland and race bike kept here. So, no problem getting him through this series.
Ebic with a move to the front. By the looks of it in the bottom section of our circuit. He's got past Taplin now. But there's a black rider just blocking the line that I think Ebic wanted to take. It's given Taplin a chance to try and sneak back on the inside, but that, all very tight here running in the Kennards High corner. And that, the exit of that corner looks terrible. Very shiny as they both lit up the rear tyre trying to put the power to the ground. But Ebic now with the lead. So Bud's got a practice bike in Queensland. He's obviously got the race bike you're probably just transporting and looking after around the Sydney area.
Yeah, that's
take
right.
Between the Nationals. And is he using that here or is he just using practice
He's on his race bike here. We used the race bike for the first time at Ozpro last weekend at Wonthaggi. So we had only had a couple of hours on it, and it's got a different motor characteristic to his prac bike. So it was important we did a couple more hours on it this week.
Get familiar?
Yeah, it's just it just takes a little bit more to get used to that bike. Overall, it's a lot more powerful, but it's just got a different style of putting out the power. So he needed a bit more time on that. He did some time on the 450 as well this week and last week. So it's we're in a comfortable spot, and and at the end of the day, the whole team's well placed. We've got Stilo trying to come to grips with the Honda, and he's getting the hang of that pretty good now. And there's there's a couple of other guys who are kind of we're looking to support some of the younger guys too. We had Charlie Thompson out in that Junior Lights 250 class.
Yep.
Great young kid, just coming to grips with the Honda too after a lot of years on a white bike. And then
he's come back from an injury recently too, or something.
We've got
socials.
We've got there's a few kids like that. Jaden Muffety would normally be racing here, but he's just had a collarbone plated after coming back from a while off.
It's a traditional motocross injury, collarbone plating, right?
Absolutely right.
I think we've all got one of them.
Oh yeah, man, 100%. It's just one of those things where it's a brutal old sport, and if the ground's a bit tough when you hit the deck, well, you kind of know all about it. So. Yeah. But no, we're really happy with the team. We've got the 4 pro guys racing Ozpro, and we're supporting like some juniors like Jaden, Charlie, and Kingston Meyer, who's not here today. But just supporting some riders just to come through with the view of just developing. We want to develop riders. We want to kind of put them in a position where maybe down the track your Reeve does give him a tap on the shoulder. So, hey, I've got a spot for you.
Be that stepping stone.
Yeah, we're filling that gap, and then we're doing it with a real rider focus. We're really kind of conscious of some of the stuff that can go on in the big teams. Can be a little bit detrimental. So we're just looking forward to having a good year, enjoying ourselves, getting a few results on the board, and developing our young guys.
So if a couple of those Kingsford boys go down and they want to steal Reese, do you just like fight him off with a stick, Reeve, or what?
I don't know. I think Reese is enjoying himself. He's got Damo as his mechanic, and we're having a pretty good time under the pit tent there. So
he looks happy at the moment when I see him in the pits. So
man, you know as well as I do, a happy Reese is a fast Reese.
Yes.
So, and I think it's having him on the team. It's really benefiting Coop. It's benefiting Hadley certainly. Brando, like. Having a guy like that who's just so calm and relaxed, great racecraft, great speed, obviously, but just keen to help out. And he's also helping out some other riders while we're here.
Yeah, I was talking to him yesterday afternoon about it, that he was helping a few of the younger kids out on the Saturday because they're here doing some sort of coaching while they're racing. So he's a busy guy as well.
He is a busy guy, but you think about a junior here yesterday, if they've got someone with Reese's experience. And he only does it for like 4 riders kind of thing, racecraft, track walk, and it just gives them a little bit of confidence that like he is a level 1 coach back in Queensland, so he's been helping me as an assistant for my business here too, the motor coach business. So it's and he's great with the kids, like he's really good.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. Oh, rider getting a bit sideways there on screen, throwing the legs out. But no, look, I think it's great that Reese is a part of that, doing that support, because it also means that, like, some of these kids, when Dad says to them, hey, you need to take this line or whatever, if Reese says exactly that same thing, Reese has got the weight behind it that I'm a pro rider, and it just settles a bit better, it sits a bit better than the Dad saying that.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, look at, and all kids are the same. No matter how good your dad is and what he's won, he's still Dad.
Yes.
And, and having, like I say, you did right, and having someone like Reese saying effectively the same thing, kids respond to that. So
definitely, it's good to have him back and part of the series for this year. So what's the plan for you guys for the rest of the year? Obviously, you're going to hit all the pro motocross rounds. We're looking to be at all of these state title rounds as well.
That's the plan. When we put together our program at the start of the year, it was Ozpro and New South Wales States.
Yep.
We're final throes of sorting out our Supercross.
I was going to ask that next. Are we going to be at the Supercross rounds as well?
Yeah. Obviously, Reese is number 3 in SX2, so we need him on board. Coop wants to race Supercross. Brandon rode Supercross the last couple of years, so we're sorting that out. And then in between, we've got a little trip to Club MX for 4 weeks.
Oh, wicked.
So, yeah, we've been there 3-4 years in a row now, and where it fits at the end of Ozpro and before our Supercross and AJMX, it's good timing for them. They will have just come out of Loretta's. Good timing for us, so it's in between.
So you're going to be there like August, September?
Yeah, 4 weeks,
Yeah, perfect.
August, September, yeah.
I've got a little trip planned myself over there in that sort of same sort of time window. I'm going to be at the last 3 nationals, doing some of my own media coverage there.
Yeah,
so.
handy. So, yeah, similar side of the country.
Yeah, yep. So, might see you over in the States as well.
Yeah,
so.
pop down to Chesterfield. We're just south of Charlotte there.
Yeah.
Come and say good day to the boys. They've got a great program.
They've got an amazing facility. I haven't been there yet, but Mike B, the media guy there, and I knew a couple other people that have been a part of that program. It looks amazing, and if you guys get the ride there, I'm jealous, basically.
Yeah, it is unbelievable. The off-bike training, the on-bike, the coaches have got, Hayden and Ben are just super. And then, of course, on that Supercross side, you've got Daniel and Reedy. So, like, just the way they put the program together, 11 tracks, sand tracks, rut tracks, Supercross, SMX.
Yeah, you can't beat it from a point of view of turning up and having a crack. As this race continues on, we've got about a minute to go plus the lap to go. Ebic continues to lead. Taplin's about 3 seconds back. Lawler is in 3rd at the moment. So that means that Taplin's probably still going to have a nice little edge on Lawler for the championship points side of things. But we'll have to keep an eye on how that goes into Moto 2. And then we go a bit further back to Blake Smith. Jake Snow, who was our leader early and went down. He's got himself back to 5th. So rider down on screen as well. I think that one looked like it hurt a little bit. Holding the arm, maybe, but trying to get the bike up at the same time. So hopefully just a bit of a stinging spot.
Yeah, that's a bit of an ugly corner too, isn't it? Right after that whoop section there. It's always a tough one there.
It's tough, but I think earlier today that section, the very inside, was very wet, and so that rut's gotten rather nasty on the entry. And obviously, you come in there a little bit out of shape sometimes off the last whoop there. Doesn't always work out well. So we're continuing on here. Haven't quite seen who we got there. It was a 981, I think, on screen. That's Samuel Noonan in 7th at the moment. So we're down, the time has expired. We're just waiting for Ebic to come past and get the last lap board. There he is in the Risen Unlimited corner. So he's had a good run in this one. Not the best start, but he worked his way through the pack. And he's controlling this one at the front here late with this MX2 C-grade moto. So Lee, sounds like you got a big year ahead, mate. You're going to get some sleep in all this, or how are you going to manage everything? Because you've got plenty to do, I have to say.
Yeah, I was having a chat on the phone to Yariv the other day. I said, geez, I don't know how you've done it for 20 odd years. Like, I haven't worked so hard in the last 3 months in all my life. It was unbelievable, 24/7. And it's, on the other side, you know what it's like. You ride in, you hand your bike over to someone, you sit down, you have a drink and a sandwich, and your bike's all sorted out for you. Have another ride. When you're on the other side of the fence,
it doesn't stop, right?
Man,
even when they take the bike and ride off, you then on the headset, taking times, checking lines on the track,
doing all these things. You know, if we got this track they were talking about ripping it and watering it on Friday, and they were worried about the rain. So we were set up for a softer track. So we were running around like crazy people yesterday, sorting out wheels. Oh yeah, unbelievable. But it is what it is. So like we wouldn't do it if we weren't enjoying it. So no, it's a busy year. It's gonna. We're pretty pleased with where we're at so far. We're going to tick off a couple more boxes, I think, before the year's done. Then for 2027, we can get into that planning early. Instead of this year was late, and a lot of the support companies had spent their budgets. So for us, 2027 planning can start early. We can talk to, and we've got some great supporters. Don't get me wrong, you know, Honda, Fox Australia, Mudgee Honda Centre, Boyds, Matty Boyds doing our motors, and Kenny at Factory Spec doing our suspension, doing a great job with our suspension. But there's a bunch of others, Han Wheels and VP and Rolson and Custom Print. We've got some really good people behind us, so pretty pleased.
Well, you've now got a good platform to show them what you were able to put out there on track for this first year, so you can at least show them what it is that they're going to hopefully sponsor too in the next one.
Yeah.
You're going to write it down. Did you say, Russ, it was the 251?
That's Hadley.
225, I believe it was, mate. He just rolled past the mechanics area here, very, very slow. Looked like he was holding some ribs or something. Not looking happy at all. Let's see if I can get eyeballs on him, but yeah, definitely hurting.
Lee's just pointed out that's his rider that's had a little moment. So, yeah, anyway, hopefully he's okay. You can find out when you get back to the truck.
Yeah, he actually crashed and had a big one at Canberra and hurt his ribs. So hopefully he hasn't done that again.
Re-injured it, yeah.
Yeah, the left arm's hanging off the bike, mate. He's definitely looking sore. He's just rolling up the hill at idle pace now. So I think we've got a little bit of an injury over there for one of your guys, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he could be. He'll be going straight back to the truck.
All right, so that moto has concluded. The 999 of Nate Ebic did get the win. The 12 of Jake Taplin, and then the 27 of Richie Lawler is your top three for our MX2 C-grade moto. We'll take a break on our coverage here at Lake Macquarie, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Donna? Giramento de K.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Donna? Giramento de K.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Back on track. Next race is up there. Russ, you're by the side of the line there, mate.
I am, mate, and what I'm seeing is the 332 has just had a shocking start. I don't know whether she stalled the bike or what happened, but she did not get off the gate at all, and has launched out last place there. As the girls come around to the Kennard's Hire corner and set themselves up for the roller. Struggling to see who's in number one there, Dave. You got eyeballs on that?
Yeah, Mia Cameron had the whole shot, but she's dropped back. But it's now the 219 of Ada Harris, the points leader, with that red plate on the bike. She's got to the front of this pack, so she's probably trying to make up for that mistake that she made in the MX women's race earlier in the day. Trying to run and hide, because I'm sure there's the 251 of Claire Pollard just a bit further back. She's about fourth in this pack at the moment, but Claire was challenging Ada all through that MX women's race for fourth and fifth there. So they were probably going to resume that battle, but Ada's trying to run away a bit quicker this time.
Yeah, mate, Ada was full of regrets when I chatted to her. She was visually upset, and I could see that there was a little bit of moisture welling up behind the eyes for her, mate. She wasn't real happy with the move that she did and the way that she sort of threw that last race away. So I think we're going to see a fired up Ada Harris in this one, where she's going to want to sprint out the front, give herself some breathing room, and then try and settle down to avoid making those costly mistakes again. She's just coming past me here on the start line and absolutely swinging off that machine, looking really, really good. Followed by the 258 and then the 251.
Yeah, Jayla Parker's had a nice start to this motor there in second position, but she is 5 seconds already behind Ada Harris, who's trying to disappear at the front, as you say, Russ. But Claire Pollard's made a couple of moves. She's about to make the pass, and I think she did into second on Jayla there. So Claire Pollard has now got some clear running to try and make her way up to Ada. We'll have to see if she can catch her from this bit of a poor start for Claire Pollard in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jayla too. She, Parker, she's really stepped up, mate. I've sort of watched her race a bit here over the years at Lakes. She's another local rider. And to me, she looks like she's really stepped her game up recently. Picked up a lot of pace. I know she's been training a lot with some of the local crew. I believe she trains under Ando. And, yeah, really stepped up her game, mate. So I'm pretty interested to see what she can do here this weekend at State Titles.
Yeah, I was talking to her dad, Aaron, after the opening round there, and had a few messages that we exchanged after the round about ACT and how things are going. And because Jayla, I think, has stepped up to this bike after last year, so she was still getting used to it at the opening round. But she is a local to this area, so she will have ridden Lakes a lot more often than Canberra, so she's a bit more familiar with the surface, and that probably makes her feel more comfortable here. But she is doing rather well now in this class today, at least so far. So we'll have to keep an eye on Jayla across the weekend.
Yeah, and she comes from good heritage, mate. Aaron, who you referred to him, or as all of us locals know him as Junior.
Yeah.
He's quite the rider. He does really well. So again, tends to ride, I think, in vets class.
Well, that was a topic of conversation, because that's what spurred me to check in with him as well, because he was our vets champion in 2025, but he's not running that class. And the word is that a few people said that he wasn't able to be in that class anymore because he was too quick.
Really? He got kicked out of vets, did he? Yeah,
well,
he's
look, you know, it happens. People like to have that vet class in a bit more friendly scenario, but he's old enough to be there, so he could run it. But he's running in the MX1, I noticed, and I think he was in that sort of top 20 range in our opening qualifying at least. We'll have to see where he is later in the day.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we see a Todd Waters run in Vets class recently, mate?
Very much correct at Canberra.
So if Todd's okay to run Vets class, I think everyone else that qualifies in the age group is fine. Because I tell you what, if I lined up next to Todd Waters in a Vets class, I'd be pretty upset too. But
yeah, look, I think that might have been a sore point after he realised that Todd Waters had entered. So anyway, moving back to the girls, Ada's out front. Claire's gone fastest at last lap around with a 146.6, so she's trying to bridge that 5-second gap to Ada now that she's got into second, but Jayla Parker's still holding that third position. So like we said, Jayla having a good ride here, getting accustomed to this bigger bike here.
Claire does look like she's made up a little bit of track time there on her, mate. Just looking at it visually, I'm not seeing the lap times in front of me, but she seems like she's shrunk a gap a little. As we watch Ada come down over the finish line jump there, just past your booth, and wraps around this really ruddy corner and goes flying across the start straight into the back section of our track.
Yeah, lap time-wise, that gap that you're visually seeing is accurately coming down. Claire doing faster again, 145.5, and Ada's doing 147s at the moment. So about 1.5 seconds that Claire took out of Ada's lead there on that last lap around, so she is closing this gap.
A few similar lines here from the girls as they come down from the back section and start to head up one of the first hills that they get into. Both of them tend to be running fairly high in the berms, looking to keep that momentum up, looking for traction. Ada Harris goes all the way wide, basically onto the grass there to get through the rollers coming up to the Risen Unlimited hill, whereas Pollard took more of a centre line and then dives to the inside rut. As she comes down, clears the triple nicely and sets up for centre. Ada still holding that lead, but Pollard definitely looking hungry.
I just heard that Honda of Pollard's over the center tabletop. It was wrung out as she hit the landing, trying to get maximum power out of it. She is trying to close this gap, and you can see on the screen now, she is visually getting closer. They are in the one shot as they headed down the hill there. So this gap might be closing up a bit more here by the time we get past the checkers again.
Yeah, Ada are about to come up to some lap traffic here. There's a rider on a green Kawasaki. The lap traffic always adds another element for these races, and it can play into their hands, or it can be a complete non-event, as it just was for Ada there. She went straight past her. Back marker rider made a great effort to get out of the road, and Pollard has also passed now too. So great work there by the back runner. Got the green flag, or blue flag I should say, and made plenty of room for those race leaders.
Oh,
so well
write
done.
it down, write it down. That's Ada has gone down in the bottom
of
the track. That rutted corner after the rollers has caught her out. Very similar position to what we saw Layla White go down in yesterday, just at the exit of the rut. Caught her out, she's dropped it. Pollard has made the move, but Pollard had closed the gap even further. She went a 144.7, so she was gaining. I think Ada felt the pressure yet again.
Yep, Ada's back up on the bike now, mate, but there is a huge gap. But Pollard did get a little bit caught up with another back runner as well. Ada seems to be okay. From what I can see, the bike looks fairly straight. I didn't get to see the crash, so I don't know the exact details of it, but the bike's looking straight and she looks okay. So good news for Ada Harris, but once again, mate, she's going to be feeling all kinds of emotions after tipping it over again. So another... I guess the first one probably wasn't an unforced error, but this one definitely felt like an unforced error out of Ada Harris. So she probably needs to have a little bit of a think about, you know, just the mental side of things and how she's processing that and how she's feeling the pressure coming up when Claire is behind her.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously just, you know, maybe she had to look back and saw the gap was shrinking. Maybe she just heard the motor getting closer to her. But whatever it was, she made that error there at the bottom of the circuit, and she's given up the lead. So she's got to put the effort in now to see if she can catch back up. There's Pollard coming over the finish line. Another quick time there, 145.9. Oh, another rider down here in one of our corners at the bottom of the hill, I think it is, and I think that's the 116 of Georgia, Lindsay. Just struggling in the deeper part of the circuit there, trying to get a footing and get back on top of the motorcycle. You see Pollard shoot out of the bottom there.
Ada's bike's just gone right past me, mate, and everything looks A-OK. Looks straight, doesn't look like there's any major issues with it. She has the hammer down as she heads into the back section of the track, but there is a huge gap to Claire Pollard that I don't know that she's going to be able to close up in the time remaining.
No, I don't think she's going to be able to bridge that gap. We're down to 2.5 minutes plus a lap left in this one. So unless she finds some supersonic speed, I think that gap is going to stay where it is. It's about 14.5 seconds, which is quite the distance. As you can see there, Claire just ducked out of screen. Ada a couple of sections back on the track. So good job for Claire on board her BCP Honda Junior Factory team ride there. She's changed gear colour from this morning. She had the nice purple Fox set on, but she's now in a blue and yellow Fox set. So she's obviously got a couple of good sets of gear there that she needs to run throughout the day.
Isn't that the worst thing for us commentators, though, Dave? Could we ask them not to do that?
Well, it is. Yeah, I did like the look, and I did recognise that was her. Just the change of colour, it just sort of threw me off at the start of that one. I had to look for her. But
oh, it gets me every time, mate, because I kind of get used to their numbers, their bike, and then their gear. And so when the riders go and have a little change of outfit halfway through, it's a little bit confusing.
Well,
but,
look, maybe she'll come out for the women's race next round with another different set on. We'll have to wait and see and just confuse it further.
Keeping us on our toes.
If the pit crew hears it, they'll probably tell her to change now. So just to throw us off further. But she's doing a good job in this moto. She actually did a really good job pressuring Ada in the first MX women's race. And she ended up getting 4th there. And this one's going to be likely going to be a win here if she can hold this together.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's sort of starting to be a bit of a strategy that the girls can use for Ada Harris, isn't it? She's a gun off the start and can absolutely put the hammer down and get a gap. But then any kind of pressure seems to bring her a little bit undone. So there's a bit of a strategy that the girls could kind of be using there to their advantage. So something that Ada definitely needs to think about and spend some time working on. But interesting, massive head shake from the number 67 as she comes down the main straight past me here. But yeah, getting back to Ada, she's definitely got a few things to work on. Speed's not one of them.
No, she's got that burst early, hasn't she? She's sort of that Ken Roxon sort of take off and run and hide at the start. She's got that fast twitch muscle fiber action happening without a problem. But we watch Claire come up the hill, a little bit of a head shake getting on the power up the hill through some of those acceleration bumps.
Yeah, and speaking of head shake, Dave, I'm standing down here just by the mechanics area looking at the section of track that crosses over the start straight. There's 3 or 4 big rollers developing. These are acceleration bumps from coming out of that ruddy corner as the bikes have shot down the straight. 3 or 4 fairly deep holes there that are developing. They're not super obvious, but you definitely can see them. And it's causing the bikes to move around quite a bit. That ruddy corner too after the finish line, there's a few lines in there that are absolutely treacherous. We saw this corner come into play yesterday for the juniors, and today it's formed up quite differently, but is still just as challenging and just as critical. Stuff up that corner and you don't get the drive down this straight that you need to get into the back section.
So Claire Pollard on her last lap here in the 13 to 16 years girls category. Got a nearly 20-second gap over Ada Harris in this one after Ada fell from the lead. Claire just trying to navigate a lapped rider here in the Dantia berm.
Yeah, this is what Ada Harris is hoping for and what she needs. Just Claire to get a little bit held up wherever she can. She's past that rider now, but definitely got held up for a couple of seconds. But again, if I'm looking at the visual gap, Ada's actually dropped off a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually gotten a little larger in the state of things.
Yeah, so interesting to see if Ada's feeling a little sore, if she's injured, or whatever's going on there. I might head to the start straight, Dave, and see if I can grab one of the girls for a bit of an interview.
Yeah, sounds good. We're going to have a special guest here as well in the booth at some point shortly, so we'll get to your interview post-race, and then we'll have a guest come and sit in with us here in the commentary booth as we just watch the end of this moto, and Claire getting past another lapped rider as they get to the top of the circuit there. Claire on that Honda in her Fox gear, going to head down the hill here and capture this first moto win for the 13 to 16 years girls category. Solid ride for Claire Pollard. Nice little fist pump, happy with herself there. So okay, have a little gap here before we see our second place rider, which will be the 219 of Ada Harris. Probably a little disappointed in herself after leading that moto early, putting it down there in the bottom section of the track. She's got to have to change up a couple of things as she comes over the line. She'll have to work on a few things for Moto 2 here. She's gone down in both her first motos today in the two classes she's running, so she'll be looking for a better run in her Moto 2s. And we're waiting on the third position rider, the 258 of Jayla Parker, as the 116 of Georgia Lindsay comes over. And Jayla Parker, there she is, third position on track. And Russ, you're down with our girls' car, so we got the leader, the winner, Claire Pollard.
Down here with Claire Pollard, mate, on a 251 Honda machine. Claire, what an absolute ripper of a race, mate. There was a lot going on there. Give me a quick rundown of how that race went for you.
Yeah, my start was pretty average. It wasn't too good, and then in the second corner I stalled it. Pretty much used all my body weight to get this bike up, and Ada was gone, and I slowly chipped away at the gap, and I knew a mistake could maybe get me the win. So I just held it in there, put my all in and tried, and then a mistake from Ada, and I got the win. Yeah.
Mate, not only did you get the win, you were pulling away from Ada the whole time. So there was some awesome lap times going in. Huge effort from you. Congratulations. That was a great win.
All right, MX2 A and B on track. Who's going to get the whole shot? Looks like the 275's right there, but the 22 is going to swoop to the inside. Oh, Riley Burgess almost puts it down in the Dantia berm. Almost spun around backwards, did Burgess. He's going to give up some track position there, but it's the 22 of Reese Budd on that Moto Coach Honda. It's going to take the lead here. Now they're going to have to keep this guy in sight because he was our fastest qualifier, and he's going to try to check out here on the Honda. He's going to turn some fast laps, is the 22 machine. As Kremer is in second on track. Haven't quite picked up who that third place rider is there. Bud trying to get the power down to drive up that hill. Good run for Bud. I see Wolf there in fourth position. I think that might be the 284 John Bova maybe in third position there. So we'll get an update on that running orders now they come over the finish line. It is Bova. So it's Bud from Kremer, from Bova, from Wolf, Webb, Weber, Eisel, and Burgess after that good start, but then turning himself around in that second turn there is in seventh on track. So we'll keep an eye on this action. These guys are going to be out here for quite some time. They've got a 18-minute plus one lap here to go through. So while we've got the chance, we're going to have a guest here in the booth. He's from Risen Unlimited. We've got Warwick, the owner, on the line with us. Welcome to Lake Macquarie, Warwick. How are you doing, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Good morning, and thanks for having us on the show.
Yeah, definitely. And Reese Bud's just decided to throw the bike on the ground as we brought in Warwick there. He was in the Kennards high corner. He's lost the rear end out of that rut. He's had to readjust the clutch lever, and he's having a bit of an issue. He's actually going to come to a stop there. He might have a bit of a problem with the front end. He's got to readjust it. He's getting back on. We'll see if he can get this going, but that's not how he wants this moto to go. Bit of an odd situation there, so we'll keep an eye on how far he's dropped down the order. And if he gets past our station shot, there goes Reese Budd now. So he's gone down quite the distance in this race. That's not what we expected to see at this point from Reese Budd. So Kremer is now your leader. Bova in second, Wolf third. So Warwick, you're the man behind Risen Unlimited. You're supporting the category here, look, the racing here. You've got the bannering out on the site.
Yes.
Good to be a part of the series, mate.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Working with Motocycle in New South Wales, and it's great to see all the months of office work and computer work, and then come out to the track and see it in actual reality.
It's a bit of back work, isn't it, to get to this point? But once you get out on track and you get the bannering up and you get to see it all on camera, it's a nice feeling. It shows all the hard work come out and play for it finally. Yeah, definitely. It's a collaboration between Motocycle in New South Wales and Risen, and on both sides there's a lot of work, hard work, and time and effort goes into it. And then you've got some people that are a step back from on either side that have got some involvement in different ways, and eventually you piece it all together, and hopefully it all happens on the day. Works out, looks good, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. As I've noticed, Riley Burgess has actually made a bit of a few moves there. He's getting a bit further up, and he might be into third finally. Charlie Campbell there on the Stark as well, just behind him. So Burgess trying to make amends for that interesting, let's say, second turn there on the opening lap. But Kremer's doing a good job at the front. So what are the products that Risen Unlimited has? What are the things that you've got in the catalogue? Okay, our main things is jerseys, race pants and gloves. We've got kits coming out soon, so I'm in the middle of designing up some kits to go together. So that'll go online in the next, say, 1 to 2 weeks. But our predominant products are gloves, jerseys, pants, and so yeah, trying to do some different designs, different colours and things like that, and we do some team stuff as well, some custom team stuff as well. So if a team wants their logos and etc. on the pants and jerseys, we do them as well.
Oh, Dave, sorry, a bit on you, mate, but Drew Kremer has just gone down hard in the rear whoops down here at the back section of the track, mate. He came flying in, lifted that front wheel up on his on his gas machine, sorry. Tried to wheelie through and lost the back end. The bike went sideways on him. He's got it back up and going again. But that could be changing the standings a little bit here.
I don't know what it is about this MX2 A and B class, Russ, but it seems that nobody wants to stay in the lead for very long.
Anyone wants to lock in, mate. There's just so much competition. The second you blink, there's a giant shift in the race. Awesome action.
Well, it now means that John Bover on the 284 machine is the leader, but I can see that Burgess is not too far behind him. So Burgess, despite having that issue on the opening lap, he might find himself in a chance for the moto win here if he holds this together now. So we'll have to keep an eye on where Kremer can get through the pack too, and we'll have to see how Reese Budd is progressing. But I did just see Reese Budd has gone purple with a 1:33.7. He's obviously got the bit between the teeth, because that's the fastest I've seen him go today out on circuit. It was faster than his qualifying session as well. So Reese Budd, man on the move, but he's only in 9th on track at the moment.
Yeah, Reese Budd's going to be feeling it, mate. That's not the position he wants to be in. His expectation is to be up the front and leading this pack. To make a mistake like that and potentially damage his bike is not at all the position that he wants to be in. So it's going to not surprise me at all if he's going to ride the absolute wheels off his bike to get it back to where he wants to get.
Pass for the lead, Russ, or attempted pass for the lead there. Burgess went to the inside in the rollers, but the outside momentum was carried through there by Bover. So Bover holds on to this for the moment. They have got a bit of a gap now to third position. Oh, another rider down.
Another rider down this back section, mate. Absolutely treacherous. That's going to help Reese Budd move up. And by the way, he just got a ripper of a line through these whoops, mate. He basically tripled in and then skimmed the last through. It was lightning fast.
Burgess alongside in the rollers up the hill here, heading to the Risen Unlimited banners as well. Good timing for the Risen man sitting next to me to be on the mic with us as Burgess tries to make a run down the hill here for Bover. But Bover's holding steady, but Burgess turned down early out of that berm. He's going to make the run. He's got the track position now. They both throw it sideways, trying to get back to the ground as quick as possible. Burgess to the inside, makes the move. Will it stick as they head back down? It does. So 275 of Riley Burgess takes over the lead of the MX2 A and B category.
There's another battle forming up behind them, mate. A couple of positions back. Is that Reese Budd on the move, I can see?
Reese Budd's listed now as in 6th, so he's made a couple of moves forward, so he will be challenging here soon, I'd say. We'll have to keep an eye on him on the scoring as they come past the finish once again. But Burgess got a little gap on Bova, but then there's some breathing room from Bova back to Campbell on the Stark, who goes past our commentary booth silent as a mouse on that Stark Varg. But it is Bud up to 4th position. He's got around Corey Eisel on the 23 machine. So Bud's on a mission. Can he catch the Stark Varg from here? He's got plenty of time till 10 minutes plus 2 laps, or plus a lap, sorry, to go here in MX2.
Bud uses the same line he did the lap before with the triple in and then a skim on the 3 out. He locked into one of the inside ruts and just held that Honda machine from Elite Moto Coach wide open to get around that back section. I'm hoping the guy's going to have enough fuel to finish this race, mate, the way that he's wringing the neck out of that thing.
Hopefully they filled it right to the cap, so we'll see how he goes. But I'm sure he's got enough in the tank there. I think Lee said that they run that VP, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, just looking back a few positions, Dave, I'm looking at Drew Kremer. He's missing a little bit of the spark that we used to seeing out of him. He's standing tall, riding a little bit like he's riding a bit of a trail bike there, mate. So there's something definitely not right with Drew Kremer and his setup right now.
I'd say he's probably just had the wind knocked out of him with that crash after the rollers. So he's probably just trying to get himself through this one. He's in 9th on track at the moment. Maybe he'll build back up to it as it gets, gets going. But yeah, you're right. He's looking just a bit lazy, let's say, in terms of the position. There's no aggression in these corners at the moment. As we see John Bova on screen coming down the hill, still in 2nd position. Let's have an update, see where Bud is. There goes Campbell silently. Bud is right onto the back wheel of the Stark Varg. So we're going to see Bud try to make a move into 3rd in this moto very, very shortly.
Sorry, mate. Burgess gets it all kinds of sideways through those rear rollers. And Bud, again, with that same line, the triple in, then skimming across the top into the inside rut. He's making massive gains. But Riley will need to take a bit of a breath after his run through those whoops because his bike kicked him super hard sideways. He'll need to catch his breath or potentially change his shorts, mate. That was a big one.
Yeah, well, maybe he'll have a fresh set of gear for next Moto 2. But in the bottom of our screen there, I can see Bud. He's about to try and make the move on Campbell. He's going to rail the Risen Unlimited banners, go right round the top there. But he hasn't quite got to the Stark yet. Campbell doing a good job in 3rd for the moment. But we'll get back, we'll have a quick minute here because we're going to have a little breather while these guys settle in and try and make some more moves. But Warwick, you were saying about the Risen brand there and some custom sort of stuff for the teams. Do you do the custom stuff for anybody and everybody, or is it just for the team guys that get in contact with maybe a larger order? What's the situation there?
We do both. My background is I was doing a lot of design work for BMX brands back in the day.
Okay.
And so I've been doing clothing design for quite some time for action sports.
Yep.
And then I got sick of doing designs for other brands and that, and felt like it wasn't paying off for me on a professional level.
Needed to do it for yourself, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, correct. And then I've spent the last probably 25 to 30 years doing custom stuff, mainly for mountain bikes, BMX and motocross. And so a lot of the stuff that I've designed in all those 3 categories, you can find them in various places overseas.
Yep.
So we've got people in Austria and the US, New Zealand, England, etc., all riding in custom gear that we design. So
very cool.
we do it for individuals, but we found that clubs and teams are the ones that are most attracted to it because we put their logos all over it. We design they give us a brief, and then we design it to their taste and colours and logos, etc. And we come up with something unique for the teams.
So you use like the sublimated prints where it's all within the jersey. It's not like you're sticking something on top of it like we usually have in the motocross scene?
100% correct. So we do up the design, and then through that design process, I'll throw a random name number on the jersey, and then so the teams can see what it's going to look like. They'll give me a list of their team riders and any co-sponsors, and the race number that they need, and then I'll design that into the jersey. And then once the approval process is finalised, it gets printed with the jersey, so there's no iron-on vinyl or anything like that. It's part of the jersey and the design.
So as we're going here, Bud has made the move from 4th all the way to 2nd, and he's got a few minutes here, 5 minutes plus a lap, so he's going to try and track down Riley Burgess at the lead of this race. So we'll keep an eye on that gap. At the moment, It is 2.5 seconds, but Bud is going 3 seconds a lap faster than Burgess at the front, so that's going to close here very quickly. Now, Warwick, I like the idea of the custom prints because a lot of our guys here, they'll go and get those jersey prints with their numbers done, but they're a big stick-on, and they can be rather uncomfortable, or they just feel bulky and they don't move with you or stretch with you, and then they end up peeling off the jersey. When it's printed in that sublimated sort of style, it just, one, it looks nice. It looks much better, right?
Yeah.
It feels better and it breathes better. So, yeah, if you guys are doing that, we're going to have to put some orders in, I think.
Yeah.
You're going to get some people here hearing this, and they're going to be like, yeah, let's go. Risen Unlimited, right?
Yeah, so we could either take their design that they've already got, give us a brief of a new design, or, just tell us a colour and we'll just make up something. And
yeah, nice.
The final approval gets done by the manager of the team or whoever's in charge, and we'll work with anyone in any capacity so that we nail the design exactly for them. We run like 14 sizes in jerseys, 12 different sizes in the motocross pants. So we've got everything from under 5 to, someone who might have a dad's bod perhaps.
What are you saying? No, that's great. So, and just quickly, what's the sort of time length of process from when they get in touch and kind of, put the order in? How long until that gear sort of comes around for them in the mail or whatever? How do you get it to them?
Okay, so with jerseys, we generally say around 4 weeks.
Yep.
Quite often we'll beat 4 weeks, just depending on the workload we have at the time of the order. Pants can be 6 to 8 weeks, and once again normally 8 weeks for the motocross pants, but 6 to 8 weeks. But generally we beat that as well. Generally,
nice.
So without guaranteeing it. So with say 6 weeks, you've got custom gloves, custom jersey, and custom pants, all done to the team's brief.
That is an awesome process to get a full custom look, because that's what we want here in the moto scene. Everybody wants to look different. Now, as we get back our eyes on track here, Reese Budd, despite having a little stop and check of the motorcycle in a couple of laps ago, he's managed to go from, I think he got back down to 9th, he's back to the lead. He's caught Burgess, gone straight past him across the start line, and now he is trying to check out on Burgess. Burgess probably wondering where he came from, because he wasn't there when he looked over the lap ago. But Bud is on an absolute mission here, turning 133.5 lap times, which is a couple of seconds, about 2 seconds a lap faster than Burgess is currently going. So I dare say he's going to leave Burgess in his wake as this moto still carries on. We've got still 2.5 minutes, so plenty of time for Bud. Maybe he should have had a picnic while he stopped, Russ.
Mate, he is absolutely on fire. He's been head down, bum up, just tracking Burgess down to get that move done. He's now made the move, and he's just got that Honda from Moto Coach Elite Team absolutely wedged. Watching him come into that back section is just something else, mate. He is on fire. He's riding so good. He's looking super comfortable. I dare say a little more comfortable than he was at Canberra when he was fairly new to that machine. He's obviously got some practice time in. He'll get a few hours up on the bike, and it's showing.
Yeah, I think that Canberra round, it was the very end of the Canberra round that he started to show some confidence in the riding. And I just saw that he was getting more familiar with the Honda, but he's definitely got it all down pat now. But he just went faster again, a 133.2 that he's down to now. So he is absolutely on the move, is Reese Budd. Burgess still in second. Bova still holding on the third there. Campbell not too far back on the Stark in fourth, but he's got this really big company from Justin McHugh on the 355 Yamaha. Eisel in sixth. I think I've seen actually here Drew Kremer has actually retired. He's pulled a DNF in this one after leading and having that crash after the whoop. So hopefully everything's okay for Drew. But it is Bud at the front of this pack, tearing up the hill, using all that horsepower, like we heard from Lee in just a moment ago when he was in the booth with us talking about this race bike being a little bit more powerful than his practice bike for Bud. He's getting comfortable on the power curve here, you can tell, as he shoots down through for another lap. But he's definitely left Riley Burgess. Riley Burgess having a good run here. Good recovery for him too after that very odd turn 2 situation there. he was almost facing backwards on the track in turn 2, looking at the field. That's how far out of control he'd managed to get himself. But Bud checking out, showing his class here. You're talking about that bottom roller section with Bud, Russ, and I think that's a bit of that Supercross level skill coming through for Reese. He's quite the Supercross rider, is Reese Bud.
Absolutely, and that line through that area, it's why I keep harping on about it, because it's really proving to be the difference between who comes out of that back section on top and who doesn't. If you're able to hold it wide open going down the main straight into that sweeping right-hand bend, but then a clean run through those whoops and lock it into one of those inside ruts, you gain so much time. He's tripling in and then skimming the last 3. He locks into that inside rut and he's gone. He's creating time right there, and it's showing. We can see the results. For him to come from 9th with a banged up bike all the way back to 1st, unreal.
Well, a man on the move as well in this class is the 355 of Justin McHugh. He's got past Campbell, and he's also got past the 3rd place John Bova. So we've had a change for the podium positions in this moto as well. So it's now Bud from Burgess and then the 355 of Justin McHugh. So McHugh on the move on his Yamaha, doing a great job here. He's going to come down. We'll get an update on this position because we are now on to our last lap of this Moto 4 MX2 A and B grade. McHugh just gone through, so he's 14 seconds off the lead. Burgess is now 5 seconds off the lead. Bud just come back off that pace that he was down into the low 133s. He's in the 134s now, so still holding a very solid pace at the front is Reese Bud.
Mate,
Bud
if that's his backed off maintaining speed, I think he's going to be okay today.
That's just fine, I'd say he's going to be just fine. As we see Bud down the hill into the whole shot graphics corner. Now, Warwick, we're talking about your ordering and stuff there. Is the best place to get in touch with you your website? I think it's risenunlimited.com, if I'm not mistaken.
In fact, the website's risenunlimited.com. The email is info@risenunlimited.com. It's simple. Yeah, just jump on there, send us an email, and then we'll go through the details. Every client's going to be a little bit different, so we just go through the details and then get the job done for them, basically.
Sounds like an easy process, and I like the fact that everything's custom. So that's a nice tick in my book. So as Reese Bud comes down the hill here, gets the checkers, a very interesting moto for the Moto Coach Honda rider, but he got the job done. He's going to head down there. Hopefully Russ will get a word with him shortly. Second position's going to go to the 275 of Riley Burgess. Also an interesting moto for him off the start there. Have to ask him how it was to look at the front of a moto field coming at you when you pull the whole shot and turn around backwards. McHugh, good ride for him over in 3rd, the 355. Very interesting moto there for our MX2 A and B. There's Campbell on the 52 machine coming across the line in 5th on that Stark. But did it in peace and quiet, did Charlie Campbell. Sounds to me like we've got our man on the spot, Russ, down with our moto winner. How are we going, Russ?
Mate, I've just pulled Reese Bud over here after an epic win. Mate, it is very, very awesome to see you have to go through the pack like that. I'm sure that's not how you wanted it to go, though. Entertaining for us, but hard work for you. Give me a little rundown on how that race unfolded for you, mate.
Yeah, look, I did what I needed to do, get out front off the start, and then silly me, there was just a bit of a rock in a turn, just carried a bit too much momentum, just popped my rear wheel up and went down, and somehow twisted my front end, my clutch levers bent down, so I got up, pulled off to the side, tried to straighten my front wheel a little bit. Clutch lever still bent down, not the way I wanted, but look, it's really good for me to do that sort of stuff, come through the pack. It's not a track that's easy to pass on, very minimal lines, but yeah, look, I made it happen, charged through, pulled a little gap, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Mate, one of the lines we noticed you taking was those back rollers. You're running that berm high and then tripling in and then skimming the rest. Is that a little bit of Supercross coming through?
No, just for me, it's very tricky to get into that inside line. It's not a lot to turn off, so yeah, I feel a little bit more comfortable carrying a bit more momentum, have that berm catch me, and then jump through the whoop. So yeah, nothing too crazy about that.
We saw Drew Kremer trying a similar line, and he ended up cartwheeling through there, mate. So you've obviously got it nailed, and it was a really good line for you, mate. But congratulations, hell of a race. Well done.
Right, on-track action is back and going. We've already dropped the gate in this next moto, which is our C-grade MX1. And it's the 27 machine of Richie Lawler out front. Standing out in that bright orange gear of Richie's. He's getting chased down by a Honda, and I think that's a Yamaha, but I can't quite... Oh, it is the 808. That's Lee Harriman. Our MX vet is in third. He's pulled himself a great start, has Harriman. And I think the Honda is our 981 of Samuel Noonan. So Lawler at the front of this one. Gonna put a lap in the books, but closely followed by Noonan there on that Honda. Two different lines. You see that head duck from Noonan. He obviously got a face full of roosts as they dropped off that section of track onto the start straight area. The roost hurts a lot around here at Lake Macquarie. Well, a bit of a slower moment there for Harriman in third. He had a bit of a look back, a bit of a moment on the exit of that rut there. Just here and got some riders down on the start, just before the start area. Oh, they've actually ended up in the exit area. One of them's the 21 machine, which is Lachlan Neville, but can't quite see who the other bike is. It's a Yamaha. It's a two-stroke. It might be our man, the 387 Stephen Wan from our vets class. He's ended up in that exit lane. Hopefully those guys are okay. We've got the red cross in the area, so we'll see that shortly when we come back around for the next lap. They're going to have to roll this section because that's a bit of a precarious position that they've ended up in, but it is still Lawler at the front with Noonan following closely behind in second. So these younger guys here are getting chased down by the vet in Harriman. As we see, yeah, so we're definitely confirming that it is 387, which is Stephen Wan, and he's from our vet class. So you can see all the red cross flags. They've got to roll this section, go nice and steady through there. So going to be interesting to see. Hopefully he's okay, but if he doesn't get up quickly, the end of this moto, they'll have to go a different way off the track because that's our exit lane from our circuit. So we'll see how that all plays out, but we just need those riders to get the attention that they need. Bit of a nasty area. As our race continues, once you get past the red cross flags, you are good to go. So we see the riders coming back up the hill here from our drone shot, back into the main part of our circuit. Lawler just bouncing his way through those uphill rollers there. Having a look over too as he makes that 180-degree turn there. Gets a good chance to see where the competition's at, how close they are as he hits the center tabletop. Richie's going to put down a pretty good weekend here if he continues on this manner. He had a good run yesterday in the 125 class on our Saturday program, day one. Having a good day too so far here in MX1 C-grade. Obviously trying to get his points up to try and be a part of that A and B class races in the future. As we see him come down the hill and he's got to hit that red cross area again. He's going to have to roll through this section. It's a bit difficult sometimes for these riders. I know the rider that's down and is injured. It's obviously difficult for them too, but when the red cross is out, it does break up the rider's rhythm of the lap, and they tend to break that heart rate and that flow that they've got with the circuit. So they do have to try and build that back up as soon as they get past the red cross. So we see Noonan go through the rollers. Harriman's still hanging in there from third position. He's not letting him get away too far. But Lawler has started to make a bit of a gap at the front. He's almost up to that 5-second mark. Overhead shots here. You can start to see some sections of the track are starting to really dry out. And, you know, just change the surface around a little bit. Now, we've still got Warwick here with us from Risen Unlimited in the booth. Warwick, thoughts on the track so far this weekend? Is a good-looking race circuit from where you've been watching? I've seen you've been out there with the camera, getting some shots.
Yeah, I've been getting some good shots. This is the first track I've ever taken motocross event photos at.
Really?
Going back a couple of years now with Danny Anderson and so on. And I was expecting the track to be pretty wet and slow today, and definitely got a pleasant surprise. It's a lot quicker than I anticipated, and a lot drier as well.
Had to go up on the shutter speed a couple of clicks, did we?
Yeah, definitely. Keep up with the front runners. Yeah, they're hitting it and sending it. So it's a lot of good race action today.
Yeah, the track's formed up fairly well today after yesterday's efforts with all the juniors out there. It's staying quite like, it's not as windy today either, so that's helping us. It's a bit more pleasant for us sitting stationary as well. I ended up with 2 jackets on because I was getting the breeze straight through here. Wow. But yeah, it's a much more pleasant weather day here today for day 2 of our action. As we just keep an eye, I think we've cleared our riders from the exit lane section, so hopefully they're okay. But Richie Lawler's just gone purple on our screen. He's gone a 139.4 leading this moto. So you see Noonan through the middle of that Dantia berm, just trying to find some nice running line there. Smoother section. Gets the bounce through the rollers. So Warwick, with your printing too, I was just thinking, did you print custom on the pants?
Yes, we do. The whole kit.
Oh, hold on.
The whole kit's custom. So yeah, people are loving the pants. Once again, and I designed in 3D as well, so you can see what it's going to look.
Wrapping around, so you can actually see that in the modelling.
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah. So when you see, I design in 2D, and then we'll get something that's either exactly what the customer wants or close to it, and then I'll then change it up into 3D for the jersey and the pants, and you can see what they look like if they were a real jersey on somebody. Obviously, there's no person there, and then put the top and the pants together so you can get an idea of how they match, etc., etc. And it's an easier way for people to visualise how it looks, because in 2D it just looks like a flat.
Yeah, it's hard to understand where that's going to sit on the body, especially if you're a bit more of a curvier person.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell. But yeah, so the 3D, the pants is an interesting one, because you always tend to end up, you might be able to get your jersey set up, but to have the pants to match is always a trick. But if you can print the whole thing, because we could come out with some interesting setups here. I'm sure we could, you know, send somebody out in an Elvis suit or something, basically.
We actually did a custom kit for a BMX team up Taree, and the team's called Bonehead.
Okay.
And the top and the pants, front and back, are a skeleton. And it's a white skeleton, just the bones, on a black top. And in the right light, when the kids are riding the bike, it looks like it's just a skeleton riding a push bike down the track.
They do night races as well for the BMX side of things, don't they?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they'd hit the light in the right point, and that would be kind of creepy, actually.
Yeah. So the kids are gravitating towards it. We do the skeleton on the top of the hands as well. And so it just looks like I said, in the right light, there's a skeleton riding a push bike down the track or competing.
Look, I guess for the moto side of things, we have a bunch of injuries. We could probably start putting like little red crosses on all the brake points if we did that across the body. Probably not ideal, but if you're coming back from injury, it might be funny if you did it. So
that'd be a good gag gift, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I hope you're feeling better. Here's a jersey with where you broke your bone on. Yeah. That'd be.
We could probably almost do the artwork based on the scan. If it was a broken bone in the forearm, for example.
Just scan the X-ray into the computer and put it up. That'd be that's great. That's gold.
Yeah. There's not much we can't do when it comes to design. So I like it when people come up with bizarre ideas. And the more bizarre and that they come up with, it's a challenge for us as graphic designers.
Keeps it interesting for you, right?
Correct, yeah, exactly. And it gets the juices flowing too when people go, I want any colour except black. Because black's the new black and it's never gone out of fashion, never will.
Yeah.
But when people want to go very colourful, I'm like, yeah, that's my jam basically.
What's the wildest colour you've had to put on a gear set?
Well, 286 like bright colours, and we actually sponsor a little autistic girl in the USA.
Okay.
And she races BMX, and she's so easy to deal with. She hates the colour yellow.
Okay.
And she likes anything bright. And that's all she wants, something bright. And each year we do up a new kit, put a name and everything on it. She goes out, tries her heart out all year, doesn't complain about anything, as long as it's bright colours. So she's like out of the box in terms of colours.
Yep.
286 have got some interesting colours that they like as well, which are going doing the circuit this weekend.
Yep.
The Bonehead one I mentioned, that's pretty cool.
That's really cool, actually. I like that. So yeah.
And then everything else is probably within the box, pretty much stripes or mainly black and stuff like that. So, but we like to push the limits of creative design as much as we can. So, but when we get into teams, they've got like a brief that they have to stick to, especially if it's more corporate. And so we're okay with that. But yeah.
No, that's the custom world of gear is obviously a niche sort of thing, but to be able to have your own look on a track, because everyone can go down and buy the gear off the shelf from the the dealer.
Yeah.
That looks good, don't get me wrong, but to have a unique look, that's where the ticket's at. And obviously you guys at Risen Unlimited are able to give that to a lot of the riders out there, so they're just going to have to get in touch with you, aren't they? Like you said, info at risenunlimited.com to get in touch, or the website. As we keep an eye on Richie here.
We have our production pants too. And so what we do is, in the case of the pants, we take our large Risen logo off, and then whatever the team's logo is, or it could be just someone who owns a business, local sole trader business, electrician, or someone like that who races, weekend warrior type scenario, and they want everyone to see the name of their bricklaying business, their electricity businesses, etc., etc. So they tend to come across to us as well. So. And with the pants, we've got a lot of, they're nice and lightweight, and the panels, actually we use a stretch fabric.
Yep.
So if you've got two people the same size, but they're a different shape, the pants
works.
Conforms to their shape, and then still allows them to ride the way that they want to ride with their unique styles.
Well, that's the trick here in moto, because we can end up in some really precarious positions at times, and you don't want the pants to limit where you're going for that move. So,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the four-way stretch is a key ticket item in a pant design these days. We watch Richie Lawler. He's still got the lead here. He's got a 15-second gap over Sam Noonan. And Lee Harriman continues to hold down third. Bennett, Quinn, and then Elijah Dick. Just some of our top running in here in the MX1 C-grade. Got just over a minute and a half plus a lap to go here. I've seen Lawler just throwing a few whips out the front of this field. He's obviously got a nice gap and feeling comfy. So he's getting that KTM machine a bit sideways at times, just because he can. As he goes through the inside rut, he's going to make his way down. But keep an eye on him right here, because when he gets to this center tabletop, this is where I'm sure he's going to put on a little bit of a show. Let's see what he does this time past. A little bit. Let's watch the next one. Here we go. That's more like the Richie Lawler I've seen throwing down in these races. And I think we've got our man down on the start line. Russ, you wandering around yet again?
Always wandering around, mate, doing my little walkabout thing, getting my steps up, trying to keep Beachy at bay today on the step count fight, mate. And guess what? I've actually got him under control, which is not normal. Beachy, the gentleman who basically runs the show, he's normally got me covered, but putting a bit of extra effort today, mate, so I can get bragging rights over him.
We're meant to be competitive on the track, not in terms of how many steps we've done.
Look, when you can't ride a bike half as good as any of these blokes, mate, you can compete in whatever you can, right? And today, for me, it's steps. So leave me alone, Dave. I'm having my own little competition down here, mate.
Righto, battle on, mate.
But looking at the track conditions, yeah, they are changing a lot. That final corner where we just saw those two riders come together is looking super treacherous. You can go a high line or an inside line, about the only two clean ones. Everything in the middle has got some nasty ruts with some terrible hooks in them. Down across the start straight, some big rollers and holes are starting to form up in there. The track crew just putting some water down to try and keep the dust under control and keep some traction underneath these guys. The back section of the track is holding up really well, actually. It's got a bunch of moisture in the rear tabletop and in that sweeping left-hand bend, and the rollers are still looking quite good. So the track overall, I would say, mate, for halfway through the day, looking really, really good. The track crew have done an awesome job to keep things looking and riding really well here.
Lawler just coming over our centre tabletops there. I'm not sure what he did just in that section before while you were talking there, Russ, but he was giving a little wave to somebody. I'm not sure what he was doing exactly, if he was waving or just saying sorry, but he had the hand up. So anyway, Richie doing hand gestures as he continues to lead this one through. I think he's going to get the last lap board here as he comes down the hill this time past. It will be the last lap for our leader, Richie Lawler. Now Richie got Car Brothers Motorcycles, KTM on board. He's also supported by Boyds Motorcycle Surgery, Fox Racing Australia, Elite Design Co, Aduso Concreting and Pumping. Geez, Richie's got some trades in the background here. Electrical as well, Valley Bike Co, Remora Group, Bracknell's Logistics. So Richie Lawler got plenty of support there, getting his program out on track. Noonan still holding down second, and Harriman, our vet, doing double duties here in the C-grade MX1, still holding down third position. Lawler on the pegs, all the way to the middle of that Kennard's high corner before putting in that seated position to drive out of the rut there. Just making his way past a few of our lap riders. I think that's actually the 21 up and going after one of the riders that was down in our exit lane at the beginning of this moto. So that's right, mate. That is young Lockie Neville there on his Husqvarna machine. He's looking back and being okay, I believe. He doesn't look like he's injured or hurt in any way, and the bike looks reasonably straight. Now, I've seen Lockie hit the deck a few times over the years, and yeah, he seems to have taken this one okay. He was slow to get up, which made me think that he was injured. But watching him riding right now, he's looking like he's totally fine, mate, and it looks like the bike is okay as well. So hopefully nothing major going on for Lockie Neville there, the number 21. He's a quick rider, and yeah, we'd expect to see big things out of him this weekend. Now Lawler throwing it sideways, gets the win here over the finish line. Takes those subtly over the top graphics that I commented on earlier to the race win. We see the 21 and the 11 come through there. They're not our second and third positions. They are laps down, unfortunately. But we're looking for Noonan to come through here shortly to grab that second position. And that will be our top two. There goes Noonan on the 981 Honda. There goes through the 23 machine in this class, which is Cooper Reed. So we're looking for the 808, which will be third on track, which will be Lee Harriman. Just keep an eye on our finish line section here. That's Harriman there, finishing off that moto. So that is our top three in the C-grade MX1. Lawler from Noonan, from Harriman. We're going to take a break in our coverage here at Lake Macquarie. We'll be back with more racing action right after our break.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7. Please stay safe, and thank you for your support. To donate or for more information, visit rescuehelicopter.com.au or call 1-800-155 155.
All right, we are back here at Lakes. State titles, round 2. We're halfway through the day. The track has changed immensely over the day, as we keep talking about. Junior lights 13 to 15 are on the gate, ready to go. You can hear the 125s. You can see the smoke. They're all ready to go. Just quickly before we get into it, I wanted to take you viewers at home through this section of track. This is a really fast section of track as the riders come over the finish line, come into this nasty, ruddy corner, and then hit the power to go down past the canteen and the mechanics areas. It's probably hard to see from home, but this whole area is full of holes and bumps and rocks. It is quite a nasty spot, and while you're watching the racing, you will see riders bouncing around left and right, trying to keep their bike under control for that tricky little section. So keep your eye on that as riders come through. The 15-second board is up right now, and you're going to see these riders go head down and stare at that gate. There we go, revs are up, heads are down. Gate drop, let's go racing. I see Bohannon on the 262 Yamaha machine launch out of the gate and nail his 1000th hole shot that he is so well known for, and instantly has a lead going into turn 2 and turn 3. Bohannon is a Mr. Consistency here at Lakes this weekend, and so far in the entire state title series, he's going to look to break away from this crowd, get himself some clean air and some clean racetrack, and check out from the rest of the group. There's a whole bunch of riders that have come together in the Risen Unlimited corner at the top of the track there, just after the whoops. Bikes are tangled. There's full-on panic. The riders trying to get them apart from each other. It's taken them a while, but it looks like they have. There's one rider left trying to get his bike stood up and fired up. Disastrous start for those guys, but for Bohannon out in front, another textbook start. Unsurprising from our side of things, but Bohannon is just Mr. Consistency. That Yamaha GYTR machine of his seems to give him the power and the launch that he needs, and he's got the rest of it under control. Blake's going to come down into the section we were just talking about. As he dips into that corner, you'll see his bike maintaining a fair bit of control and composure down through this section. But if you keep an eye on it, you will see some bikes moving around and bouncing. Riders choosing different options between the inside and outside and trying to get that weight positioned just right to keep the bike on the ground and under control. Bohannon coming up through our Kennard's Hyatt rollers there as he throws the 262 machine sideways, picks the front wheel up and rides the rear wheel all the way to the top of the hill, into the Dantier barriers there and down into the Kennard's Hyatt corner. He sets himself up for the rollers. You'll see his body moving left and right, making sure that bike is doing what it's supposed to do underneath of him. Now, Bohannon is actually quite a small rider for this 125 class. He's just a young guy stepping up to these bigger bikes, and so you'll see him really over-exaggerate his body movements to keep the bike under control. The gap that he has already got is unbelievable as he rips through that inside rut, coming across the top of the hill and down into the whole shot barriers there. The speed that he just took that rut at needs to be studied or put into a textbook, because that is how you do it. If you're going to pick up speed anywhere, watching Bohannon rail those ruts is probably what any junior rider wants to do. Speaking of ruts, another rider has stalled it in that same rut there that Bohannon just nailed. Just showing you how tricky it really is to get in and out of these things nice and clean. Bohannon in his Fox gear is now well and truly out in front. There's not a speck of dirt on him or his bike as he leads this race from the start and probably all the way through to the finish. Without jinxing him, he's been very consistent, made very little mistakes, and he's well and truly in control of this race here at State Titles, round 2, Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Second and third, trying to keep him in sight. Doing whatever they can. And then a battle back in 4th, 5th, and 6th. Those guys know that they're all battling for second. No one's got a candle to young Blake Bohannon out in front. So a second and third come down over the triple. The boys set themselves up for center. Center with a dusty, shiny blue groove face now. Huge whip there from our rider in third position as the boys head up Horsepower Hill. They both dive to the inside and use that inside rut, but then both of them choose opposite sides of the hill to come down on. Few different lines developing, but out in front, Blake Bohannon continues to open his lead and just run away from the rest of the pack. Now, Dave and I earlier were looking at the lap times that young Blake Bohannon was putting himself in. And basically, Blake should be top 5 in the top classes here today, running with some of the factory boys on 250s and 450s. That's how fast his lap times are. I think Reese Budd put in a 134 and Bohannon was putting in 138. That had put him in about 5th or 6th position in that race with those guys. That is unbelievable for a guy this young and on a 125 machine. He is light years ahead of the rest of the crew here at Lakes. Second and third spreading out just a little bit now, finding a bit of a gap between them. 4th and 5th also settling into their groove. The battles have smoothed out up the front of the pack here today. Few guys jostling for positions as we move further back around 10th and 12th position now. Dave, it has been an action-packed session, mate. It's, like I said, there's a few good battles happening back and forth, but unfortunately for the rest of these guys, young Blake Bohannon has decided to check out.
He's very good at that, isn't he? He got a ripper start there, and he's definitely left. He's doing 137s at the moment, which is on par with the best that he got in qualifying this morning as well. So pretty good times there. And if we think about what Reese Budd was just doing, those 133s, we're only 4 seconds a lap off the man that's winning MX2, sorry, there in A and B. So yeah, pretty good efforts here from Blake Bohannon as we keep an eye on our riders there. Second and third, the 312 of Jake Buttonby and the 26 of Liam Millard. They're having their own little battle there. There goes Millard with the wheel up nice and high into the rollers.
Buddenby, another local rider here, mate. He's from the Central Coast and has spent quite a lot of time riding this Lakes track. He knows it well aboard his Yamaha machine, supported by Two Wheel Obsession down there in Gosford. He, no stranger to this track, mate. He's another guy that could probably ride it with his eyes closed. And he's definitely enjoying that hometown advantage today.
Just checking out that front red plate of Blake Bohannon.
It's very clean, isn't it, mate?
It's very clean. It's also supplied by those Whole Shot Graphics guys, and they've done a nice job on these red plates for this round for the series. But yeah, it's super clean. I think he got the whole shot.
Yeah. Do you think Blake Bohannon knows anything about Roost?
He did yesterday in Moto 2, that's for sure. But right now, no.
It was good to see him be a little bit human yesterday, wasn't it?
It was nice just to see that he's got that skill set too. Like, a lot of these kids can obviously get a good start and run at the front and never have to learn how to come through and make difficult decisions in terms of passes. Where's a good time to pass? When not's a good time to pass? Is this line going to work? Or at least I've got to go and explore more options on the track. So that was, for me, that was the best part of that ride yesterday, was that he got through them all, but two, that he was able to do it in a manner that he was controlled and made it look easy, really. So it just reaffirmed that he's as good as he looks right now too, not just from a good start position.
That's right, and I think it's the same that we've seen with Reese Budd too. It's great that these guys are at this next level. They can nail a whole shot and get out in front, but it also is so awesome to see them have to work through the pack, make a few different types of decisions, because now they're not getting to choose their own lines a lot of the time. They're getting forced into positions on the track that they wouldn't normally be in and have to react to everything happening to them around them. If there's a back marker coming up in front of them, they have to choose an opposite line without getting stuck behind them. So I think that's a really cool thing to see from some of these riders that are definitely on the next level.
As he just throws that GYTR Yamaha sideways over the center tabletop, does Bohannon. Making another move past a lap rider. It's going to be the 724 of Brody Manning, going a lap down, unfortunately. Brody in 26 on the field at the moment. Bohannon getting that bike lent over pretty far down in that rut, getting the leg up nice and high so he doesn't catch it as he heads up to the top of the circuit. Couple of minutes to go here in this one, still 2.5 minutes plus a lap. Bohannon with a pretty big gap here at the front of the field, but actually Rossiter has put in the fastest lap, I've just noticed. He's done from 4th position. Rossiter has done a 1:36.6. So he's actually gone under Blake Bohannon's fastest lap time. But I guess when you're at the front by as far as you are, you're probably not pushing as hard as you possibly could.
Dave, I'm just down the back section of the track here watching Blake Bohannon come around, and I know I've said it 1,000 times, mate, but I'm going to say it again. I can't believe how quiet and calm that bike is. I'm standing 2 feet off the track. I'm close enough to reach out and touch the guy, and I can't hear the bike as he comes past me, which is just not normal for a 125.
No, you don't expect that, right?
No, it's just not what you would expect at all, but he rides so calm. He reminds me a lot like Jet Lawrence. When you watch Jet Lawrence in Supercross in the States, he just looks like he's cruising and just enjoying himself, and he's not under any pressure or anything, but he's putting in lap times that are insane. Blake Bohannon seems to be very similar, where there's just this calmness to him. If I wasn't aware of his track position, I would think he's a mid-pack rider, the way that he just seems to be cruising around the track. But no, he's way out in front, laying down absolute heaters, and just owning this track from start to finish.
Now, I think I just picked up Raphael Rossiter maybe making a move on 3rd position Liam Millard in our whole shot graphics corner, but we'll have to check that as they come through the finish line area, which will probably be in just a couple of seconds. But you're absolutely right about Bohannon and how quiet that bike is, but that tells me a couple of things. One, it tells me that the setup of that motor package that he's got in that 125 must be really strong, because a lot of these bikes in these 125 classes, you've got to rev them to make them go. So obviously they've managed to get a setup there that the power is probably maybe down low to mid, not so much mid to top. And that means that he can just, use the grunt and the torque of the motor at the lower RPM, which means it sounds nice and quiet. And maybe it's also maybe the pipe that he's got, the muffler he's got on it. Maybe it's got a nice fresh pack job in there to keep it nice and quiet too.
For sure, that could be it. Just watching him closely again now, I also noticed that he doesn't run a finger on the clutch. So a lot of these guys will always have at least one finger at least over the clutch lever so they can use it to get the bike revving and get the bike moving. Bohannon come around the corner riding it a lot more like a four-stroke with his hand firmly on the grip and no finger over the clutch. So I think that might back up exactly what you're saying, Dave, where if the engine is that strong and putting out a lot of low-end torque, he's not going to need to fan the clutch to get the thing going out of corners.
Yeah, exactly right. And we have had a change. You can see on the screen, that is Millard. He's now 4th position on the order. And you can see Jake in front of him on the 312. What you can't see coming down the hill there, just there at the bottom of our shot, is the number 8. Rafael Rossiter has gone past both of them to move into 2nd on track. That pace that he's had there in the middle of the moto has got himself into 2nd. So obviously they're not the start that Rossiter wanted. But he's worked his way through the pack and he's currently running 2nd, but he is approximately 17, 18 seconds down on where Bohannon is, and we'll get an update on that gap now as he comes over the finish line now for the last lap. Bohannon's already got that last lap board, so 1 to go here in the 13 to 15 years 125cc race, and it is about a 17-second gap that Bohannon has over this field.
Dave, just watching Bohannon hit the whoops down here in the lower section of the track, he was taking a similar line to Reese Budd and Riley Burgess, a few of the faster guys that we've seen here today. He's tending to run the berm nice and high up into the Motocycle New South Wales and Skywalker Studio barriers, and then he's lifting the front wheel, a wheel tap in the second rut, and then dropping the front and skimming the rest of them. So pretty interesting to see him take that line. Now, the last lap he came around, there was a bunch of backmarker riders, and he had to dive to the inside and mix it up a little bit. Didn't seem to slow him down at all, so he seems to be comfortable no matter where he is on that track, which tells me that he's comfortable and the bike is working exactly how he wants it to be.
And just looking a little bit further down the order, I was told by my man Warwick, who's just left our booth here, that the 286 in 9th, Xavier Scott, is actually running that Risen Unlimited gear. So if you want to check out what's possible from the Risen Unlimited guys, have a look at the 286 to see what his gear setup is. But there is the checkers for the 262 of Blake Bohannon taking the win. And we'll be looking for the number 8 to come through here to grab 2nd position after a strong ride through the middle of the moto. Rossiter, there he is, just pops through in 2nd. And it should be the 312 of Jake Buttonby coming through. And there goes the 312, followed closely by the 26 of Liam Millard. So that wraps up our 125 13 to 15 years. We'll grab a quick break while we get these last riders off the track before our next moto gets underway.
I'm down here with Williams, the 169 machine. He's just come off the track after his win. Mate, give me a little bit of a rundown of that race. So a bit of a chop and change of leadership there. There was a few incidences as well. Give me a little rundown of how that race went for you.
Yeah, I didn't get to the best of the start, but managed to get to the front. And then the leader went down and I almost hit him. Yeah, that just comes down to the break. Give me a little bit of a rundown of that race. So a bit of a chop and change of leadership there. There was a few incidences as well. Yeah, I've got the leader. How that race went for you.
Mate, you did really well. What's the secret to the track here at Lakes today? You're talking about lines. Is the start super critical, or is it more about making smart decisions and choosing better lines throughout the race?
Oh, well, start makes it a lot easier, but you get the right lines, you make passes and yeah.
Awesome, mate. Well, you're riding really well on there. Can't wait to see you what the rest today, mate. Congratulations.
Today, you're talking about lines.
The Westpac Rescue Helicopter is here for our community. And this holiday season, we will be ready to respond 24/7.
Gate drop and away the boys go. Awesome drag straight down, all the way down Who's going to get the whole shot? It looks like our boy Connor Rosendich might have got himself into second position there.
It's the 22 of Reese Budd.
22 of Reese Budd nails it. Connor getting shoved out to the outside there. Reese going to be much, much happier with that start, as he's got his bike all straightened out. Probably got a new clutch lever on there. Front end straightened out and feeling a whole lot better. Now, this is what I wanted to see. We spoke to Connor Rosendich earlier, and I mentioned he was a privateer that was worth keeping an eye on. This guy is out of the back of his van without a ton of support, a little bit from Newcastle Power Sports, but essentially it's a mum and dad effort going up against Reese Budd here on the Moto Elite coaching Honda team. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see Connor hook in behind Reese and see if he can hold that pace and keep him honest.
I think you're going to see him run the whole time right behind Reese, because Connor is quite capable as he comes across the line there in second position. Third is going to be the 42 of Brock Ninnes, and then the 62 of Dylan Wood is up there as well. So Budd and Rosendich, Ninnes, I think I see it is the 62 still, Wood.
The bikes are bouncing around and slamming all over the place, mate, as they come down past the medical section here after the start straight. Some big holes are opening up and it's kicking the bike sideways, but it looks as though Connor's managed to maintain that position right behind Reese Budd. The two of them are starting to break away now as Budd dives to the inside for that Risen Unlimited corner. Connor follows him as they hit the double and then down over the triple. Budd looking to extend the legs a little bit here now and try and break away from Rosendich, but Rosendich doesn't want to let go of him at all as the boys both throw it sideways over that second tabletop and launch into the hill. Budd takes it inside line, Rosendich follows him as they come down the hill into some of those giant braking bumps that are forming here at Lakes Club for state titles round 2. The chase is on up the hill and across the top of the track. I'm going to head down to the rear roller section, mate. It's been action-packed all day down there. I want to see how these boys are attacking these rollers.
Yeah, how these big 450s in this MX1 A B class gets through there. That'll be interesting to see, so keep us updated. But Budd onto the start-finish line area. Still got Rosendich right in tow. John Bover's now in third position. Ninnes has dropped to fourth. Wood is fifth. Cooper Holleroyd on the 28 is in sixth. Campbell on the Stark is in seventh. I just noticed our man on the Ducati on the number 7 is in the 17th position. That's Hickson McInnes. Burgess as well, one of the riders we should be keeping an eye on. Riley, number 275. He's actually in 11th on track at the moment, so not a good start for Riley Burgess.
We've had a rider go down in the back roller section, mate. Just arrived here, the number 48 on a blue Yamaha machine.
Kurt Ninnes.
Yeah, Kurt Ninnes looks okay, just a little bit of a tip over, but yes, an absolute action-packed area of the track down here.
Oh, Russ, I'm sorry, mate, but I'm just going to cut you off. Cooper Holleroyd on the 28 was all sorts of out of shape in the rollers up the hill. Don't know how he held onto it, but he managed to. But he has also got some pressure here from Dylan Wood as they head over the tabletops up the hill here.
He actually got a little bit out of control down here as well just before, mate. So he must be feeling that pressure and must be trying to push really, really hard and maybe going just outside his comfort zone.
Well, I think you can see the front few getting away, and it probably feels like he should be a part of that group, but unfortunately he's had a bit of a rough go here, and he's going to try to go the long way around the 42 machine. He wasn't friendly with him, Brock Ninnes, but he has managed to get past him, has Cooper Holleroyd. So as he comes down, he's going to go across the line in fourth. He's going to have to make his way up to Bova, who's currently holding third. So Holleroyd showing some speed here, making his way forward. Let's see if he can keep it a bit straighter this time through the rollers down the bottom of the track. Whoa,
oh, he's gone down hard. He has gone down super hard on the inside, and he doesn't look like he's going to be able to get up real quick. He's trying. Huge effort to get that bike back up, but that looked really, really hard.
massive moment for Cooper Holleroyd. Bike stepped out completely sideways. He's lucky he missed that inside tree there, to be honest. So he's up and going, but that was a huge moment for the 28.
Yeah, there's no way that bike is straight. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes now, trying to get back up onto it. But Cooper Holleroyd, mate, he's definitely riding a little bit above his comfort zone, I think, today, mate, and just pushing super hard. The bikes from that Moto Coach Elite team seem to be working well. If I look at Reese's bike, he's able to come down this back straight at just warp speed and put the bike exactly where he needs it to be. So I believe they've got a good setup today on that team. I don't know if all the bikes are set up the same, but looking at what Reese Budd has in his bike, it looks calm and settled and looks like he can push. But Cooper Holroyd, yeah, having a few dramas, mate. The bike kicking left and right underneath of him, and he seems to be fighting it.
Just got the 52 of the Stark on screen, trying to track down the 62 of Dylan Wood. They're having a nice little battle here for about that 4th, 5th position. I wonder if Dylan Wood even realises that the Stark is there, because it's absolutely silent, that machine. As Campbell goes to the inside to catch a different line to come down across the start area. They're both going to end up in the berm, and they're going to have a crack at these rollers. They go through much straighter than Holleroyd did the previous lap around. As they get to the bottom of the circuit, they're going to make the turn, pivot all the way up, get the run up the hill. Wood doing a good job to keep the Stark behind him.
Cooper Holroyd's just come back to the section. He just crashed at the lap earlier, Dave. He's actually looking okay. That was a big crash, a huge slam, but he seems to be looking fairly healthy, and the bike looks okay too. So he's got 3 or 4 riders right in front of him, and he looks like he's ready to battle.
It's good to hear that he's up and moving, but Campbell has just made the move on Dylan Wood just before the uphill rollers, but also coming into the back of frame is the 275 of Riley Burgess. So Burgess is finding some speed here after what would probably be considered a bad start. He's up to 7th. He's going to have to try and make, actually be 6th in the running order now, because it hasn't quite updated. He has just made the pass on Dylan Wood too, so he'll be into 5th now. Burgess moving himself forward in this one. But at the front, it's still Reese Budd over Rossenditch. It's now a 7-second gap at the front. So Budd putting that Moto Coach Elite Honda to work. He's actually out on a 450 for this one, as Lee Gainford told us earlier while he was in the booth. He's not on the 250 this time around, as he was in Canberra.
Yeah, you can definitely hear that as he goes around the track, mate. The bike is running at a lot lower revs than we're used to hearing out of Reese Budd. When he's on the 250, that bike is screaming for its life. But on the 450, much lower in the revs and much calmer. I think it really suits his riding style a whole lot more, mate. I'm just watching Brandon Steele here from that same team, Moto Coach Elite, hanging it out sideways, really trying to push hard to make some moves there as well. But interestingly enough, mate, it is watching Reese Budd's bike come down this straight. He's just managing to float above the bumps. The bike looks really well balanced and really well set up.
Just watching our riders here. There's a bit of a move going on there. I think that's Justin McHugh coming through on the 42 of Brock Ninnis. McHugh having a look over, just making sure he's got the room there as he chucked it sideways.
Now, I did notice, Dave, the gap has opened up significantly between Reese Budd and Connor Rosenditch, which is not what Connor wants. But the silver lining is the gap back to 3rd is huge. So Connor is on a run as well, but Reese Budd is just not letting up at all. He's not taking a breath. He's not relaxing. He's absolutely sending it. They're both using a bit of different technique as they come into these back rollers. Reese is going high line up into the Motorcycle New South Wales barriers and then essentially bunny hopping over the first 3. You can see him really preload his suspension. Burgess just did a similar thing where they're using the preload of the suspension to bunny hop over the first 2 or 3 and then rip through. Connor is doing a different version where he's lifting the front wheel and wheel tapping roller number 2, dropping the front and then pushing through.
As you've been talking there, Russ, we've had another change in our running order in the 4th position. Campbell, who had just got that position, has lost it to Burgess. Burgess continuing this charge forward. His next man on the list will be the 284 of John Bova, currently in third on track. Whether Burgess can make that far up, we'll have to see. But there is plenty of time left in this moto, still 8 minutes plus 2 laps, according to our thing. I wonder if it's 2 laps or it should be 1 lap. We'll see. It says it on the race order, so don't shoot me if I'm wrong. Burgess at the top of the circuit there, National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Oh, Campbell with a bit of a foot dab and a pivot there. Didn't get out of that rut very well there on the inside of that corner. Just losing some ground at the moment is Campbell to Burgess, as Burgess continues to move forward quite well now. Mid-moto pace is pretty good for Riley Burgess. Like I said, on triple duty this weekend. He's got 2 classes today. He had a class yesterday. So a lot of time on track for Riley Burgess at round 2 of our state titles here in New South Wales.
Speaking of Burgess, mate, he's just got a little bit untidy coming down here past the mechanics area.
Did I just see Burgess triple into the bottom rollers, or was that a bit of an optical illusion?
No, you very well could have, mate. He's been playing around with that line, and like I've been mentioning, a few of the faster boys have been doing that. Oh, one of the riders gets kicked right off the track in this same section, mate. Just carrying so much speed, and the bumps are developing to be quite huge. It's just launching the bikes all over the place. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if Burgess has worked out that triple in line for those back rollers.
Well, he's got a nice double-double going in the uphill rollers as well. He's making good ground here, because you can see on screen, that's the 284 of John Bova, currently third on track. But right in the back of this shot is the 275 of Burgess, so he is closing. He's got time left in this moto. He could get himself onto the podium here. Just got to keep this thing upright and keep the pace that he's going at nice and steady, and he'll get this. He'll get a chance to make a move here. Oh, a little bit out of shape down those braking bumps was Burgess, but a good run out of that rut. So he continues to close in. Using a different line there at the top of the hill, goes to the inside. So the gap at the front's now 12 seconds between Bud and Rossenditch. But I think this is where our battle lies for the remaining of this moto. Can Burgess get to third, or can Bova hold on to it? We will shortly find out as Bova goes through. Yeah, I think Burgess might be, he didn't quite make the triple that time, but he got damn close in those bottom rollers.
Yeah, to get the triple is actually quite tricky. There's not quite enough kick off the first one to just hit it and launch it. You really have to use a bunny hop style. You have to preload your shock absorber to launch over him. It's not a simple thing to do. Reese has obviously got it completely figured out. He denied that his Supercross background had anything to do with it, but
I reckon it did.
I think it does too, because there's a lot of preloading that goes into Supercross. Maybe not so much motocross, but yeah, he's definitely got it dialed, whereas a lot of the other riders, awesome riders, don't seem to be able to do it quite as good as he can.
It's also just a confidence thing with that sort of style of section, like track piece for Bud to have a bit more confidence. As we see Bova and Burgess synchronized with their whips. Burgess trying to make a move here. Oh, he's taken the position, but he ran wide. He couldn't stop for the inside rut there in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. So Bova manages to steal back the third place on track as they head up one of our horsepower hills. Burgess is going to make a move here again. Got a really very good run under power up the hill there. He's taken the position away from Bova. So as they shoot down the hill, it's now Burgess to third on track. Bova relegated to fourth. But can Bova hang with Burgess and maybe pounce on a move here late in the moto? As they shoot across our start straight area. Two different lines. Burgess to the inside, Bova to the outside of the split. Both cleanly through our bottom rollers. But there is a bit of a gap now developing. Burgess maybe just has a little bit more pace here. Burgess over the roller there. Back onto our main section of track. You can see Campbell just sneaking into the back of shot there as well. So Bova better be careful here. He's gone from third to fourth. If he's not not staying on the pace here. I think Campbell on the Stark is going to sneak up quietly. Burgess looking strong here. Middle of this moto. He's just having a bit of a look around, his Burgess. He's wondering how much further up the track is Rossendich, but it's quite the distance in front of him, unfortunately. So I think his move forward in this race is going to stall at third.
Dave, am I seeing Reese Budd, who's caught up to Cooper Holroyd? Is that what I'm seeing?
I would have to check our timing and scoring here, but it is quite possible.
No, sorry, it's number 23 and Holroyd, the number 28.
Oh, okay. Too many twos involved in that section of
a lot of twos and a lot of red bikes.
Yes.
Mate, what a show the boys are putting on. This is a heck of a class. There is a ton of awesome riding going on here. The mechanics are all leaning way over the barriers there, getting all their messages out to their riders, swinging towels around their head, hyping their riders up. And it's, yeah, it seems to be working, mate. This is a great class with some awesome racing.
So just taking note, we were talking about him earlier, but Aaron Parker's out here in the MX1 A and B, and he's currently running around in 16th on track. So not bad for a guy that can qualify for the vet class, our last year's vet champion. As our running order is Budd from Rossendich, Burgess, Bova, Campbell, McHugh. That's your top 6 there. If we go back just a little further, we'll get our next lot, which I think is then Dylan Wood, Corey Eisel, Brock Ninnis, and Cooper Holroyd, who went down big time in those whoops at the bottom of the circuit, is back up to 10th. So good to see that he's still circulating, because that was a bit of a nasty looking hit. As we see Campbell trying to close in on Bova. Not sure he's going to have enough time left in this moto to do anything with that position. But Burgess settled into third here after making the move past Bova a couple of laps ago now. Burgess got a very flexible neck there, looking around quite often, checking out where everybody is.
Dave, I noticed on the last lap there, Reese Budd has taken a different line once he comes over the finish line and comes past your booth there. He's now cutting down early and taking the inside line. I think he's worked out and puts him in a better position for those bumps and holes that I was talking about in the break, and gets him through there a little bit smoother and on a better line to run down into the back section of this track. Yeah, so he's gone for a midline there. He's made a liar out of me. He's gone for a midline that I haven't seen him take before. He was sort of working the outside and then the inside. So he's still experimenting, moving around, trying different things. He's probably aware of his gap back to second position there, Connor Rossendich, and he's willing to try a few things while he's got some time.
Well, he's definitely not really slowing down whilst he's exploring the track, but not last lap, but just a couple of laps ago, Reese Budd's best time in this moto, a 1:32.6. I think that's the fastest we've had at the weekend so far. With 2 laps to go left in this MX1 A and B moto, Budd is out front. Barely seen him at all because he's left the field from the get-go. We're keeping an eye on this battle that might start turning into something. This is 4th on track with John Bova on the 284, but that's Joel Campbell on the 52 machine. That's the Stark Varg sneaking up the back there in 5th. Will he be able to be the silent assassin and steal a position away here late in this moto? He's running quite well is Giley. Closing right into Bova now. He's going to look to make a move here maybe. He's not quite close enough that time, but he's definitely gaining. And there he goes, up the inside, just at the bottom of our circuit behind the trees there. He'll pop out here. There's the 52 in front of our 284. So the sneaky silent Stark has made its way into 4th position late in this moto. John Bova was running strongly in 3rd for a long period in this moto, but he's managed to just drop off the pace here late. Found himself back in 5th now. Still a solid ride for John Bova. But Campbell getting more familiar with this Stark. Learning the ways of the electric force, I think. As he comes up to our National Motorcycle Alliance corner, smoothly through. There's a bit of a mid-rut now that runs all the way to the outside on its exit, giving these guys a good shoot down the hill. So Reese Buds managed to get the last lap board here. One to go for our leader on that 22 machine, the Moto Coach Elite Honda. Looking good in his bright red Fox racing gear. Doubling through the rollers up the hill. Nobody really challenging him here in this MX1 class. Let's see if he gets, that's pretty tame from Reese. I thought he might have with a, oh, that's a bit better. Got it sideways over the second middle tabletop there. Still putting in solid laps. Getting some good bike time in here is Bud at the Motocycle New South Wales state titles. Just getting more and more familiar with these Honda machines. Going to put in a solid effort throughout the Pro MX with this new team of his. As Bud comes down the hill, gets the checkers and the moto win for the 22 machine. Big lead there for Bud. We were looking for the 202 to come through. That's actually the 59 there, just going a lap down. That's Aaron Parker. Then we see the 7, that's a Ducati mounted, Hickson McInnes. There goes Brocktrop. 32 of Zach Henry. Here comes the 202. That's second position on track. That's Connor Rossenditch. And then we'll be looking for the 275 of Riley Burgess. Bit of a gap between our top three. Here comes Burgess across the line for third. Now we might go down to our man Russ behind the start gates. Who have we got, Russ?
Mate, I've got Reese Budd here. Yeah, I know we've chatted to him a couple times today, but with an effort like that and some of those lap times, it's definitely worth chatting about. Reese, mate, another absolute stellar race. I'm sure that start was a lot better for you, mate, and where you wanted to be. Tell me about how that race went for you, mate, and how's the track conditions forming up?
Yeah, look, it's always a good start to the race when you get off with a whole shot. That's the biggest, most important thing. And first start on a 450, haven't done any practice, so it was good. Just logged off my laps, felt pretty consistent. Yeah, it was nice to be out front, but yeah, the track's sketchy. I don't know who put these waters out on track, but yeah, I think they need to have a word too, because they're watering the most dangerous spots on the track. You know, when we're coming out of a turn on the up face of the jumps, when we're trying to get everything out of our bike and wheel spinning and down ramps. Yeah, I think they need to be careful. Like, it's so dangerous out there. They're watering the hardest spots on the track, and yeah, look, it's so dangerous. I understand the dust side of things, but they need to learn where to water, how much to water, because, you know, this is our lives, our risk out there. We're trying our hardest, you know, and you know, we're slipping and sliding on up ramps and down ramps where, you know, you need the most out of your bike. So other than that, good race, and we'll be back for Moto 2.
Understandably, Reese, well done, mate. Congratulations. And a little bit of concern there about the water going down on the track. I've got Connor Rossenditch here as well. We spoke to Connor earlier about being a privateer and hanging with the big boys. Connor, heck of a race, mate. From my point of view, you should be really stoked about that. How do you feel about that race, mate?
Yeah, definitely. I'm very happy with that, you know. Got a pretty good jump, got out of the gates really good. I was in third, made a quick pass for second, and then just that first lap, I just was sitting behind Reese because, you know, he's just been out there a couple of races before, and I was just learning his lines, learning everything. And then I kind of just settled in for a bit, but then he just got away on me. I just settled in too much and just rode her into second for finish.
Well, mate, there was a huge gap back to third for you, so I think you should be really proud of that race, mate. That was really well done. Some of the lines you were picking up from him were awesome, leading to those back rollers and getting into that inside berm, mate. It was looking really, really good. Congratulations, dude. You should feel really proud about that. Well done.
MXW action out on track as we're getting those words from our top two in the MX1 class. Thompson had the initial hole shot, but Meg Lincoln has managed to run some wide lines around the berms and carry some momentum and steal away the lead in that third turn. So it's the 66 machine. Much better start this time in Moto 2 for Meg. Obviously getting a bit more familiar with the KTM after being on a different machine at round 1. But Thompson's right to a back wheel now. We'll have to see how the fitness goes for Meg. We talked about it in Moto 1. She's had a bit of a rough week with the kids, keeping her up at night. Thompson in second. Tung is running in third strongly. As they come over our finish line for the first time. So it's Lincoln from Thompson, Tung. Bit of a gap back to Pollard. Then Harris, Bella Arnott, Ella Hamilton, Kira Collins.
Dave, that's the battle up the front that we wanted to see. We wanted to see those three girls nice and close together and really battling it out.
Well, there's a move being made. I think Thompson's just gone to the inside of Lincoln, and she's going to come out with the lead now, does Taylor Thompson. As they put that power down to get up the hill. Meg's going to run the wide line around the banners there and the Dantia berm. That seems to be a favoured line there in that particular corner too. Oh, we've lost Sienna Gadis there, the 25 machine on screen. Just struggling to get off the track there. Not sure if she's okay or not, but she doesn't, in a bit of an awkward position there on the lower side of the bike on the top of the hill, trying to get going. As Lincoln tries to get back to the inside of Thompson as they go over the centre tabletops. It's a drag race up the top of the hill. Who's going to be bravest? Thompson tries to close it off. She does. And they accelerate hard back down the hill. So Meg Lincoln making a run at Thompson here in this second moto. Thompson said to Russ earlier that she wasn't super comfortable on this Lake Macquarie circuit at the speed that this track does have and the flow that it's got. But she's got herself back to the front now, and it has got a little bit of a gap as they drop back down the circuit here past the finish line. Lincoln still holding second, but they've got a bit of a gap over third now. Mia Tung still holding strong there in third.
Taylor on the back wheel of that Newcastle Power Sports KTM all down this start straight, mate. She's holding nothing back as she tries to run away from Meg Lincoln there.
Yeah,
Mia doing her best to keep up with them as well, not wanting to let go of that speed, but Taylor is starting to open up a gap above Meg now. As the girls head up the hill towards the Dantia barrier, Taylor dives to the inside. Meg chooses the high line, dabs a foot. Probably not as clean as she would like, and Mia got a clear view of the back. Oh no!
Oh,
Meg's looped it out.
Oh, I think
she's
that one might have
looped
hurt.
out. Big whiskey throttle from Meg. At a guess, I'm thinking that she's got some arm pump or she's tired and just fell straight off the back of the bike there and let the thing go. Red crosses out, yellow flags for Meg Lincoln. That one is going to hurt.
Yeah, that was an awkward position to crash, but also an awkward crash in itself. Hopefully she's okay, but Thompson's out front. So no pressure now with that crash from Lincoln. No pressure on Thompson at the front of our pack. It's going to put Mia Tung in the second. Depending on how Meg is whether she's up and going or not. We'll have to see where she comes out or if she's actually going to end up not making it through the rest of this race. We're hearing that she's getting some attention, so maybe that'll be the end of that moto for Meg Lincoln. We'll have to keep an eye on that as Thompson comes past the finish line. So Thompson running the nice wide line around the bottom of the circuit, going to take a steady run through those bottom rollers. Just watching out for those watering that's getting done that Reese Budd might have been talking about in his post-race interview there. As we see Mia Tung going into that corner there. Here comes Thompson back onto the main part of our circuit. She's got a handy lead now over Tung, nearly 10-second gap. But you're going to see these red cross flags here. This is for Meg Lincoln, who went down just a lap ago that we just saw on the coverage. So we see Thompson just taking it nice and steady, trying to follow the marshal's direction so that we don't get anywhere near Meg. Meg getting some attention still on the ground there, unfortunately. Hopefully she's okay. Thompson Just steady pass there. She can get back to race pace now, past the red cross flags. So the MX women's class continuing here.
Yeah, definitely not the way we wanted to see it go down, mate. Meg was pushing really hard. Those girls are having a great battle. Bit of an uncharacteristic crash there for Meg, and in a bit of an odd spot too. And that's why I was just making the assumption it could have come down to fitness or arm pump maybe. She looked like she was just struggling to hang on to the bike a little bit there. It's not really a spot we see a lot of crashes in the very first roller or two. So hopefully Meg is okay. Medical team are up there with her now. And I'm sure Taylor's not happy about that either. Taylor's a fighter. She likes the battle. So getting gifted a race like that's probably not going to make her feel amazing. I'm sure she'll take it and take the points. But these guys like to...
Riders down, right. Oh, it's the second place rider too, has come together with a lap rider, I think. So that's the 108 that's there, Ellie Conray. But it was the 117 of Mia Tung that was tangled up with her. So we'll have to check where the positions are. But I think Mia Tung is going to drop down the list here a little bit after that little issue at the top of the hill. So not a rather eventful race going on here for some of these girls.
Absolutely. The pack is shuffling around all over the place, mate.
So
can you give us a rundown on the standings, mate? Where are we at?
Yeah, look, I'm just waiting for it all to update. But yes, it's Thompson from Pollard now in second position. Looks like Mia Tung is still just holding on to third. Ada Harris is right to her rear wheel after that little tangle at the top. And then we've got Bella Arnott, Ella Hamilton, Kira Collins is in seventh. So that's our top 7, as we just watched Taylor Thompson have a little struggle from the slow moment through that rut there after the red cross flags. But yeah, a bit of a tangle there for Mia Tung. She probably just maybe had the lap rider go a direction that she didn't expect and got there a bit quicker. But as we see Meg getting loaded into the buggy, so she's obviously gotten up, which is a good sign. But I think that's her day done for the moment, as Thompson making way past one of our lap riders there. I think that's the W18 of Stevie Williamson that she's just made her way past. So I have to keep an eye on Mia and see if she can get a run back towards the front, or if she's going to not be able to bridge the gap. I think she's only a second or so down now on Claire Pollard, but we'll keep an eye on that as they come over the finish line once again. Thompson's now through. As we watch Thompson in the bottom part of our circuit. Yeah, we've got a good battle for second. It's just come over the finish line. Claire Pollard's just in front of Mia Tung, but Mia's gone to the inside and made the move into the bottom section. You're going to see him pop into the stream now. There they are. Mia Tung's got back to second. Pollard's there in third, and I think that's Ada Harris just at the back of the screen as well. So second, third, fourth, not too far apart there at the bottom of our circuit with 5.5 minutes to go in this moto. As we see Tung, she's recovered. She's going to make another pass here on a lap rider. That's the 25 of Sienna Gadis, who was down early in this one at the top of the racetrack. It's good to see she's got up and going. Claire's coming back towards Mia Tung here, so there might be another move from Claire Pollard. You see Mia clear Sienna. So now it's Claire's turn to try and get past Sienna, and she does. She ducks to the inside of the whole shot graphics berm and will get past her. So the battle will continue on between second and third on track. It's probably a good chance for Claire to catch the pace of the front two in this moto. See that little bit of a gap that she might need to make up, because this is the first time she's raced these girls this year in terms of being a part of this MXW. So she wasn't really in the race with them at Canberra, but she's right in it now. So she's getting to see the pace that Mia Tung is running. So it's a good learning opportunity for Claire and Ada, because Ada's not far back here as well. We see him come through the finish line. So Taylor Thompson's got a massive, nearly 17-second gap at the front of this field. So after we lost Meg Lincoln from the scene there with that big crash, Taylor's had quite the easy run in this Moto 2 for the MXW class. So Russ, you're seeing another rider getting some attention out there.
Number 108, mate. I'm standing down here at the exit ramp of the track to catch a few interviews as they finish. I noticed one of the medical staff heading up the exit ramp, which I thought was a bit odd. But as I look up there, the number 108 bike is leaned up against the tyres, the protective wall there, and the medical team are checking her out, the rider there.
That'll be Ellie Conray, actually. I just realised who that one. That's the one that had the incident with Mia Tongue at the top of the hill. So hopefully Ellie's okay.
Yeah, she looks to be in some pain, mate. She's looking pretty uncomfortable and looking pretty upset there. So I think she's injured. I think there's some pain going on. Medical team there is sorting her out, but yeah, it doesn't look like a good situation, mate.
No. Well, hopefully, I dare say, obviously, when Mia and her got together, they probably got together in an unexpected manner. So yeah, not prepared for that crash, I'd say. But Tongue on screen, holding down second now. Claire Pollard's not letting it get out of sight, and Ada Harris is not far behind Claire either. So good little battle here for the rest of this moto by the looks of it, between those three riders. As they're coming down past our finish line. Very much only a couple of seconds between each of them. Ada actually looking like she might be trying to make a move on Claire Pollard there for that third position on track. Ada trying to probably put together a better moto than she's had in the first two races of her day, because she had a couple of crashes. One right here in one of our motos, but she's getting a better run at the moment. Claire just in front of her still. Mia just starting to sneak away from these two girls here. As we see some of the rest of our field navigating through the bottom of our circuit there. You can see them getting the run from that bottom corner. Got to go over that little step over. Oh, Ada having another moment. She might have tried to make a move there. She's overbalanced in that rut and had to put the outside foot down. Claire's managed to keep going and sneak through the inside there. So maybe Ada pushing just a little bit hard again, trying to get a move done. Hasn't been able to seal the deal just yet, but obviously feeling she's got the pace to make the pass. Still got a minute and a half to go plus a lap, so Ada doesn't have to rush it just yet, but she's got to make a sensible move here if she wants to make it stick and grab third away from Claire Pollard in this MXW moto. We see him run down the hill. That downhill is getting quite eroded, let's say. It's a rough looking track, section of track there. And Ada's going to dive to the inside here, trying to take the line away from Claire, and Claire's going to sweep around the outside, but no, Ada blocks her out before they drop down the hill there. So Ada's taken away that third position on track. Harris to third, Pollard to fourth. What can Pollard do? Is there anything left in her tank to try and take back that third place in this moto? For the moment, Harris has got a hold of it. As they go through the rollers, two different entry lines. Pollard took the wider line to carry more speed, but Harris dove to the inside just to block and trying to cover that position. She's just stolen away from Claire Pollard. Ada just starting to get a little gap on Claire at the end of this one. Now that she's made the move, have to see if she can navigate this Kennard's high corner a bit better than she did last time, because this is where we caught him up last lap. And there was an overbalance for Ada, but she's got through there better this time around. Pollard's right to the back wheel again. So this battle's going to go probably right to the end of this moto. We're down to the 2 laps to go. Mia Tongue's definitely gapped away from these two. So Russ, you're hearing that you got some information on our 108 rider?
Yeah, that's right, Dave. We're just sort of hanging around here trying to see if I can get a bit of info out of them. But when those two girls came together, she's ended up with a handlebar going into a lower stomach area. And if you've ever had anything like that, I mean, if you've ridden bikes most of your life, you would have taken a handlebar to the sternum or stomach or chest at some point in your life, most likely. And yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Looked to be lower stomach area, so probably below the chest protector, right in that vulnerable spot there. That soft belly area. And yeah, it never feels good, mate. So she looks like she's in a lot of pain. She's been picked up in the Yamaha Viking and taken round to the medical tent for a bit of attention. I think overall she'll be okay, but yeah, definitely in some pain.
Yeah, unfortunate for her. Hopefully she's okay and recovers quickly. As we're keeping an eye on the race, we are on our last lap now. Taylor Thompson, 16-second lead over Mia Tung. Ada Harris has secured onto that third position for the moment. She's got a nice little gap now on Claire Pollard. Bella Arnott holding on the 5th at the moment. Ella Hamilton in 6th. Kira Collins 7th. The 111 machine of Samantha MacArthur in 8th. Sienna Gadis in 9th. And it's Stevie Williamson in 10th. Our last runner that's active at the moment, because we've got those 2 DNFs with Meg Lincoln and Ellie Conray. 11th at the moment on track is Geraldine Vella. As we see Taylor Thompson on her last lap, heading to the top of the circuit. Couple of corners to navigate, couple of jumps left, and it'll be another moto win. That'll make 4 motos for the events for the women's, and it'll be 4 wins for Taylor Thompson so far in our 2026 state title series here. So very good run for Thompson. Capturing the win. Our second position will be Mia Tung. She's got a bit of a gap to come down the hill yet. Just seeing the 54 go over the line there. That's Geraldine Vella. There goes Tung. There goes Ada Harris. So Ada grabs third. Good ride, good bounce back from those first 2 motos for Ada Harris. Claire Pollard through in 4th. All right, we'll grab a chance to take a break here on our coverage of round 2 of our state titles from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We'll be back with more action after the break.
Presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole Shot Graphics, we've heard.
Revs are up. Gates are down for the vets class as the boys get underway. They launch down that start straight and into the first corner. Up the hill the boys go. This vets class has been action-packed all day. Now, as those guys get underway, we're just going to jump into a quick couple of interviews here with the girls as they've come off the track. We've been following Ada Harris's journey here today. Ada's had a bit of an interesting journey here today, and I've been loving chasing the story down with her. It's been a story of great pace and awesome riding, but a few errors here and there as well. Ada, run me through that race, and how are you feeling out there?
It's definitely a way better race. The track's heaps tougher, which suits me way better. So I got a not so great start, but made some passes on the first lap. Stuck with Claire for a while and finally passed her on like second last lap and just rode my race from there.
You did really well. It was great to see you get it together. Maybe slow the pace down a little bit and eliminate those unforced errors, but you're looking really good out there, Ada. Congratulations, riding really, really well. Well done. All right, I'm jumping straight into another interview with Bella Arnott. She's been running fairly mid-pack today after a year last year of a ton of injuries. Bella, it's great to see you out there on your Power Sports Central Husky machine. little bit higher in the standings around that race. Obviously, we lost Meg there to a pretty big crash. Let me know how the track's feeling and how you're feeling yourself.
A bit tense. The track's a bit edgy and unpredictable at the moment, especially with the water that they're putting down. It's very slippery. But yeah, overall, I would like to have been better, but oh well.
Mate, you look like you're doing really well there. You're pushing hard. And you're moving forward as the day goes on, which is really important. Congratulations on a 5th, I believe that was, in that one. Really well done. Can't wait to see how you go for the rest of the day. Congratulations, buddy. Well done. All right, and back to the vets. The lads are ripping around. We can see the dust rising now from the track. There's been a few complaints about the watering, but the guys are doing the best they can to try and keep conditions rideable and usable out here at Lakes. This is fairly normal for this track, especially this time of year, to be battling the dust and battling the moisture conditions within the track. This is pretty typical Lakes. After a long, hot summer, there's not a lot that they can do. They're going to do the best they can, try and keep this thing under control. A lot of dust coming up from the finish line jump there as the race leaders head down into the back section of the track. Just making my way back here along the start line. The guys have spread out fairly well all over the track. This vet crew, there's a few faster riders that tend to take the lead. Mitchell Budd is leading on the number 79 right now. As the track conditions continue to change and the track starts to deteriorate, these guys are having to play it really safe and having to really control the throttle inputs that they put into these bikes. Listening to Reese Budd and a few of the other riders coming off the track, that's the common complaint, is that it's getting very, very slippery out there, and they need to be super aware of how much throttle they're actually putting in coming out of corners looking for that traction. Some of these guys are pushing really hard, but they're going to need to back off slightly to make sure that they stay in one piece and keep the bike going the direction that they need it to be going. So Brocktrop and Harriman battling out for second and third here at Lakes. Both those guys are very much locals here at Lakes. You'll see them basically any weekend, anytime they can get on the track. They're both going to be here as Harriman comes down the main straight on his Yamaha machine, down into the back section there. The bike bouncing around all over the place. He's doing a really good job to keep that under control, squeezing those legs and making sure that he's got everything settled as he goes into those back rollers. Around the sweeping bend comes Harriman, up over the double and through the Kennard's Hyatt roller. Moves his body position back and opens up the big YZ450 and lets that rear tyre grip and eat. Now coming through the Kennard's Hyatt corner, rolling up, going up into the rollers. That's an area where the riders have been struggling for traction now as the track deteriorates. So gentle throttle inputs there where we saw Meg Lincoln go down earlier is going to be absolutely crucial to staying on top of your bike and keeping everything under control. Junior 250s are on the line and getting themselves set up. Dads and track crew, or mechanic crew I should say, packing the start gates, cleaning everything off, getting everything ready for those guys to get underway. As the vets continue to circulate, put their last few laps in. The number 79 is still holding a great lead there over the number 9 of Brocktrop. on his yellow Suzuki. Not a lot of Suzukis out here this weekend. Bit of a rarity, those machines. As Harriman comes past us there on the start line. Up the hill, our Legator goes into the Dantia. Left-hand sweeper there, goes high on the berm and sets himself up for a midline and down into the Kennards higher corner. Drops into that deep rut and gets up on top of the bike to manage it through those rollers. The boys seem to be using a bit of a double technique to get through those rollers. And it looks as though Brocktrop might be closing the gap just slightly on our race leader there, number 79. .5-second gap now. Separates those two as they go up to one of the first horsepower hills. Both choosing the inside rut, down into the whole shot graphics corner. Our leader popping up out of a rut there and really struggling to get the power down underneath him as the bike dances around. The bike setup for this particular group is just simply not going to be there to what some of the factory teams here are today as far as suspension goes. These guys are privateers. They probably work on their own bikes quite a bit. And the suspension setups just aren't going to be comparable to some of those bigger teams that we have here today. First and second have completely broken away from third here in our vets class. Massive gap back to Harriman. Harriman basically all alone. Not any real pressure from behind him, and a clear track in front. Mitchell Budd, one of the other Budds here today, enjoying his lead out in front, but Brocktrop seems to be closing in on him. The two boys in a similar position in the track there. Brocktrop getting a little messy as he comes into that inside corner and down over the triple. He's got Budd in his sights as they go up over center. That very blue groove, dusty looking up ramps on those jumps now, looking absolutely treacherous as the boys dive to the inside rut on Horsepower Hill there, down the hill into the gigantic braking bumps. Fastest lap from Brocktrop there as he's trying to close the gap on Budd. Budd looking at 3 back runners now. This could be exactly what Brocktrop needs to be able to make up a little bit of space, because having 3 or 4 back runners in front of Budd is definitely going to slow him down. Dave, there's a whole ton of action going on here, mate. Budd's trying to make a move forward, but I think he's going to get a little bit held up now as they head into the back section of the track.
Yeah, that 3-second gap you're talking about, Brocktrop trying to drop or trying to close up on, might happen here with all these lap traffic that Budd's trying to navigate through, because that tends to make you choose a line that isn't where you want to be at times. So it looks like he's cleared through there, has Budd already. So now it's Brocktrop's turn to try and get past these guys as they head up to our Dante berm. There's Brocktrop. He's got 2 in front of him, so he's going to have to probably dive a bit down inside of them. Gets one of them. Got to make a move here into Kennards, but I thought he was going to get closed out there for a second by that lap rider, but he's got past him. So back to clear running for our front 2, but it looks like the gap is going to stay about the same there, about that 3 seconds, as Budd heads down the hill to Whole Shot Graphics corner. Only one rider in front of him now on the track in terms of a lapper to clear, so he should have a nice big section of track after this one that he doesn't have to worry about making any moves for a little while, and he's going to sneak past him here on the inside. Nicely done by Mitch Budd. He's obviously on that Yamaha machine, and he's got HMH Plumbing, MCD, Big Red's Mechanical. I wonder what Big Red's Mechanical is like. It sounds like an interesting place. As Budd gets to the top of the hill, Brocktrop's trying to close in. He's putting that RM to work. He's been running that same bike for quite a few years now. He's on the same thing last year in our state titles. Obviously comfortable with it for the motocross setup.
Yeah, loves a good Kickstarter, doesn't he, mate? But he has managed to close up the gap here quite a bit
Well, it's down to 2 seconds now, and Brocktrop was fastest in this moto on that last lap. He did a 1:39.2, but he only made up that 1 second because Bud's still holding a strong pace at 1:40.3. So Brockdrop's coming, but it's not as quick as he would like at this point. We are getting down in the motor. We've got 3 minutes plus a lap left. You see Bud accelerating up the hill. You can start to see some real acceleration rollers up that hill there, some of which will be impacted by our start section there when they come across the start line. But he's just battling up through there. He's got a good rhythm, Bud, in that roller section up the hill there. Oh, he's put it down, has Bud, from the lead, and he's tipped himself over trying to hold on to the clutch. Managed to tuck the front. Yeah, he's not happy with himself either.
Not happy about it at all. Trying to get it fired up as Brocktrop runs away. Quick look back. I don't know if he saw him, but Buddy's still shaking his head.
He's on camera the whole time, mate. We haven't left it.
He's not happy.
Well, look, if that stays where it is, if he can't catch Brocktrop from here, which might be a bit of a challenge, that's going to be that would have been the overall for him if he... Oh, he's
no!
Again. Oh, wow.
He's nearly gone down again.
And he's just had to do the bump start down the hill too.
That's that frustration, isn't it? That's the difference between getting back on the bike and taking a few deep breaths and resetting. I think he's gone up there fairly frustrated and made another simple unforced error, which has put him even further behind. He would be steaming underneath his helmet right now.
Yeah, he's just from the lead of the moto, which would have been the overall win for the day. Now he's dropped back to second with those 2 mistakes, and that means that Brockdrop's in the prime seat to get our overall here for MX Veterans.
So Brockdrop's just got to ride it in. He's got a nice big gap. He doesn't need to do anything too fancy. He's just got to stay on that machine, keep it going, and he's going to run it in.
Well, look, like you said, it's got a Kickstarter, so maybe Bud can hope that Brocktrop stalls it and can't find a Kickstarter on this Suzuki, but that's his only hope right now, I think.
Mate, I tell you what, we've seen a few modern bikes struggle to start as well this weekend, haven't we? So I'm not sure that the Kickstarter's a giant disadvantage. There's every chance he drops the bike, picks it up, and it kicks straight away. So some of the modern bikes aren't always exactly the fastest to start either. So let's hope that's not the scenario that he's got to deal with, and he can stay on his bike and just ride it in.
Brocktrop with a little bit of style, not too much, but a little bit of style over those centre tabletops. He can relax just a tiny bit now that he's got a nice, handy 13.5 second lead over second place, thanks to those 2 errors from Bud. It's almost a bit of a comedy show, that first one from Bud, where he sort of tipped and fell and fell again when he tipped over trying to hold on to the clutch there.
I'm not sure he's going to agree with you about a comedy show, mate.
Well, look, it's like those Three Stooges skits where it sort of stops and starts and keeps going. Like he sort of fell and then he paused and then fell again. So
I'll let him know you said that, mate, when I pull him over for an interview.
I'm sure he will hear about it from either you or plenty others in the pits because I just got stopped when I ducked out of the commentary box for a second by a few people saying that they're enjoying the coverage. So there's a few people listening out there, it seems.
Oh, no. I wasn't expecting that.
you want to take back a few things?
What? I didn't think anyone was tuning in.
I recount some of my earlier comments, sir.
Oh my goodness! All right, so Brocktrop, mate, how is his lead going? I've come back to the exit ramp of the track, so I can't really see it.
He's out to nearly 20-second lead, so Brocktrop's got this one. We are about to get the last lap board when he comes past the next time, so 2 to go at the moment. Looking nice and solid here. And again, if I'm not mistaken, I think Brocktrop's changed gears partway through, or at least jerseys through the day so far. So
can
another one just
Can we put a ban on that? Can we just ban that? Can we? Can we just make a new rule?
I don't know if the gear companies that sponsor these guys would appreciate that, but we would.
I mean, you can have multiple sets. I just need them all to be exactly the same. That's all. Yeah. I don't care how many times you change them, just the same.
And on the weekend, it's got to be the one colour all weekend. You can wear the other colour on the next weekend.
Correct. Yeah. That's all. It's not too much to ask, is it? It's like race numbers. They've got to be the same all weekend. Why can't we have the same rule for the gear, Dave? Just for me and you.
Yeah, look, it would be much appreciated, but I can understand why they are changing. So it is a long day, and some of these guys, like Brocktrop, is doing double duty with a couple of classes. If he gets a bit of roost in one of the classes, you probably want to feel a bit fresher and change it out.
I mean, I'm sure if you email the team at Risen, though, mate, and just ask them for 3 sets of gear per weekend, I think it'll be fine. I don't think there'll be a problem.
That would be the go. They would be definitely able to do that. Talking to Warwick, he's no worries about doing a big order with a full team or, you know, a squad of people. So he's able to produce that stuff. So yeah, risenunlimited.com. Go and check him out. Get the one set of gear, one color of gear in multiple sets.
That's right, just for the commentators. We'd really appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, please and thank you.
Please and thank you.
As we keep an eye on our drone shots, we can see some of the crew putting some more water down on our circuit as they head down to that bottom part. So you're going to have to be careful for the riders heading down there at the moment because it'll be a little bit fresh on the watering aspect. But the rest of the circuit has some very dry looking sections as well that they're going to have to try and manage through the rest of this day. With some great overhead shots. But as we look at the overhead shots, the bottom dam, Russ, that we were talking about at the beginning of the show, being a bit lower in the level compared to the day before, it's even lower again by the looks of it from the drone shots. So they're pumping the water out here, trying to keep this racetrack in optimal conditions for us. As we see Brockdrop heading up the hill, he's made a move around one of the Kawasaki's there, putting that rider a lap down.
Yeah, the water situation is just such a tricky one, mate. We've heard a few of the riders making complaints about the water going down and it causing them a few dramas and a bit of lack of traction. On the other hand, the water needs to go down to control the dust factor, because if there's a complete dust out and riders can't see where they're going, that also causes an issue as well. So it's a little bit damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, especially on these hard-packed, dusty tracks. Unfortunately, we got the wind today that we were hoping to avoid. But it didn't really help at all, mate. So unfortunately, it's just gone that way, and it's something that the riders just have to deal with. They've got to adjust their riding. They've got to maybe back it off a little bit and just really eyeball the track as they go around and make some smart decisions.
Yeah, so the number 9 has come across with the win. That's Nathan Brocktrop. And we're looking for the 79 of Mitchell Budd to come through to grab that second position. He's not yet to the track. But we'll take a break here while we've got the opportunity in our coverage. We'll come back with more action from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club.
Ada, run me through that race and how are you feeling out there?
Definitely a way better race. The track seems tougher, which suits me way better. But I'm start basically starting the first
into the first corner.
And just rode my race.
You did really well. It was great to see you get it together. Maybe slow the pace down a little bit. Eliminate those unforced errors, but you're looking really good out there, Ada. Congratulations. Really, really well. Well done. Good to see you out there on your Power 4 Central Husky machine. A little bit higher in the standings around that race. Obviously, we lost Meg there to a pretty big crash. Let me know how the track's feeling and how you're feeling yourself.
It's fun. The track's a bit edgy and unpredictable at the moment, especially the
did really well. It was great. Get it together. Maybe slow the pace down a little bit. Eliminate those unforced errors, but you're looking really good.
Welcome back to our coverage. We're about to get another race underway here. It is our 13 to 16 years 250 class, our junior lights. Gates dropped, we're away. It's at the KTM, sneaking to the inside. I think it might be the 613 again, getting another hole shot. That'll be Noah Thomas getting another good start, but there's a number 8 on the Yamaha trying to sneak around the inside in that second corner. That's Rafael Rossiter. As they head up the hill through the rollers, I think Rossiter's going to take this position away from the 613, and he does. So it's the 8 to the lead as they head down the hill. Haven't quite picked up who's there in third position just yet, but it's Rossiter from Thomas at the front of this pack. As the pack runs through our whole shot graphics corner there, you can see a bit of dust starting to form there. That's a bit of the face of our center tabletop, which we don't want to put too much water on. I think we've got the 88 machine of Travis Barker currently running in third, so a good start from Barker there on his KTM. And we're hearing that we've got our man Russ down with our veterans class post-race interview for Mitchell Budd. How are you, Ross?
Mate, I'm here with Mitchell Budd. Mate, that is probably not the way you wanted that race to go. You've been on fire all day long. Give me a little rundown of how that race played out for you.
Plain and simple. Battling a bit of back pain today, hurt my back during the week. And then just arm pump, man. I just suffered from a bad arm pump, just riding tight. yeah, just not riding like myself, and just led to a few mistakes and tightening up, and that was it.
Sometimes it's not about the speed, right? It's about that fitness, it's about arm pump, back pain, all that sort of stuff, mate. Spoken like a true vet class rider, mate, having a bit of a sore back today, being a full-time worker, being a guy that does that sort of stuff, mate. But you're doing well out there, you look really good. How's the track forming up in your view today?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Look, the track's, it's not too bad. It's a little bit skatey. It's the conditions I definitely struggle in. Struggling for traction here and there, and that's when I really get tired and just can't ride like myself. But look, all in all, the track's pretty good. There's grip nearly everywhere. It's just those spots that aren't grippy and they've been watered. They're kind of catching me off guard, and I'm getting tired, and the rest is history, really, mate, unfortunately.
Mate, you're doing really good out there. Congratulations. I know that race didn't go the way that you wanted it to go, mate, but yeah, we'll see you go with the rest of the weekend. Well done.
Good to catch up with Mitchell Budd there after that motor, but we've got some action here at the front. 3 riders trying to go into 1 corner. How's it work out? Looks like we've got another Yamaha making the move there, trying to get into that position. So Rossiter's made a little run here and a gap at the front, but there's now a new position there for second, which will get updated when they get to the bottom of the hill here. It might be the 312 of Jake Buddendemby. Rossiter's has gone through with the fastest lap of the moto so far of a 139.3. And it is the 312 of Jake out there in second position after that move at the top of the hill. Taking over second from Travis Barker. Tyson Williams is up to fourth on that 169. Our whole shotter at the beginning of this moto, the 613 of Noah Thomas, has dropped to fifth at the moment. We've got a rider down on screen. He's gone out the back of our berm there at the bottom of at the start of our bottom of the section there, the split lane. He's off in the grass, and I think that might be a bush that he's gone next to as well. So he's found himself well and truly off course, as we see him just getting back up and going. So back and on track where they should be, but a fair bit way down now after that little issue. Not sure what the rider number was there, but we'll probably catch that up a bit later on. As we see Tyson Williams on screen, coming down the hill here, trying to pick up and get into, I think he might actually have moved up into third position now, because he was fourth the last time around. Looks like he's following the 312 now, so I think they're going to resume their battle from earlier. They had a bit of a run together there for a little while. Rossiter out front this time. Much better position for him. Came through in their moto late. I think he had a bad start in our first moto, because he didn't feature in our podium results for the moto. But we've got the Rossiter out front. Went faster again at 137.3. Still the 312. Then the 169 of Williams. And then the 88 of Barker. And Cade Tipper's made a move forward. The 99 machine's up to fifth. And our man who got second in our first moto, the 360 of Lovelace, found him way up in the sixth now. So it must have been a bad start for Lovelace in the beginning of this second moto. As we're watching the 312 and the 169 on the Yamahas here battle it out for second position. We'll have to see if Williams can make the move here. He'll be looking to get maximum points here to try and get himself, keep himself in the lead here with Rossiter now out in front. Rossiter's third in this championship at the moment. Our points leader, Job Dunn, unfortunately not here this weekend. Had a chat with our Yamaha man, Tomo, just a few minutes ago, telling me that Job unfortunately broke a scaphoid practicing in New Zealand a couple of weeks ago after our opening round. He was meant to be here, but unfortunately with that fracture to the scaphoid, currently unable to be out on track. Hopefully we might see him later in our season, but it's going to be a few week recovery for him at the best, because the scaphoid is a bit of a problematic bone to heal from. Might know a thing or two about that. I'm a physio during the week, so have had some personal experience with a broken bone there as well, so I know that one very well. But Williams currently still trying to track down the 312. The gap is sort of stabilised there between the two of them. They're running very similar lap times at the moment. But Rossiter has checked out at the front of this pack. But with Rossiter in front and Williams in third, they'll basically end up on similar points here by the time this washes out. Yes, they'll have passed Dunn in the championship lead because he's not here. But it'll have to be an interesting one to see whether it's Williams or Rossiter that will come out of this weekend with that red plate lead as we head to round 3. So Williams will be looking to make a move forward if he can. Junior Lights, 13 to 15 years action on track. There's Rossiter, our race leader. Absolutely flying at the front of this one. Not the good first moto, but he's making up for it in Moto 2, that's for sure. He comes down the hill. Rossiter supported by Streamline Moto, and he's wearing that underclass gear. You can tell that colorway, it's an underclass thing, a big UC on the leg patch. So got some good support there. As he pops down the hill. Having a very good moto. He's got a 10-second gap at the moment. When they come over, I'm sure that's going to extend just a few more seconds because he is absolutely flying at the front of this pack. Here's Rafael Rossiter. No issues for him. He's found the smooth way around this track, that's for sure. It's now out to 13.5 seconds as I expected. He's extended it just a bit further over the 312 machine. I think we might have seen this 360 Lovelace just move up a little bit further in our order as well. He is up to 5th now. So our running order is Rossiter from the 312, from the 169 of Williams, the 88 of Barker, and then it is the 360 of Lovelace. It seems that our 410 machine, who had some issues mechanically at the beginning of the day and in Moto 1, as it did not start for this one, so I gather they didn't get that machine up and running before Moto 2, which is unfortunate, but hopefully I'll get that thing sorted out before the following round. Nothing worse than a bike that won't start. As we keep an eye, there's second and third. In the one corner there. Two haven't been that far apart this whole moto, but they can't really close the gap for Williams, and Jake just can't get away from him, it seems. They are running some different lines, but it all sort of comes out in the wash at the end. Another lap in the books here for our Junior Lights moto. Nothing's changing here for second and third. They're basically keeping the same gap. I'm sure Williams is putting in as much effort as he possibly can to get to the back wheel of second position. Good line there diagonally through the whoops actually to cut to the inside, maybe try and shorten the track up. But still doesn't change much for Williams. He's still that same sort of distance back. Maybe a few more lines like that will make the difference as they head back onto the main circuit, up to the Dantia berm. Dantia, one of our partners here. They're part of that Lake Macquarie Council group. They're responsible for all those tourism. Oh, our second place rider, 312, has just dabbed the foot, put it down, lost the front on the exit of the Kennards High corner. He's given away that second place in the moto. He's got to get that bike going, and he does. But he's lost a couple of positions because that is the 360 of Lovelace right behind him now. So we'll have to see where he's come out there, but I think he'll be in 4th on track now. And unfortunately, that was bad timing on his part with only a minute plus a lap to go. He's got no time to make up that mistake.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy about that, mate. And Lovelace is on a charge there right behind him. He's going to be under some serious pressure now as the boys head up the hill. He's going to dive to the inside and try and close the door on Lovelace.
He's managed to keep him behind there at the top of that corner there for National Motorcycle Alliance. But Lovelace will smell blood in the water, I'm sure, after that little moment there. So he'll be trying to get to him if he can. But it seems like Jake's regrouping and getting away just a little bit as they get to the top of the circuit.
This is one of those times that we've got to look for those unforced errors, though, as well, because if he hasn't composed himself, this is what we tend to see. Even though he's back up and on the bike, there's all potential for an unforced error. If you're feeling pressure behind you and you haven't settled yourself down, calmed yourself down, and gotten that heart rate under control.
Well, he just tried to make a little mistake there as he got on the gas, as he sat down onto the start straight. The bike went completely sideways under power, so he's definitely still trying hard, but he's a little loose right now. As Lovelace is right to the back wheel at the bottom of the circuit here. Can he get a run on him up towards the Dantia berm? Here he goes. He's going to shoot to the inside, but yep, Jake closes it off, blocks the line. He's taken a slightly different line that time through Kennard's high corner, trying to avoid making the same mistake twice. As Lovelace gets a run on him, Lovelace is going to go all the way around the banners there on the Risen Unlimited berm, trying to get a run down the hill. Can he dive to the inside? He does. He's going to shut him out. Takes the line away, blocks him. Lovelace takes the position over there. Have a little look at each other over the berm there, over the tabletop, I should say. There's a drag race up the hill, but Lovelace has got track position as they head to the inside of this corner. Closes it out. He's taken it away from him. So Lovelace going to take third in this moto away from the 312, Jake.
Lovelace will be feeling pretty happy about that, mate, as Jake starts to slip and slide, trying to get up. He's looking a little tired and worn out, if I was to guess, Dave. He might have been giving it everything to hold on to that position, and now that Lovelace has made it past him, I think we're going to see him take a bit of a breath and relax.
Definitely so. Now the last lap board is out, so there's one to go, so hopefully he's got enough in the tank to make his way to the finish line and hold on to that fourth position. So Lovelace, good finish to this moto for him to climb just back into it. That's going to give him a 2-3 for the position for the day for his moto scores, and it'll probably end up being second overall, maybe, depending on where. I don't have Rossiter's finish from that first moto because he was a bit further down, but at this stage, the way they run, I believe it'll be this 169 of Tyson Williams getting the overall, but we have to wait for the podium for that. But just checking the timing and scoring, Williams is 23 seconds down on Rossiter this time around. Rossiter has absolutely been flying in this moto. There's no two ways about it. He's led from the front and just checked out. 137.0 is the fastest time from Rossiter in this one. He's still running a 138 the last time around compared to the 142 of Williams. So no trouble with speed late in the moto from Rafael Rossiter here in this Junior Lights 13 to 15 category. As we're on our last lap, they're going to come down. We're watching Williams here. But Rossiter's going to be getting to the checkered flag, and I think he's already crossed. He has. So that's the moto win for Rafael Rossiter. We'll get to Tyson Williams. We've got a fair way to go yet to come down the hill. Here he is. So here comes Williams, I think. No, that was a lap rider, sorry. There's Williams in the bottom of the screen, chucking it sideways. So Williams with the second place should be your overall winner, but we'll check that one out when we get to the end. Lovelace has come over the line as well, so he's heading down the chute. Russ, maybe you can grab him for an interview. We'll take a break on our coverage and we'll probably pop back with our interview with Russ, but we'll see how we go. More action from Lake Macquarie after the break.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motocycle Alliance.
All right, the riders are exiting track right now. We're looking to move up. I was going to go and see if I can find Lovelace up here somewhere. The marshals are choosing which bikes head into the impound. All right, I've got Brandy Lovelace here with me. Wanted to chat to this guy all day, mate. Give me a little rundown of how your day's going. You're riding absolutely unreal. How did that race unfold for you?
Yeah, my day was going pretty good up until that race. There was a twitch on the start, and then I hit the gate, so then I was last. So I had to work my way through. It was pretty tough, but still had fun and rode good. I've been stuck in a hole lately, so today was pretty good.
Mate, it's good to see. There's no reason for you to be stuck in a hole. You're riding unreal. The bike looks like it's going really well for you too. What's the plan for you moving forward into this series? How do we get to see you on the podium moving forward?
I think I need to clean up my rods a bit. I'm a bit messy in them. And lately that's what I've been really struggling with, my eyes and my ruts.
Awesome, mate. It's good to know that you got something to work on and you got goals to push forward to. We're really looking forward to seeing you out throughout the rest of the series, mate. Best of luck out there. Good job, mate. All right, as Lovelace takes his bike into the impound there to be checked out, they do a little sound check and the marshals check over a few bits and pieces. We've got the junior girls here in the dummy grid, all getting ready to go. But MX2 C-grade is out there on the track right now. As I walk back into the track area, I can just see huge clouds of dust rising above us. We knew that we'd be up against the track conditions today, and our worst fears have come true. It's an absolute dust bowl out there with a couple of hours of riding to go. Now, as I look up the hill, I can see the 27 of Richie Lawler has gone down. One of our front runners looks like the bike is twisted. He's kicking it, trying to get it straightened out, and has taken an awful long time to get back up on the bike. He went on a little excursion there. He's back on the track and got the thing fired up. But there is a huge gap between him and the last place runner on this track right now. He has a ton of work to do in front of him. Dave, what are you seeing from the booth, mate?
Oh, look, obviously that crash from Lawler was not ideal timing for him at the beginning of this race, but we've got Ebic out front on the 999 machine. I think he's got some company there from the 12 of Taplin. So these two are going to resume their battle from the first moto. That's the way they finished in our first moto as well. But Russ, you've sent up a guest for me to join us here in the booth, and she's on the commentary with us now.
I did, mate. There's very few young riders that want to be interviewed, and then there's some young riders that demand to be interviewed. Stevie is one of those, mate.
She's laughing at that comment. She obviously did pursue this effort.
Mate,
so.
she did, and I'm all about it. Just for the record, I'm all about young riders wanting to get on the media side of things and come and have a chat. So I'm expecting a huge spiel from her right now, Dave.
No pressure whatsoever.
No pressure
Stevie.
at all.
Yeah.
I'm just going to switch my comms off and sit back and listen to probably the best interview of the weekend. So Stevie, take it away.
No pressure on me either, by the sound. No best interview of the weekend. But yes, Stevie Williamson has joined us. Now, you've also not just joined us for the commentary, but you've joined us for this series this year, because you were just telling me before when you sat down, you're actually from North Queensland. You're a Townsville girl.
Well, I'm actually Charters Towers, which is more inland.
Okay, all right, yep.
But yeah, I've joined the New South Wales club and come down this year to do some Pro MXs and obviously the New South Wales titles, and the competition and the ladies down here, they're just amazing. So I'm really enjoying this whole experience.
So what made you want to make this jump? Was it the fact that you needed some more competition? Did you just want to see the rest of this countryside? Did you want some cooler weather maybe? I don't know.
I come down here for obviously more competition, and I wanted to be I want to be good. So the only way to get good is make the move. Live by myself in a caravan this year. So yeah, I'm really just enjoying it.
So where have you parked the caravan at the moment? What's the suburb that we're residing in New South Wales?
Singleton's only an hour away.
Yeah, wonderful. Yep. It's a reasonable area, but there's not much going on out there.
No, but I've really been enjoying riding at the ranch and Woodville, as well as Luke George's. There's some awesome tracks around here, and then just meeting new girls down here. I'm just really enjoying it.
How's your sand skills? Have you been out to Luke George's place?
Yeah, I've got a little 152 stroke that's fully bored out and everything, so I get on that in the sand, and I've missed a two-stroke error. I've been racing competitively for 2 years. This year's my second year racing competitively, so I'm just trying to get back on a two-stroke error and learn to ride aggressively like a boy.
Okay, fair enough. Yep, righto. So we keep an eye on our action as it's going on as well. Taplin's there getting some pressure from the Yamaha. And I think the Yamaha is actually going to make a move here. And
he's just made a move now, Dave. He's dove to the inside as the boys go down to the split lane, trying to make it stick. I don't think he got it quite done as
no,
the
but he
boys...
dove to the inside around the tree after the rollers there. So that's Jake Snow on the 68 machine. He's got the position now from Taplin.
There we go. He's used that Yamaha power. He's come around the corner. Dave, he looks a lot like you on your Yamaha riding here the other day too, mate. I see a lot of similarities.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes. 100% similarities. I did have a headlight on, but that's the difference. As we see him, he's getting it through the rollers. Taplin's just lost a bit of pace here. Just dropping off the back of Snow. So Snow, if we remember from our first Moto 2, but Snow was up there in the action at the beginning, but then had a mistake and dropped right out of the results in that Moto 1. So as much as he's going to be up here now for Moto 2 results, he's not going to probably feature very highly in our overall situation. But Taplin needs these points for the championship because he is your points leader in this class as we came in from ACT. And he's had a pretty strong day going. But he could always use another position or two to get some more points because Ebic is out front. But Ebic also isn't featuring in our championship because he was 12th after this round. I think he had a couple of issues in this class at Canberra. So as much as Ebic got the first moto win here and he's likely to get the second one at the moment the way it's running, Taplin's still probably going to hold on to this C-grade MX2 championship lead at the end of this weekend.
Ebic and Snow have broken away now, mate. There's a bit of a gap back to the number 12. I think those two boys are going to go on a bit of a run of their own now, pushing each other, getting faster and faster as we go around this track. They've entered the back section now as Ebic emerges up over the double. Snow still in tow behind him. Few back markers to get around, but Ebic doesn't seem to have any trouble at all. He's diving to the inside. The back marker goes up nice and high, gives him plenty of room.
Ebic just making that rut look very difficult on the exit as he slid into it and then had to basically pivot and go.
And that's what we're seeing from a few of these ruts. The exits of these ruts seem to be crumbling or changing or hooking up. They seem to be what's causing a lot of drama for our riders. One, the slippery conditions, and two, the exits of these ruts.
Yeah, and Stevie's over here nodding about that comment, Russ, so she's obviously got some insight in that. The ruts are obviously a bit difficult on the exit. Stevie?
Yeah, they're either too bumpy, they just end, they're just very difficult. And the jumps to the faces, they're very slippery. I learnt that. Got a little dirt sample in my last race. And the landing of the jumps have pretty big holes in them.
Yeah, the track's developed really difficult now as we get later in our program here.
Speaking of holes in the back of jumps, I can see as I look up towards the Risen Unlimited banner there, Dave and Stevie, that first little double that you come out of, that looks like the back end of that jump is completely chewed out. It looks like there's huge holes in the back of that. Probably not cause any major issues, but it would certainly unsettle the bike coming down into the big triple.
Yeah, probably not ideal. And that was where sort of one of the riders, I can't remember which one, but we had somebody over jump the down ramp there and land in one of those holes, kick both feet off and almost go over the berm in the next corner there. So, yeah, this is where the track gets really challenging, and being precise on your jump distance gets really critical.
Probably worth noting too, all watering seems to have stopped now too. So I know that there was a bit of concerns raised for a few of the riders about how the water was going down and where it was going down. It looks as though the track crew have completely ceased all watering right now. So yeah, I think that'll help with the riders. They'll probably feel a bit better about that. But mate, it is going to turn into an absolute dust storm here over the next hour or so.
It's already doing so. Some of our camera footage here, despite the top quality guys here for Skywalker Studios, it is starting to be very visible that there's a lot of dust hanging in the air, and some of our pictures aren't, unfortunately, as clear because of that dust. But the battle at the front is starting to tighten up. It seems like Jake Snow, he's gone purple on our screen, meaning he's done the fastest lap of the moto last time around. Oh, but he's just put it down. Commentator Mocker, just straight in. He's ducked the front in the whole shot graphic corner there at the bottom of the hill. He was closing in on Nate Ebic. But unfortunately, similar to the first moto, when things started going good for Jake Snow, he's just tucked the front.
Dave, you've done it again, mate. Commentator's curse has been on fire today. I'm not sure what you're doing up there, mate, but we're going to have a little chat.
I'm just pulling strings, Russ. I know what I'm about to say, so I pull that string. It's like, you know, the voodoo doll, and out comes the wheels.
You keep sniping these riders off their bikes, mate. I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah. Definitely not what Jake Snow wanted there. He's back up on the bike, about to come past me. He's wide open and looking pretty fired up. What position is he now running in, Dave?
Well, look, I dare say he's down to, well, he's got listed as 4th here, so hopefully that's updated from that last time around. So Ebic, Taplin, Blake Smith, Jake Snow is your top 4 now as they ran past the last time for the finish line. So he has dropped down just a little bit. Now I'm going to go back to Stevie for a second here, because before we started talking here on the show, she mentioned that she's been riding a bit injured recently. Now, Russ, we have a lot of riders that go out on track with maybe a sore, wrist or a sprained ankle or sometimes even a broken bone, and they just ride through. But Stevie's got an interesting one here. Stevie, you want to fill us in on what you've got injured that you're riding through at the moment?
Yeah, just 2 weeks ago I fractured my cheekbone, my right cheekbone.
Your right cheekbone.
Yeah.
How's pulling the helmet on at the moment feel? That's probably a bit uncomfortable, I gather.
Well, I did ride 2 days after the accident when the swelling was at its best, and I took the padding out and my cheek was touching the side of the helmet, but...
Needed some more space for the swelling?
Yeah, but I fought through because nothing really stops me.
Oh, obviously not, no. to have a broken cheekbone.
I was just going to say, can we just clarify that point? The girl crashes, breaks a cheekbone, rather than stopping riding, just pulls the cheek pad out of the helmet to be able to continue riding. Have you ever ridden with a helmet, Dave, that doesn't have a cheek pad in?
I don't know how that would have felt, to be honest, because no, I haven't done that one, because they feel weird enough when they squeeze your cheeks in as it is, but yeah, to have one missing, that would have been a bit of an interesting situation. As we see Jake Snow, he's trying to get back into that 3rd position on track. Sorry to cut that off, Russ, but he's about to make the move on Blake Smith, and he has. He took the inside run before the rollers at the bottom of the track, and he's stolen that position back. So he's moving back forward, but I'd say that's as far as he's going to get, because he's got a fair gap back after that crash to where Jake Taplin is running 2nd on track.
Yeah, Snow is pushing super hard. He's not going to want to settle for the position that he's been given so far. He's hungry, he's keen, and he's got that Yamaha power underneath of him, mate. So he's going to be pushing super hard to try and close up that gap and make up for that mistake.
Look, I think I know what his problem is, Russ, with his front end tucks that he's had. Maybe he needs to go and talk to our man Joey at Gibson Tyre Tech and just check out what front tyre he's running at the moment.
You think that's what it might be?
It's a possibility. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it's a possibility.
Maybe you should have a chat with Chase Sexton too, mate, in the Supercross in the States.
I'm sure we've got his number somewhere. We'll just put Joey in touch with him. I'm sure he'll be able to give him a call straight away. As we see Jake Snow bounce down the hill, that back end almost jumped out. Did you see that, Stevie, as it just went all the way sideways at the entry to the corner there? Not probably the most pleasant of rides at that point, but he held on to it this time around as he's at the very top of our circuit. So, Stevie, what's on the cards for you? It seems you're down here in the New South Wales. What are the events you're trying to get to this year then?
I'm trying to complete all the 4 women Pro MX series. I want to do the whole New South Wales titles and at least get top 10 overall. And whatever else comes up, I hear there's an Ironman series.
Yes.
I would like to just really do anything, travel as far as I need to and just see what all the tracks are about down here and give it a go.
So we're just hearing from Russ. Russ, you might want to jump in, but you're saying that one of the riders might have a bit of a mechanical issue going on.
Yeah, he's on a Yamaha going up the hill now. It looks like the 514. I'm not sure if you can pull the name for me, mate.
Xander Painter.
It looks to me like his entire clutch perch and assembly is broken and hanging off the bike. I need to get a bit of a closer look, whether it's clutch or brake. It might be brake side, I can't quite tell, but one of his entire control sets is just dangling off the handlebars.
Well, so we've got a rider down in one of the inside bottom corners there as well, just having a bit of a clutch adjustment position going on by the looks of it. So
he's lost the left-hand side guard, and yeah, I think the entire clutch assembly is dangling, but it's dangling over the right-hand side, which is what was confusing me.
Yeah, right.
The bike's running fine. He's obviously able to ride it without a clutch. He's still hitting all the big tabletops, but yeah, that would be quite an awkward situation to have your entire left-hand clutch assembly bouncing around and flapping all over the place.
He's obviously broke the perch and let it go that free, but our rider that was down there was the Honda-mounted 130 of Lachlan Hobden, but he's up and going now. But yeah, we'll go back to Stevie. So you obviously got a few rounds and stuff that you're trying to plan out, but you've got the caravan. So what are you going to do during the week? Are you doing a lot of training? Have you picked up some work or anything while you're down here? What's the plans during the week?
During the week, I train 3 times a week at whatever tracks I can get at. I've just recently joined a gym, so now I don't have to do my 5K runs anymore by myself.
Bit boring, was it?
Yeah, very. So I've joined like a F45 gym,
nice.
sort of. So it ranges from weights to cardio to help with my off-bike fitness. And then, yeah, I do have a job of working twice a week for a mum babysitting, which
nice.
works in really well with motocross and training.
So is that local to where you're staying in Singleton then, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, nice. Living the full professional life just about then by the sounds of it, apart from the babysitting aspects.
Well, yeah, just not the professional yet.
We're working on it, right?
Working on it, yes, absolutely.
You're in the right place because there's plenty of tracks around this area with it being in Singleton and that Hunter area. There's plenty of tracks, private tracks as well as main motocross tracks like this one. You're probably going to see Cessnock, which is one of the tracks on our series later on. You might have already been there, have you, for any club days? Not yet?
I haven't made it yet.
Well, it'll be one I'm sure you'll get to shortly. But if you're riding the ranch, you're not far from my place. I live just on that area, so it's a good track to get to with its Wednesday practice days as well. So very cool to be a part of that one. As we just seen the 514 on screen there. I think that's our man trying to pick up the Xander, trying to pick up Russ's talk about the clutch lever and the assembly being in the wrong spot. I think I can see something dangling, but we haven't quite got a steady shot to make. Yeah, look at there it is. It's all black. He's got a handguard and everything, I think, flapping around on the other side of the bike. So it's completely missing from the left. So it is the clutch, but it has flipped over to the right-hand side. It's dangling down near the backside of the front number plate there. It's actually sitting in his lap at the moment. That's got to be really awkward.
Yeah, you don't really need something that big and heavy dangling around in that area, flapping around.
I'm not sure where we're going, Russ, but look, I'm going to say that he's taken no clutch motos to the extreme.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just worried about his health and safety at this point, mate. You don't want to get hit anywhere in that area by a clutch perch.
Well, he's continuing on. He's gone past the last lap board now, so he's only got to make it for one more circulation and he can get rid of that large thing dangling in that area that's not very good for a contact point, but we'll see how he goes. He's just cruising through those rollers there, probably safely. So we're looking for our leader now, but Nate Ebick, the 999, he's still out in front. He's got a 6-second gap over Jake Taplin. Jake Snow's just a few seconds back. He hasn't quite caught up, but here comes Ebick. Down the hill, he's having a look over just to check on the gap. He's going to get the win here in this MX2 C-grade category. There goes
Ebick.
Taplin.
I'll grab Ebick and Snow,
we're looking
I reckon.
for our third position. Hasn't quite come through, I don't think. Looking for Jake Snow on that 68 machine. There he is. So another crash that probably ruined his overall results today, but the 68 machine does come through in third in the moto. Russ, have you managed to pick up any of our MX2 guys?
No, once again, you beat me to it a little bit, mate. I've actually got Ebick rolling in here now. No, all right. Oh, Darcy, sorry, wrong one. Ebick, here we go. Got the right guy now, mate. Took me a little minute to get to the right guy here. Nate, this has been an awesome day for you. You've been riding really well, mate. Give me a little rundown of how that last race went.
Yeah, it went pretty good. I got a whole shot for the first time in ages, which was awesome. It made the race a little bit easier. And yeah, old man the Yamaha was slowly catching me, but he went down and I had a decent gap, so I just rode my race and was being smart, and yeah, came over the win.
It was a really good race to see, and you're right, Snow on the Yamaha was pushing super hard, mate. He was definitely wanting to come for you, but it was great to see how you worked under pressure, mate. So you got the whole shot and led. How important are the starts here at Lakes?
Oh, they're very important here. It's probably one of the harder tracks to try and make a pass on, so if you can get a whole shot, it makes this race at this track so much easier.
Awesome, mate. Well, well done. Looking great out there. Can't wait to see you at round 3.
All right, back to our start gates for our next moto. 5-second board's gone down. It's our 13 to 16 years girls class. Who's going to get our whole shot here? Looks to be the usual suspects, Ada Harris and me. Cameron getting good starts on those Huskies. Ada Harris is going to get the whole shot here. As she brings it down to Kennard's high corner. She's leading this one out. Mia Cameron having a bit of a rough run there out of that rut. I think she blocked the path of Claire Pollard, who's currently in third. Couldn't get around her. But Ada Harris is going to try and run away quickly at the front of this pack. She's already built up a nice little gap here very early in this opening lap. Pollard has made the move into second position. Jayla Parker's just also snuck past Mia Cameron as well, so Jayla's up to third position. But it's Ada Harris at the front, trying to get away. She's very good in these opening laps, good starter, good intensity to begin with. Hopefully she can hold this one together. She's had a couple issues today in our Moto 1s of the day, but she had a much stronger ride in our MXW class earlier in this second Moto program. Managed to get herself third in that one. She's now out front here in our junior girls class. Puts in that first lap out front. Just seeing some watering going on the start straight area where they're crossing over. So Ada's got nearly a 6-second gap on Claire after that opening lap. So great first lap for Ada Harris. Claire didn't get a great jump, it seems, but she's worked through some of those other riders in this category to find herself in second, and now she's got to put down her head down and try to catch up to Ada if she can. But that 6-second gap's going to take a bit of work to get through.
Dave, I just got to see that Yamaha with the broken clutch perch up close and personal. Yeah, pretty gnarly situation where he's just snapped the perch clean off the handlebars, and the thing was just dangling by the clutch cable itself. Now, I asked him if he'd been hit by it in the body area, but he said no, luckily he hadn't taken any hits from it. So very lucky situation for him where he was able to still continue, put in some decent laps and just ride with the clutch, the whole clutch lever and perch just flapping around there in the breeze.
Sounds like he avoided any mishaps, which is good to know. As we just saw the 67 of Chloe Hart come through. Jayla Parker just behind there. So we might have had a bit of a change in that running order there a little bit as well. Yep, Chloe Hart is up to third position now. As we see Pollard down the hill through those braking bumps and then battling the acceleration bumps out of that rut to get up the hill. This track is starting to deteriorate quite significantly as we get late into our program here. Only about 4 or so motos to go after this one. Pollard trying to keep the bike down, just scrubbing off a bit of speed as she gets on the face of those jumps. Down past the mechanics area. Through our rollers. She's had a pretty good run through those rollers today. She's had a good line using that berm to carry more speed into them. As we see, I think that's Chloe Hart just trying to jump into the early ones. There's Jayla Parker going past as well in fourth. So our top 4. Fifth there, that's Mia Cameron coming through. Then there's Layla White, getting a bit of a kick in the rear as she got out the end of the rollers there. That's Ashton Warren going through on the 26 on the Yamaha. Ada back to the front here, our red plate championship leader in this class. Her last lap around, she went the fastest of the moto so far, 149.0. So she's not letting that gap close from Claire. If anything, she's actually extended it out just a little bit. It's over 6 seconds now. So Ada doing a good job at the front of this one. 13 to 16 years girls. Around the top of our circuit. Hopefully this time when we get her to the end of this moto, if she manages to hold that position out, hopefully she can have a good little interview with Russ about the positive parts of her moto this time.
Mate, she's been an absolute trooper, hasn't she? She's
Well, she's put herself out there today by saying she wanted to come onto it and then had some rough motors and stuck to it. She still came on with the interviews and did a good job. So, props to her on that side of things.
Absolutely. I mean, she did give me a little bit of stink eye as I was walking towards her.
She's like, I know what I set myself up for and I've got to follow through, right?
After one of her crashes. But, look, full props to a young rider that can do that, mate. That can say, yeah, you know what, I'd like to be interviewed a bunch. I'd like to have a chat, make a couple of silly mistakes and really feel bad about them and still front up to do the interview. So I think it's been really fun to follow Ada's day today. Look, the ups and downs of motocross are what make it exciting. It's great to watch someone like Blake Bohannon go out and just absolutely wax everyone, but it's actually really interesting to watch someone like Ada have a day that's a bit up and down, few errors here and there, and watch how she gets her head straight and figures out the rest of the day. So, yeah, big props to Ada Harris.
You know what they all say about some of these, these younger generations these days, and they're on their tablets and their devices all the time. I can't really say much about it because I'm on mine pretty often these days, but it's mostly for work purposes, let's say. But they all end up not having good resilience, and I think moto is a resilience building effort all the time, because you always got something you're battling on track, whether it's just yourself, whether it's your bike, your setup, the track itself, or the position that you've ended yourself up into and you've got to battle through. It builds resilience, it builds confidence. So being out here on track, it's good for the mental side of things for these younger participants in our sport.
Dave, I couldn't agree more, mate. Coming from Power Sport Central, we help a lot of families get into their first motorcycles, second, third, fourth motorcycles, and I strongly believe, mate, that it is such a great thing for kids to be into. Kids don't really get their butt kicked in much anymore. Everything's very safe, everything's very secure, everything's
a participation award.
Everything's a participation award. Moto is not. That bike will kick your butt all day long and not care about your feelings. The tracks are tough, it's dusty, it's wet, it's cold, it's muddy. It's just hard work from start to finish no matter what you do. Just even packing your gear and maintaining your bike to get to a track is a ton of work. When these riders go home today, they're stripping bikes down. They've got to chuck all the gear in the wash. They've got to maintain everything. I don't think there's much in life that gives them the resilience, like you're saying, in life other than moto, mate. I really, truly believe that.
Well, and like you just mentioned about all the things that you've got to do after the event, the things you've then got to do before the event as well. So it actually gives you really good, planning and time management skills as well, because you've got to fit in, either school or work or study or whatever it is around all these things you've got to do to the bike before and after an event to prep it. So you then learn other skills as well. You learn some little mechanical skills that then, if you have a flat tire on your car, you've already learned how to change a tire or something, or use a spanner or a socket. So you learn these life skills in moto that lots of other people wouldn't. And you also, because of our venues that we go to, you get to travel the countryside and actually explore the world, So, and that's one part I really love.
Take our new friend Stevie, mate.
Oh, look, exactly.
Look at what she's doing,
100%.
She's
from North Queensland
to Singleton, living in a caravan by herself.
Yep.
She's prepping a bike, right? She doesn't have a team there to prep her bike for her. Dad's not here with her. She's doing her own thing. If she wants to ride during the week, she's adjusting the chain. She's changing her air filters. She's fueling the thing up. There's no one there to look after her. Plus, she's having to work a part-time job to pay for it all. I think that is the greatest lesson in life that anyone could ever have, that she wants to be better. She's got to put the effort in. She's got to put herself out of her comfort zone and push herself to be better. Look at how she wanted to be on the media and do the interviews today. Like, there's all these little things that I think moto just opens these young people up to that not many other things in life do.
Yeah, well, speaking of the media side of things and the young people getting exposed to stuff, like as a young person, like I can remember the first time I really ever had to speak in public was when I got a microphone shoved in my face on a podium. And now look where I am. So it's some of those skills that you probably never thought you'd ever have to learn or whatever, but you just get exposed to it in moto. It's such a good sport from an all-round aspect of life skills. So
one of the things I really like about it too, Dave, is that if you don't put the effort in and you don't do the training, you'll get hurt.
Yeah, but it shows as well.
It shows.
Like the results
Correct.
and how it all goes.
Yep.
If you put in effort here, you get rewarded with what your results say and show for you as well. So look, it's a great sport to be involved with. So we keep an eye on this race, but Ada Harris is making a nice gap at the front. She's got a 7.5 second lead over Claire Pollard. Claire with a big gap back to third, though, in 67 of Chloe Hart. Jayla Parker running around in fourth, not too far behind Chloe. Mia Cameron's in fifth for the moment. Layla White, Ashton Warren in seventh. Bonnie Aldridge in eighth. Georgia Lindsay in ninth. And Holly Impey in 10th on our track at the moment. With only about a minute and a half to go before we see the last lap board. So not too much longer left in this moto. But that start from Ada in this one, that was the key here. She's got herself well and truly out in front.
Got a great start. Claire Pollard not too far behind her, but man, did Ada just get a huge kick off one of these holes crossing the start straight there, mate. She had to back right off the throttle to get that thing back under control. These holes are opening up. They're really getting big, and it's starting to really push the riders around.
Just another aspect of things that, that everybody's got to battle through, the changing aspects and the conditions of the track. It develops into quite the monster across a race weekend. So we see one of the riders shoot out to the berm there at the Dantia corner. Some great drone footage across the weekend from our Skywalker Studios crew. Keeping everything in picture for us. But you can see the differences in the dirt colors there. Absolutely baked out and dry, and there's not a single thing there in the middle of that face of that up ramp on the downhill. And then we've still got a little bit of color in terms of dark soil on the uphill, which is quite surprising, to be honest, given how many bikes we've had out on track and the run we've had just in the sun baking it out in the last hour or so.
That's right. What were our total numbers for the weekend, Dave?
I heard 450-ish or something around there. So we had a lot of riders out here. Well-supported event, to be honest. It's been very great attended event entrant-wise, both ACT and now our second round here at Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, Motocycle New South Wales putting on a great event and a great series for us here, mate. Round one at Canberra was absolutely unreal. They're an awesome team to work with. And, yeah, round two here at Lake Macquarie. Great to have an awesome host club. Adam Morgan, the president here. Great guy, got a great team in the committee here at Lakes. But it is just awesome to work with such a professional team like Motocycle New South Wales. Those guys just run a really tight ship. They know what they're doing. You've heard me refer to Beachy all day. He's the man down here that basically runs things, gets the races going on time. He's got everything on a stopwatch and a bunch of spreadsheets, and just make sure we get through everything. It's something that a lot of people may not realise, is that it's actually quite difficult to get these days to run on time when you have all this potential hold-ups from injuries, from crashes, from bike failures or whatever. They all add a ton of time to the day. So it takes a really organised team to manage not only just the flow of the day, but any unplanned interruptions throughout it as well.
Yeah, well, thankfully, too, over the first two rounds, we have had some injuries, but nothing too serious as well. And our medical crews have done a good job in terms of, getting the riders up and off the circuit so that they're safe. And that's kept the days rolling through as well. So we've had a reasonable run through the opening rounds here in 2026 from that aspect too. But yeah, you're correct about the crew and the officials to make this thing go round. Have all the scoring on the screen as we do. As we watch Ada Harris to the top of the circuit on her last lap. Doing a great job. She's going to come down the hill one last time. So this will be the 2:19 of Ada Harris getting the win here in the 13 to 16 years girls category. It'll be a 2-1 on the day for the overall for Ada Harris in this category. Claire Pollard's come across the line in second, so that'll be a 1-2 for her. So that'll be second overall. We're looking for our next rider, which should be the 2.58 of Jayla Parker, just a little bit further back in the queue here. That's the 26 of Ashton Warren coming across. So we might take a break here on our coverage from round two of the Motocycle New South Wales state titles. We'll be back with more action after the break.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross state titles, presented by Dantia. Whole Shot Graphics. Kennard's Hire. Risen Unlimited. National Motorcycle Alliance. Skywalker Studios. Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service. Black Dog Institute.
Back to the start gates we go. It's MX2 A and B grade on the gate. It's going to be another big one. We've got our man Justin McHugh giving that front plate another tap. Russ, you're down close to this starting area yet again.
Mate, I'm at the end of the start straight this time, over to where we call the Whole Shot. Pretty much to the outside barriers there. There's the Dantia Whole Shot, Kennard's Hire and Risen Unlimited barriers. Just behind me, I'm looking straight down the barrel to these boys at that start gate. This is the race we've all come for, mate. These boys are going to do some serious battle today. I can see Reese Budd there right next to the dog box, gate number 21. On the inside of him is Drew Kremer on the number 5 machine. Burgess right next to him as well. So there's going to be some jostling back and forth. There's going to be some banging bars, and this is going to be one heck of a race.
You are in the prime position there, aren't you, Russ? I just got you on camera now. Smile and wave to the drone for me. There we go. Look at that pretty face. All right,
hi, Mum.
The 15-second board is up. Russ, I'll let you call this one from here, mate.
5-second board goes down. The heads are down. The revs are up. Here we go. Gate drop. Who's going to get it? Budd gets buried. Drew Kremer comes around on his number 5 Newcastle Power Sports machine. Nails the Whole Shot. He's got a bit of competition, though. He doesn't come out in first position out of that second corner. It looks like it's the 299 machine.
That's Ryan Jones.
Ryan Jones beat him, but he gets it back. Drew Kremer fights back to get it. Get the lead.
Oh, Bud's in third. Did Bud just go down in the third corner there? I think he might have. We've just lost Reese Budd, I think.
No, Reese Budd's there. He's in about 4th position right now, coming up over centre right now as we speak.
We had a good dab, and I think he pushed the front a bit, so obviously he's lost a couple of positions, but he's still going, so that's okay for Reese Budd.
Drew's going to have to push super hard because Budd is coming right behind him. Can he extend the lead and give himself a bit of breathing room as this track turns into an absolute dust bowl?
Oh, Kremer had to have a look over there because Ryan Jones was going to ride the wide line all the way around the outside, and Kremer had to close that off at the top of the hill there. So he didn't lose the lead, so it's going to be Kremer over the line for the first time.
Jones not letting go of him at all. He is right on his tail as they come down the straight. Jones's bike kicking a little bit left and right. Reese Budd looking so stable and steady as they come into those huge braking bumps to head into the back section of our track this afternoon here at Lakes. Let's look and see who comes out of that back section on top. Drew Kremer still holding up. Jones looking for an inside line. Looking to show him a wheel. Reese sitting right behind him. Jones launches over there as the boys run it up the hill. Drew and Jones dive to the inside. Budd goes a little bit higher in that corner. Budd looking to make a move on Jones. He gets it done. They head up into the rollers. Dave, what are you seeing from your angle, mate?
Yeah, Bud's on the charge after a little mistake on that opening lap. He's coming down to try and get past Kremer here. He's on the move for sure.
He goes on the inside. Can't make it done. Drew gives him a little look over the shoulder. They both wash off as much height as they can over that second tabletop. Going up high. Drew dives to the inside. Budd goes to the top and gets a huge drive down that hill. And honestly, that's where I've seen Budd be so strong this weekend, where he's able to push really deep into these corners.
Now, interestingly, both those guys, Kremer and Budd, on the exit of that rut to come up the hill, there is a lot of acceleration bumps, but they actually ran it out the edge of the rut and just missed all of those by going about another 3 or 4 inches to the right of it up the hill. So
Bud's all over him as they come down the main straight. The two boys side by side as they go flying into the back section. Drew doing an awesome job to hold off the more senior rider of Reese Budd there. Gas versus Honda as they enter the back section of the track. Over the rear tabletop, Drew still holding the lead as they rail the berm. There's a few feet dangling off pegs. The boys have got these things absolutely wedged. Bud hanging off the back of his machine, going high. Drew Kremer diving to the inside, setting up for turn 3 here into the Kennard's high corner. Bud looking to make a move on the outside.
Bud
Can't get it done.
Yeah, Reese Bud is going everywhere that Drew Kremer isn't, trying to find the line on him. Great racing here from Bud.
We've lost one of our front runners in that corner too, mate. Looked like he was on a Yamaha. I can't quite tell.
That might have been Justin McHugh. He was up there on the 355 machine in 4th, so maybe that's the one. We'll have to check in when we get an update on as they come through the finish line area. But Bud's going to make a run up the hill again. He's going to go wide in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner, try to shoot down and catch Kremer.
Same lines they did before. Kremer going to the
he's gone around the outside in the braking zone. Bud with the move to the lead. What a move from Reese Bud.
Bud all day has been happy to take these downhill turns really, really deep.
That's confidence in your machine right there, to run it in that deep on a downhill in those braking zones. Very confident Reese Bud took the move there.
Well, this is exactly what Matt Boyd from Boyd's Moto Surgery was telling us about. This track is so much about your fork setup, and doing what Reese Bud did, that is faith in your forks and knowing what they're going to do. There's so much pressure and so much gravitational force pulling that front end down to be able to go that hard into the braking bumps downhill into a corner. Absolutely unreal.
Gravitational force, Russ, that's a big word.
We're getting deep, mate. I'm a bit excited.
Oh, I can tell. It's all good because Reese Bud is out leading, and that was an impressive move to take the lead from Kremer. And you can just see Bud just trying to sneak away now at the front. He has got the fastest lap time on the last lap around of a 134.8. Not quite the speed that he had in the earlier motos when he was in a low 133s, but the track is in a very different state than it was earlier in the day. But Kremer is going to have to try and keep Bud inside here. He has got a little gap over the 3rd position rider, who is Ryan Jones, and I do believe it was Justin McHugh that we might have lost there. That comment you mentioned about the Yamaha the last lap around, because he's now in 10th. He was showing in 4th at that point, so might have been McHugh that went down. We've got John Bover up in the action, but I think in 4th at the moment. Giles Campbell in 5th on the Stark. Peter Wolf in 6th. Riley Burgess is 7th. Corey Eisel in 8th. Caden Gray 9th, and like I said, Justin McHugh currently 10th after possibly having a little tip over. Bud throwing it sideways, trying to keep it low down the hill. He's gapped the field now. Got a couple of seconds over Drew Kremer. About a 4.5, 5 second gap now. And Bud just went quicker again that last time around. Now that he got a clear track at front, could choose where he wanted to go. Wonder if Kremer's just a little bit cautious through those rollers after that big crash earlier in the day in that section.
Yeah, look, Reese Bud is definitely going to gap to Drew Kremer now, mate. He is visibly pulling away and opening up that gap. But to be honest, I don't think Kremer needs to panic about that. He showed us some amazing riding this weekend and showed us that he belongs up the front of this pack. I think what Drew Kremer needs to do now is settle into his race, hit his own marks, forget about Reese Bud a little bit and make sure he maintains this 2nd position, because I believe Jones behind him is looking pretty hungry.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned about Drew Kremer as well. I was chatting to him this morning, and he actually reminded me that he had an injury at the end of last year, and he was only just back on the bike before our opening round in Canberra a couple of weeks ago. So he's still sort of really building back into full race fitness as well. So that knee injury that he had obviously sounded a bit significant. He had a fair bit of time off the bike last year. So these results that he's putting in, these rides, as much as he might not be getting the win all the time, he's definitely showing the speed still there, and he's going to be a threat across the rest of this season in this New South Wales Motocross State Titles Championship. Bud just having to... He did a little pre-wheelie to get over a hole on the drop onto the start straight there, Russ. That section looks nasty from where Reese Bud just the move that he just pulled to get over those bumps.
Yeah, that corner, mate, is an absolute mess. There is not one good rut in that corner at all. Some of the riders are cross-rutting to dive right into the inside, which is actually the drainage line that has now become part of the track. The guys are using that to get themselves around, or they're going high like we just saw the 134 there do. Those are about the only two predictable lines. Everything in the middle is an absolute mess. Then it drops you down into a bit of a drop-off and a bunch of holes and bumps all the way down the straight.
Got to ride it down in our second turn. I'm not sure who that is. We will pick that up a bit far from it. Oh, it's Drew Kremer's gone down from second position. He's got up in about fourth, I believe, so he hasn't lost too much ground, but not just saying about him having some good results and stuff, but yeah, he just made a mistake there.
This is exactly what I was talking about before, where Drew needed to back off the speed a little bit and maintain his position and hold that second. He wasn't going to catch Reese Budd at the pace that he's at, but second was his to lose, and he's just done that. Bit of an unforced error there, which he didn't need to make, and he could have just run that in. Now he set himself up for a bunch of hard work to try and track down third and second.
Just watching now, that's the 28 on screen at the front there. That is Peter Wolf, that's seventh. And I think Justin McHugh's moving his way back forward in eighth there. And I think that just at the back there on the Honda, that's the 23 of Corey Eisel. So a nice little battle there for 7th, 8th, 9th on track.
Dave, I just noticed the new line that Reese Budd is taking in this nasty corner after the finish line. He's running it fairly high and then pivoting the bike and squaring all those ruts off. So rather than dealing with them directly, he's just skimming across the top of them. It's a really interesting line and definitely worth watching.
Oh, I'd watch if I could, but I'm just getting some roost thrown into the booth here as they go past it.
You have no idea how happy it makes me that you in the booth are copping the elements here at Lakes, mate. Everywhere else, you're up in your ivory tower, and I'm so happy that you're getting roost, dirt. Yesterday, you got a bike.
The bike, yeah, one of the riders wanted to join me mid-race, so that was interesting. So, yeah, look, it's been all happening from this point of view here at Lakes for me, but
normally it's the on-track guy that's getting hammered by roost and the weather conditions, mate, so it's nice that I can share it with you today.
McHugh's trying to make a move on Peter Wolf here. He's going the long way around into the rollers, but he hasn't quite got the pace there. Wolf having a good, solid ride here, trying to hold him off. Peter's got a bit of a drive home tonight. He's got to get all the way back up to the border. He's from up the north part of New South Wales there in Tweed. As they come over that centre tabletop, McHugh trying to get a run. He's going to probably go the long way around in our National Motorcycle Alliance corner. He is. Can he square it off and chase down the hill? Oh, he almost took the nose off Corey Eisel as he turned across the front of him there in that corner. Drag race up the hill. Can he get to the inside at the top here and make a move? No, they both sort of follow into that middle corner so they can get that jump at the top easily. It's a good little battle here. McHugh trying to pull up level. He's going to go around the outside, hit the berm, shoot down onto our start straight. Drag race. Who's going to be brave here into our turn at the bottom of the track? They're going to use the split lane, or are they both going to end up in the berm? So no changes, but the three riders here are all on top of each other. 7th, 8th, 9th. Eisel might be able to sneak by both of them if they're not careful. Crisscrossing across our circuit here at Lake Macquarie are these three riders. Here's the split. McHugh's tried to go to the inside. Wolf has closed the door. Eisel's going to go around the outside. Can he get a run on both of them? Down into our Kennards High corner, no. McHugh's gone outside, Wolf gone inside. Who gets the run up the hill? Basically stay the same at the moment. They're in the tight section, they're all wanting the same inside ruts. Not too much running room here to get a run on each other. It's a bit difficult to pass in this section as we go through this whole shot berm and over these centre tabletops. Got to stay low, get the power down. Now they're going to split here. Who's going to go wide? Oh, McHugh goes wide. Oh, he runs into Eisel, who was cutting down as coming out of the inside rut. Eisel's made the move on McHugh now because of that. So like I said, if they weren't careful, Eisel was going to sneak into the picture here, and he's got one of them. Eisel on the Honda. Now going to focus up on Peter Wolf. As McHugh just sort of slows down at the top there. Maybe he's got a little issue after that contact. We'll have to see if he picks up the pace again. No, he's looking down at something and moving his hand. Maybe he bumped the clutch lever out of his grasp, but hopefully he can sort that out as Eisel dives to the inside at the bottom of the circuit there, trying to get a move done here on Peter Wolf. Not quite able to get it done just yet, does Eisel. But he's got a run here. He's on the inside of it. Oh, he got the door closed. Wolf closed it off on Eisel before that roller. Eisel's going to fall in behind Wolf here in the Dantia corner. He's going to have to try and find some space here. He wants to make a move. He can't get stuck in the pace if he wants to keep moving forwards. Oh, he gets on the back of the bike, does Eisel. Wheelies through that section. Almost a little out of control, I would have said. Both down the hill, stretching out that tabletop. See who can get to the ground quickest after these tabletops and keep their pace for the drive up the hill. Eisel gets it probably lowest and he's driving up the hill. He's going to go all the way around the outside. Oh, almost contacts Wolf there. They both wanted the same inside rut. Only one of them could get through it. Wolf holds ground. Little gap, little breathing room just now for Wolf after that little contact point there almost happened. Eisel's liking that corner for a bit of bang bang. Bumped into a couple of riders now, has Eisel in the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. But a bit of a breathing room, like I said. Wolf just got probably a second and a half gap over Eisel. Eisel's going to remount a charge here as we get our leaderboard back up on screen. It's still Bud from Ryan Jones having a great race in second, but he's 15-second downs on Bud. Drew Kremer's back up to third position. There's Bud heading up the hill, making a move on one of our lap riders. So yeah, Bud, Jones, Kremer, Bova holding fourth. Burgess is up to fifth. Not a good start in this one for Burgess. Campbell in sixth, Wolf is seventh, and Eisel at eighth. That battle we were just watching. But this is our leader on screen, the 22 machine. On board that Moto Coach Elite Honda. Got the red and yellow Fox gear on. Throwing it sideways to keep the bike low. Wash off some of that speed as they come down the hill. Make sure he hits the down ramps nicely. It's quite easy to over jump those three tables down the hill there. You get a lot more speed than you realise coming down as the jump fades away from you, below you. Described it yesterday as like that point on a roller coaster where it just drops away from you unexpectedly, and your stomach goes way up in your chest region. But Bud having a solid day here. Bit of an issue in the first motor for this one, but he's still got the win, even though he had to stop and readjust the front end. But a very solid day out on the Honda for Reese Bud. Great to have him here, part of the state titles in New South Wales. MX2 A and B action going on. A minute and a half plus a lap to go here. There's Kremer going up the hill to our Dantia corner. Bit of a battle going on here. That's Bova and Burgess by the look of it. Burgess trying to get another position up. Bova trying to hold on to fourth. Burgess to the inside. He's got the move done. So that's up to fourth for Burgess. That's going to help him in the overall. He got second in the Moto 1. Kremer didn't feature after a crash. McHugh's down a bit in this moto. So this should be a good, hopefully second overall, depending on the scoring for Burgess. Now that he's up to fourth. So we'll have to see if he can get any further up, if he can reach Kremer or not, and get onto the moto podium. But Burgess, from a bad start in this second moto for MX2 A and B, into a reasonable finishing position so far in fourth, but still got a little bit further to go yet. But you can see that gap. That's Kremer at the bottom of the hill. Burgess just coming down the hill, so bit of track distance between the two at this stage. I don't know if he's going to be able to bridge that gap here in the closing stages of Moto 2. Just noted that the 5.32 of Ryan Clark has retired from this moto on our timing and scoring, unfortunately. So Reese Budd's going to be happy with his efforts so far today in the MX2 class, that's for sure. Makes the trip from his current new home in Queensland down for these events, but he's always been a New South Wales boy from back in Western Sydney. So it's good to see him back a part of this series in 2026. That's Burgess just going up through the rollers. The dust is getting a bit bad through that middle section of track. It's very much dried out, but you can't do nothing about it now. It's gone in terms of watering it. It's just, it'd be like an ice skating rink if you put anything on there now. We're just going to have to deal with it through these last couple of motos of our Day 2 program here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. Burgess still running strong here. Don't think he's closing too quickly on the position in front, which is Kremer in third in this moto. Kremer's done well to recover after that crash there from second. Ryan Jones having a great run, but second position in this one, got a great start, ran up front for a little bit. Holding down second to Bud, 20 seconds off the pace, but as we see the last lap board there, getting Riley Burgess as he came through. So less than a lap to go for Reese Budd. He'll have the dual wins today. That'll be 3 motos from 4 in the New South Wales Championship for Reese Budd. There he is over the centre tabletop. Still putting down the charge. Using this as a good training ground for the Pro MX Series is Reese Budd. Had an okay result at Wonthaggi in the MX2 class just gone. Probably not his favourite surface, I've been told from his team manager. But he got a solid result that he could take and build on. But I think you'll be looking for him to have a really good run at round 2 of Pro MX in Canberra in a couple of weeks' time. I believe that's the 18th, 19th of April. As we see him take the checkered flag there, taking that win on his Moto Coach Elite Honda is Reese Budd. 20-second gap. We've got to wait for our second place rider, which will be the 299 of Ryan Jones. And at this stage, it'll be the number 5 of Drew Kremer coming through for 5th. Here comes Ryan Jones. Solid result for him. Second in the moto. Looking for our third place rider. There he is, the number 5 of Drew Kremer. All right, we'll take a break on our coverage of the New South Wales Motocross State Titles from Lake Macquarie. We'll be back with more action after this break.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Our track here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club, getting ready for our C-grade MX1 race. Just coming off our ad break there, looking at the tourism shots from Lake Macquarie Council. Love the lake is their slogan, but they've got the lake, they've got some beaches. It's a beautiful area here on what would be the Central Coast, generally speaking. Come and check it out. Plenty of campgrounds as well. Race is about to get underway here. Gate is down. C-grade action, MX1. Looking for who's going to get our whole shot. It's the 177 on the Cowie. Going to sneak into the inside, possibly, and pop out. Looks like he's going to get it. Adam Beck. But Harriman's going to duck down to the inside of corner 3 and take away that lead. It's our double duty from the vet class. Lee Harriman with the lead in this Moto 2 for C-grade MX1. Harriman on board the Yamaha. Been a busy character lately. He's been up to the Sunshine State to do their titles as well. in the last few weeks. As we see the pack come through the dust cloud there in our whole shot graphics corner. Harriman out front, heading down the hill. I think I saw the 981 there pop in the second past Adam Beck. So that is Samuel Noonan moving himself in the second on the Honda. Haven't seen the 27 yet of Richie Lawler, our first moto winner. Not sure where Richie is in this one. As Noonan making a drag race out of it with Harriman. Across the start straight. Noonan's going to duck to the inside. Take away the lead from Harriman. It's a change for the lead. 981. Samuel Noonan on the Honda. Takes over the race lead. Harriman in second now. Beck holding on to third on the Cowie. Have to check our timing and scoring here. Richie Lawler's come across the stripe in ninth, so terrible start for Richie Lawler to this moto. Have to see if he can climb his way through the field here, because he will be looking to get some more points and claw his way into this championship. As Noonan have a little struggle out of the exit there of that corner before he headed down the hill. Harriman with a strong ride so far here in Moto 2. Beck. Then the 245 of Elijah Dick. Running in fourth. Noonan just trying to line himself up in those ruts down the hill before pivoting to make the corner. The sun's getting a bit low here. The vision's going to get difficult through the dust. These guys are going to have to make careful decisions on their line choice as they run through the different coloured soils across the circuit now. Noonan going to be able to take the wide line, but sweeps back to the inside actually. I thought he was going to go to the berm down at the bottom of our circuit, but he went, pulled a fast one on me, took it back to the inside. Harriman only a couple of seconds off the lead. He's holding him there. We'll get an update on where Richie Lawler is after they've come across the stripe. He's in up to 6, so he's moving forward, but nothing too fast so far. Maybe a few more positions on this next lap. We'll see how he goes. But Samuel Noonan has gone purple. He's gone the fastest in this moto at a 1:40 for Samuel Noonan on that 981 Honda. Noonan's got some sponsors as well. Signature Santas. I'm not sure what that's all about. Technic, supported by Technic Suspension. Riders down on straight. Is that the 27? It is. Richie Lawler got caught up with another rider there. Not the race that Richie Lawler wants. That's the 245. That's Elijah Dick. He was in fourth, I believe. Third over the stripe last time around. So he won't be that high up anymore. Richie's got a bit more work to do now after having done a fair bit already this moto after this bad start that he's had. He's got caught up in an accident. So a lot more time to go. We've still got 10 minutes, so plenty of time for Richie Lawler to make it up, but he's going to have to avoid any more incidents.
Yeah, Dave, Lawler's really had one of those days, hasn't he, where he's made a lot of unforced errors and made things a lot more difficult for himself than it needed to be.
Well, he's going to have to work through that now because he's got to make a lot of ground up after winning this first moto in this class. He's not looking good right now. He has come over the line in fifth, so he hasn't lost too many positions. But I think he was up to making that third place move when that accident occurred. There he is on screen in that bright orange gear. I think he's about to make a move on the Kawasaki mounted Adam Beck, who might have just lost the position to the 159 of Matthew Wilson, but we'll check on that as they come up the hill. And looks like Richie has made the move past Beck. And it is the 159 now. Matthew Wilson currently holding on to that third position, but I think Lawler's about to make another move here.
Yeah, Lawler's through, mate. He's made the move early in those rollers. Found a nice line around him. He dives to the inside and uses that same line that he's been favouring all day as he launches that machine down over the triple. Oh, he's got a bit of neutral or something.
I think he almost got out the top of that berm, and I think it scared him for a second there, so he just had to completely come to a stop for a second in the whole shot graphics berm, which is not something you see many people doing. But he gathered it up and he kept going, so that's okay. I thought he might have put a hole in our whole shot banners.
Yeah, we've managed to not have any go through today, right? Which has been good. We had a couple yesterday.
Just easy on that, because there's still a couple of motos to go. But Lawler's at the top of the circuit now, so he should be sitting in third. But there is a big gap that he's going to have to carry and make up the ground for if he wants to get anywhere near the front two. And we'll give you an update on that as they come over. But he is 9 seconds back of Harriman, who is 7 seconds back of Noonan. So he's going to have to find some big time gains here, is Richie Lawler, if he wants to get any further forward in this moto. But he does have time on his side with 8 plus a lap to go. As we see him there bounce through the end of the rollers at the bottom of the circuit. He's going to make a run up the hill. We can't see in this drone shot just yet. We can't see Harriman. I think that might be him there coming down into the Kennards corner. So that's our gap there. They're on the opposite sides of that lane. So a lot of ground for Lawler to make up. And it's about the same gap, or just a bit more, from Harriman to Noonan. So I don't think Lawler's going to get to the front of this one, but he might be able to claw back Harriman. We'll see how this progresses. So after that contact there, the 245 of Elijah with Harriman has dropped down to 9th. So he's still circulating there, which is good. But possibly not the result he was hoping for after a good start. So our running orders: Noonan, Harriman, Lawler, Wilson, Beck, 583 of Lincoln, then Bennett, then Welsh, Ross. Lawler down the hill. Some dusty sections there at the base of the hill there before they cross the start line area. You can see on those drone shots that acceleration and then braking bumps across the start there. Very nasty area of the track at this point of the day. Lawler's just gone purple on our screen, so he's putting in a push. He did a 139.1, which is his fastest in this class that I think I've seen him do today, because he's qualifying for this class was a 141. So that's a pretty good time from Richie. He is about 4 seconds or so quicker than the man in front of him, Lee Harriman, at this point. So he needs to do another lap at about that speed, and then he'll be to the back wheel of Harriman, which you can actually see him now just starting to close that gap. There's still a bit of ground between them. But when you can see the rider in front of you, it's a lot easier to catch the rider in front of you. So here we go. Lawler trying to close in for second. Harriman's going to have to keep eyes in the back of his head right now if he's going to want to keep Lawler behind him. He's going to have to block those insides.
Dave, do you have any idea of what the age difference between those two riders are going to be?
I'm going to suggest Lawler's only fairly young, so I believe he's going to be in that 17, 18 range. And I think Lee is over the 40 range.
Yeah,
so I'm
so.
going to suggest there's a 20-year-ish gap here. I could be a little bit wrong, but I think that's about accurate.
I think you're pretty right, mate. So I'm thinking Lawler might have some energy reserves that maybe Harriman doesn't. Between the two of them. I mean, Harriman rides a lot. He's a guy that in the vet series holds it wide open and pushes hard the entire day. So no shade at Harriman at all. But yeah, if there's a 20-year gap, Bit of an advantage to young Lawman there, I think. And he's made the move. Lawman's come around out of the back section and blasted past Harriman. He's blown his doors off and put a gap there instantly as he dives to the inside, sets himself up for the Kenner Tyre corner. He's made a move in the back section there and gone straight past Harriman.
There was no shade thrown about the age, but I think there might have been some shade about the doors being blown off. Harriman didn't. I think he's still got his doors, to be honest. But as Lawler does get away now down the hill, it's still a great ride from Harriman to hold on to third here in this moto. He's given it to some of these young guys, that's for sure. So Lawler,
absolutely, and he's doing double duties too, right?
Yeah,
so
vet class and this C-grade MX1. So yeah,
it's a lot of riding it, and if you're 40 plus, that makes a huge difference. And he's no pro rider, so I'm assuming that he's working a full-time job during the week. So I don't imagine he's out training 5 days a week either. So yeah, big props to Harriman for really handing it to a lot of these young guys.
No, definitely worth a shout for Lee Harriman. As we see Lawler chucking it sideways, going down the hill. He's still got 3 minutes left in this moto, so let's check this gap out. He's got just under 7 seconds from Noonan, and last time around he was about 3 seconds faster on the lap time than the leader Noonan. So Noonan possibly is in cruise mode at the front of this pack because he hasn't been challenged for quite a while since he made the move on Harriman early. So hopefully he's got some understanding and some, having a look back as he's going around the circuit to just see who's in second now, because if he doesn't, he might get Lawler sneaking up on the back here. There is just over 2.5 minutes plus a lap still to go. And is that Noonan it is. Noonan is just in front of Lawler, so Lawler's a chance here, Russ, to get the moto win if he can continue this pace that he's on.
Yeah, he looks pretty aggressive out there too, mate. Doesn't seem to be tiring out. Seems like he's got plenty of energy and plenty of fire in the belly to try and get to the front. Let's see how he throws this whip out of the second one.
Oh,
Bush.
Sideways.
He's just not afraid at all to lay the bike over. He dives to the inside line, cuts off the Kawasaki machine as he runs down into the braking bumps there, which they must be horrendous, mate. They look gnarly from all the way over this side of the track. I'll have to go for a walk later on and check those out. I think they look pretty crazy.
Maybe we can go stand in those for our post-race segment and just point out how insane the track has gotten to.
Stand in them and see if we can climb our way out.
That too, yeah. We might need a step ladder to get out of there. Lawler over the finish line. You can see the two of them in the one shot now as they come across our start straight area. So Lawler's actually gone purple, fastest lap of the moto, a 1:38.7 versus Noonan's 1:42.2. So you can tell why the gap is coming down here. Lawler's trying to get this moto win late, and I think he's got the time. He's got a minute plus a lap still remaining here.
He's gaining too, mate. The visual gap is getting a lot smaller. They're on the same stretch of track now as they come into the Dantia corner.
Noonan with a little mistake too, just a shake of the head as he tried to go out of that corner as well after he made that mistake and knew he did wrong. He's probably going to start picking up the sounds of the 27 machine because he's right into the back of him now. Lawler closing on the lead here late in our MX1 C-grade moto. After a bad start, getting caught up with some of our other riders and going down, he's managed to fight his way to the front. And he is right there now, all over the back of the Honda-mounted Samuel Noonan. Can Samuel block out any of these lines and keep Lawler behind him?
Lawler dives to the inside there. Both boys look for any kind of traction they can get to launch themselves up the step up, going up the hill. Across the top of the mountain now go both the lads. Lawler still having a sniff, looking to see where he can find a gap. We can stick that front wheel, try and show Noonan that he's right there. Noonan goes high and wide. Lawler goes to the inside. Across the start straight the boys go, and that gap is down to nothing, Dave.
Well, I think they just missed getting the last lap board by like a second as well. So I'm not sure if they're going to get the checkers next time past, but they didn't get the last lap board. So we'll see how that goes, but they are right on top of each other. I think the move's about to be made. Lawler to the inside, takes away the line. And he's got the front
He's
running
got it
spot.
done, mate. Got it done. He takes the lead position there as the boys run up the hill. Blue flag is waving furiously to get those back runners out of the road as the leaders come tearing through. Lawler into the rollers now. Noonan looking around.
Yeah, I think he might be done on the energy level because he had a look over there to see where's the next guy. Have I got a gap? I can cruise now.
Do I have to keep this up?
Yeah.
Can I just back off now, please?
I think he put everything he had into trying to stay in front of Lawler, but to no avail, unfortunately. Lawler's just got a bit better pace late in this moto, but Lawler's just reaching for something there on the front, maybe the gas cap or thereabouts, so I'm not sure if he's got something dangling a bit loose. Hopefully nothing of issue, but
hopefully not a clutch perch setup.
Well, yeah, we've seen that once already. Hopefully he's still in the right place from the footage I can see right now. But
well, it wasn't too bad on the Yamaha because it's a cable clutch. There wasn't a lot there, but on the KTM machine, it would be a full hydraulic setup, which would be a lot more going on. So hopefully no bike issues for him as he looks around. Last lap board is out as he flies over the finish line. Beachy and the crew down here waving the blue flag to let Lawler through. His bike's kicking left and right a little bit over these bumps. A lot of bikes are struggling to get through these bumps on the start straight smoothly. Down to the back section they go. Lawler been absolutely blitzing this back area all day today. And he seems to be making up time every lap when he goes down there.
overhead footage here on the coverage. Lawler back in shot now. Down to your corner. Couple more blue flags for him, helping him get through those back markers. But it's getting rather dry out there, Russ. The footage up here is getting a bit cloudy with all the dust in it.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It is turned into an absolute dust fest. The water crew quit a while ago. They've given up. There's not much more they can do. The riders have just got to adjust to the ever-changing conditions. The water was proven to be more dangerous than it was helpful, so the crew have shut that down completely, and the riders have just got to deal with what's in front of them. So, look, to limit the elements and just deal with the dust is one thing. So, look, it's the same conditions for everyone out there at the minute, and the best thing you can do is get yourself a free bit of track, so put yourself in a good position where you're not sucking in the dust from the rider behind you, and put your head down and get your laps in.
Well, here comes our leader down the hill for the final time in this MX1 C-grade class. There's the checkers for the 27 machine of Richie Lawler. Solid ride in the end after a few little issues. Takes the win. There's the 981. Second position for Samuel Noonan in this one. And we're going to look for the 808. Our veteran man going to come across the line. Should come across here just in a second. Lee Harriman looking for the 808. There goes the 7. Lee looks like he's had a bit of a drop down at the back here of the field. Just cruising to get to the finish by the looks of him. We might go to a break on our coverage of the Motorcycling New South Wales state titles here. There's Lee. But we'll take a quick break on our coverage.
Feeling a little cramped? Make your move to Lake Macquarie.
Looking good, eh?
Keno, what do you think, Nonna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling. Kernoth.
All right, 15-second forward is up. We're ready to go in our 13 to 15 years junior lights category. Russ is going to call the gate drop here because he's out at the start straight, mate. What are you seeing?
Revs are up, gates are down, and Blake Bohannon gets buried. He gets a shocking start. It's the 215 of Oliver Rex. Mate, that Gibson Tyres hooked up for him and sent him shooting straight to the front of the pack and nails the whole shot. And our boy Blake Bohannon, who's been Mr. Consistent all weekend, has gotten absolutely buried. Let's see how he comes out after a couple of turns.
I think I can see Bohannon making moves already.
Surely not.
In that dust, I'm pretty sure it was him with the red plate making a couple of moves already, so watch for him. He's not far away. Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
So he's on the move already. Keep an eye on that 262 Yamaha machine. But that was an awesome start, as you said. I'm sure Joey down in the Gibson Tyre Tech changing areas, probably pumping fists with the whole shot from Oliver Rex. So he's under some pressure here, but the 312 on the Yamaha, that's Jake. He's going to try and out horsepower him up the hill. Oliver's still holding onto it, but Jake is ducked to the inside. He's going to take that line away, make the move to the front.
I can't quite see Joey over there on the fence, mate, but I'm sure he's jumping up and down left and right. Fresh Gibson going on that bike, and he'll be very, very happy about that.
I'm sure it was that factory spec 4.1 tyre as well, so.
That's right. Now, these boys have got to hustle, mate. They know that Blake is there behind them somewhere as they're heading down into the back section. Oh, riders number 2 and 3 position are jostling there. Not what they need to be doing when Blake Bohannon is right behind them.
I think Millard made the move before the rollers, but then I think the next two riders almost came together as they got to the exit there. So lots of bumping and action there, and it might have been Bohannon trying to get through some of that. I think it was, because he's now in 3rd position on track.
That's right. Mate, oh my gosh, he's just not holding back at all, Blake Bohannon. Interestingly enough, Dave, I spoke to him between the last race. He said he doesn't like this track at all. He said, no, don't like it, not really gelling with it, not really my thing. I had to shake my head and be like, what are you talking about, Blake? You've been absolutely waxing everyone here all day long. He's like, nah, not really feeling good out there. So I don't know what we're going to see out of this kid in the future moving forward, mate, but imagine if he was gelling with the track.
Well, he could have fooled me because he's absolutely flying around. So he's in the 3rd at the moment. Millard is sitting in 2nd position, still following behind that 312 Yamaha. We've had a bit of a drop back from Oliver Rex after a few bumps there. He's currently 4th on the Husky.
I feel like these boys need to start working as a bit of a team to keep Blake Bohannon
create a wall
in check. Yeah, absolutely. They certainly don't need to be battling with each other when he's so close there. They need to be head down, bum up, flat out racing.
Bohannon was looking to dive to the inside, go across the start straight. He's going to the very outside. He's going to sweep around Millard. Will he get a run through the rollers? No, Millard's going to close that option out as they get to the end of it. So the positions stay as they are. Bohannon's just sitting there in 3rd, waiting for his time to pounce.
Yeah, and look, this is what Blake can put him, like, he's got a unique position here where he doesn't need to push. He clearly knows he's faster than these guys, and what he needs to do is make sure he stays up on 2 wheels. So my advice to Blake, if he could hear me, would be that he just needs to take some deep breaths, slow it down, just keep gentle pressure on the boys in front. You don't need to do anything crazy, but don't give any unforced errors.
Yeah, just pick your moment, right?
Pick your moment. Oh, he's gone super sideways there as we say that.
That was a moment. That's
commentator's curse. Very, very uncharacteristic mistake there by Blake Bohannon. He got a bad line off that centre too. He was really high against the bank and it really shook the bike as he took off over that jump. So I think Blake is rushing things a little bit right now, mate. He's probably wanting to have moved to the front by now, and he could be getting a little bit impatient. This might be the first bit of humanity we're seeing out of Blake today. That it might be possible for him to make some mistakes.
Well, look, I'm not sure it's just him. It's probably some track conditions and just it being completely baked out. As you can see, there's no dirt left on some of these sections. It's completely shined up. So he's just literally putting rubber marks on some sections of these tracks and probably doesn't have quite the drive that he's looking for to make a move when he wants to make the move. So we'll see how he goes. Like I said, he's just got to be patient and pick the spot and probably just follow in a couple of sections just to stay close to them so that when he gets to where he wants to be able to make a move, he can just pull out and hopefully go past. So, but a good run from the two at the front, holding him at bay for the moment. As this Junior 125 13 to 15 years race carries on here. 6.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Millard looks like he's going to try and dive to the inside, but it gets closed off a little by our leader. But he's going to run it. He swept the outside. Has Millard taken over the lead. So the 26 machine to the front of this race.
And this is what Blake needs. He needs those two boys to be doing battle and not be worried about him coming through from behind. That's going to give him the opportunity that he needs to try and make a move.
I don't know if you saw, Russ, but as they all exited that Risen Unlimited corner, they all basically got a massive step to jump out of the rut and kick the back of the bikes up. So that rut that they're taking is obviously quite horrible.
Mate, the track is completely roached from top to bottom. I don't know that there's a good rut in there. Stevie was telling us earlier that there are no good ruts left. Even though they might enter okay, they certainly don't exit any good at all. I'm seeing a few of the lines that the riders have been choosing right up against the grass, right up against the track markers. Even those lines now are starting to fail.
Bohannon with the move at the top of the hill. He dove to the inside before the step up, took the line away from the 312. So Bohannon to second now. This is where we're starting to see Blake's true speed. I think he's going to get a good run down the hill here. Maybe have a go at Liam Miller here in just a second.
Where are his lap times at right now, Dave? What kind of times is Blake Bohannon putting down? Is he up there with his fastest, or is he still working towards it?
Not near his fastest at the moment, and he's not even the fastest in this race at the moment. Raphael Rossiter just went the fastest on the track with that last lap of the 139. Bohannon in traffic is a 140. His fastest has been down in the low 137, so he's about 3 seconds a lap off his best pace earlier this weekend.
Now, I'm sure some of that time has just been down to track conditions as well. We're probably not going to see the fastest laps of the day go down this late in the day here as he gets kicked around massively coming out of that Risen corner again, mate.
Well, there's the 8 of the Rossiter, who's fastest on track at the moment. He's coming into the picture. He's trying to take away third as well. So he's trying to move forward. So we might have Rossiter join Bohannon.
Blake making a move on the first place position as the boys dive to the inside rut. He takes the lead away. Blake gets the job done at the top of the hill there.
Oh, and the lap rider has just taken the line away from the second position, 26, Liam Millard at the bottom of the hill. So that's given a nice gap and breathing room for Bohannon at the front of this race now.
Just what Bohannon needed, a little bit of a leg up from one of the lap riders to give him some breathing room.
I don't think he needed a leg up. I think he was going to disappear no matter what we said. So
I was going to make a joke about, it's nice to see the little Aussie battler getting a hand every now and then, right?
Well, he is a little, but he's not a battler, that's for sure. He's got good support with Yamaha, and he's more than capable of winning these races on his own accord.
Doesn't need any back runners helping him out?
No, but we've got Rossiter to the back wheel of Millard now for second as well. So Rossiter, that man who's been fastest on track this race, looks like he's going to make a move around the outside of Millard at the bottom of the circuit.
Rails that corner. Blake Bohannon had a little look over his shoulder. I think he can hear him coming. But Rossiter looks to me like he's in fine form, mate. I interviewed him earlier and he really wasn't happy with how his day's gone today. Wasn't happy with how he was riding. I was trying my best to pep him up, but he wasn't feeling like he'd done his best today. So I think he might be feeling motivated to put a heater in right now.
Well, he's got a bit of a clear track now after clearing second position. So if he can show that pace that he had earlier a couple of laps ago to get the fastest of this race, he might actually have something for Blake Bohannon. We'll have to wait and see, but there's some traffic in front from the lappers. But
all right,
dealing with it.
He's got a clear track now, the number 8 of Rossiter, and he's got nothing in front of him except for Mr. Bohannon. So let's see if Rossiter can match some times and track Bohannon down. I'm really interested to see this. Rossiter's a talented young rider. Again, another rider on a Yamaha machine. But has he got the pace to make up any kind of gap or even maybe hold the gap, stabilise it to the back of Blake Bohannon?
Well, as we say that, Bohannon's just gone fastest for the moto with a 1:39.3, 2 seconds faster than Rossiter that time around. So Rossiter's going to have to find that speed because Blake Bohannon is finding it now late in this moto.
Big size difference in those two young guys too, mate. I just interviewed them earlier, had them side by side. Blake is significantly smaller than Rossiter. Rossiter's about my size. He looks like he's about 6 foot tall. Got a bit of beef on him too. Blake Bohannon, I think he's about 25 kilos ringing wet, mate. He looks like a flag hanging off the back of that bike. Doesn't seem to put him in any disadvantage though. He seems to be able to manage that bike just fine, put it exactly where he needs to put it. But maybe a slight horsepower advantage, slight power to weight advantage there.
There'd be a power to weight advantage for sure, particularly with those GYTR components that Blake Bohannon be running. He'd have the maximum power that you could get out of that YZ125, I'm sure.
Yeah, I dare say he's got that nice GYTR hyper kit that the factory teams often use. I noticed a few bits on the bike when I was looking at it earlier. Very tidy looking machine.
What's in the hyper kit, Russ? I don't know much about this. What is in that?
So the hyper kit is a factory kit from Yamaha. So rather than having an aftermarket engine builder go in there and do a few different things, Yamaha offer a kit that does increase the horsepower of the machine, all within the regulations of the class, of course, but it is a piston kit, it's a radiator cap, it's a different needle and seat. There's a few other little goodies in there, a different head as well. And this is all from Yamaha that's been tuned and tested to that exact bike. So there's no guesswork involved at all. Yamaha put a lot of work into their GYTR components and a lot of time testing over in Japan. And usually those kids, I don't know for sure, but usually those sorts of riders are running those kind of kits.
Sounds like a nice system just to add some power straight to the bike without too much hassle by the sound of it.
It adds reliable power too, mate. You can tickle these race engines up to make a lot of horsepower, but you tend to start playing around with reliability then is the problem. The terminology in engine world is turning them into a hand grenade.
Yes.
Right? So they're already a fairly highly strung motor. You start shaving heads and adding base gaskets and doing all these kinds of things to create more compression and more power, but the motor is a hand grenade waiting to go off. So which basically means it might be good for 1 or 2 races to get you the ultimate power output, but if it's blowing up fairly regularly, that's not much good for Dad's wallet either. So, or for you to finish a race if your engine falls apart. So there is a dance that these races have to play between trying to max out power for your class's availability or what's allowed in the rules versus having a really reliable bike. And that depends on the rider and what they like. Some riders like the feel of a stock engine. Some riders want maximum power and don't care about the life of the engine.
Yeah, and I know that the Yamaha componentry, just even the stock componentry, before we talk even GYTR, but they have a very good testing setup there to make sure it's durable, and they do the same with those GYTR parts. So they're not going to let you sell that if they aren't going to basically rate it for a lot of hours on track. So, yeah, very good system by the sounds of it there from Yamaha to just add some power.
And I think you can hear it out of Blake's bike. My comments earlier about Heavy's bike is just so calm and quiet.
Yeah, that would fit right in with that.
That fits right in with a kit that's tuned from factory on that bike from the OEM. Not some aftermarket mob that have just basically taken a bit of guesswork and shoved it in there and made the horsepower graph jump up, but a factory that actually wants to have bikes that are reliable and have a great reputation.
All right, it's the last lap of this moto now. 125cc, 13 to 15 years. Bohannon's got a 7-second gap on Rossiter. Millard's in 3rd. Oliver Rex after the whole shot on those Gibson tyres in 4th on track. But it's just another Blake Bohannon show here in this 125 class. If he holds on to this moto, it's going to be 4 from 4 in the New South Wales Championship for Blake Bohannon in this category. As he heads up and over the tabletops to head up the hill. Still putting that horsepower down that we were just talking about. The technique there is awesome. He's still on the pegs as he pivoted that bike and then sat in it to drive out. The little guy can get himself in the right positions on this bike, even though he's not the tallest in stature, as we were mentioning. But he comes to the top of the hill now. Gets to look down over the Lake Macquarie circuit from this high vantage point. check out all the people that he's put behind him in this moto. 262 Yamaha GYTR team junior rider Blake Bohannon takes the win.
Clean sweep. That is absolutely unbelievable from Blake Bohannon. I say unbelievable, but it's become the norm, hasn't it, Dave?
It definitely has. We just saw Rossiter over the line, and Millard grabs third in this moto. So it will be Bohannon with the overall, and Rossiter will get second overall. Not sure who will be third at this point, but a great ride there from Bohannon to come through the pack and grab the win. All right, we're going to grab a break here on our coverage of the state titles here from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club. We'll be back with our last race of the day, the MX1 A and B.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
All right, welcome back to our coverage of the Motorcycling New South Wales Motocross State Titles. We are down to the business end. It's their last moto of the day, and what a better way to finish than with the MX1 A and B grades. This is our premier category here in our event. We're going to be looking for another strong result here from the 22 mounted Honda machine. Moto Coach Elite riding team, Reese Budd. But we're also going to be keeping an eye on our privateer, the 202 of Connor Rossendich and the 275 of Riley Burgess. Just waiting for a few riders to clear the track and get the board up for our start of our moto. But Russ, you've positioned yourself for a prime viewing in this one. Where are you, buddy?
Mate, I'm down here again at the end of the start straight. Probably my favourite position on this entire track, to see this group of lads come flying down the start straight towards me and battling, banging bars to get around this sweep and left-hand bend to claim the whole shot. No prizes for whole shot of this round, just bragging rights and a proof that your machine has the most horsepower. 15-second board is up. It's just flipped to the 5. The revs are up. The heads are down. They're staring at the gates. Here we go. Out of the gate, I can see Reese Budd going a little sideways left and right. The number 52. But, oh, who is it? Connor Rossendich, maybe. Little tight to see who got the actual whole shot there, Dave. We might need a bit of an action replay to nail down who actually got that one. But Connor off to an awesome start.
Well, the 52 machine is the one I was calling from the get-go down in Canberra on the start. It's Charlie Campbell. Finally got a good one. But it is the 28 of Cooper Holleroyd out front, taking the moto lead. Much better than the first moto because he was battling through, had a couple issues, had a crash at the end of our rollers at the bottom of the circuit. So this is a much better start for Cooper in Moto 2 here for MX1 A and B. We can see Bud there. He's in about 4th position, just behind Rossendich, I think, but he's going around the long way. Going to make a pass here, I believe. Maybe not.
Oh, bit of a tangle. Yeah, bit of a tangle now. Interestingly enough, Bud took the inside line there, and Rossendich went right to the outside of that inside hill turn there. But Bud made it look much, much quicker the way that he took. So interesting to see Connor changing up his lines from favouring that inside as the boys come down. The number 28 is down in front. He has a bit of a gap.
Bud just made a move on 2. He got a 2 for 1 deal.
2 for 1
down into the bottom section of the track. He went past Rossendich and he went past Ninnis there on the Yamaha. Snuck straight through, did Bud. What a move.
Now it's going to be Elite Moto Coach versus Elite Moto Coach riders here as the two Honda machines come flying up the hill. Connor Rosendich refusing to let go of Reese Budd. They jump back and forth looking for different lines. There's going to be a serious battle here. How is Budd going to go, get him past his teammate? And is he going to do it in a friendly and kind version, or is he going to give him the works, mate? What do you think?
Oh, look, just for entertainment purposes, can we have the works, please? Why not, really? Like,
absolutely.
Honestly. All right, Rosendich cut down nice and early in that berm. They're all trying to avoid the end of it, it seems. Nobody wants a piece of the end of the whole shot graphics berm. And
yeah, there seems to be some sort of hole or something over there, mate. I can't quite see, but what I do see is as riders exit that berm, the bike is very unsettled. So there's obviously some sort of hole or gap or something going on at the end of that whole shot berm.
Bud on the back wheel trying to drive that Honda up the hill to catch his teammate Cooper Holroyd. Is doing a good job at the front of this one on that 28 machine. Much better moto, as I said, this time around compared to the first one of the day. But I think Bud's about to make a move, Russ.
I think he is too. He's setting him up. He's showing him a wheel on the inside here. Down the straight they come, and Bud goes straight past him, using the middle line, and then dives to the inside to close the door on his teammate, Cooper Holroyd.
Well, on form today with Bud now in front, that might be the end of our day, Russ. We could pack up early, eh?
I think it might be as far as the lead goes anyway. There's quite a gap back to Cotton Rosendich too, so Rosendich might be settling in for a third position here as well because the two Honda boys seem to have checked out.
Oh, wait, there's an issue for Holroyd. He stalled it on the exit of the Dantia corner. He spun up in the middle of the berm and it stalled out. So that's given Rosendich, as you mentioned, he was just maybe settling in for third.
Oh, Rosendich has gone on a little tourist route there.
He did too.
He's hit one of the rollers and it's kicked him clean off the track and onto the grass. Now, no advantage for him there, cutting the track or going off, so that won't be a problem for him, but that's certainly unsettling when you're trying to push the pace. Reese Budd now with a huge lead, and that's exactly what these guys didn't want to give him. An opportunity to get out front with some clean air, bit of breathing space. Reese is going to do what Reese has been doing and check out.
Better give some love to the fourth place man on the Yamaha as well, but Brock Ninnis doing a solid job there in fourth position, was running in second early in this moto.
Oh, Burgess! Burgess has stuffed up the whole shot graphics corner right before centre. I didn't quite see what's happened, but Burgess is in dead last position. I don't know if he crashed or just washed out. He looks okay, bike looks fine, but Burgess is now in dead last.
Well, that might be a little bit of fatigue there for Burgess after this would be what, his sixth moto of the day or the weekend.
I've got another rider down, the 32.
Oh, that's Zach Henry.
Zach Henry. Looks like he's had a bit of a big one.
Just watching a move maybe being put by Jiley Campbell, or was it John Bova, sorry, on Brock Ninnis for fourth place at the bottom of this track there. Have to see if they came out in the same running order or not, but looked like Bova was trying to go around Brock Ninnis, and Brock is still holding it, but it is Bova trying to get around a couple of times now on the outside of Ninnis.
Dave, the number 32. That machine there is messed up. That's Zach Henry. The bars are completely off the bike.
Really?
There's nothing left of them at all. He's up and walking, surprisingly, but the bars are pointing straight forward, not sideways anymore, but directly forwards and backwards in line with the seat.
Is that a Honda by any chance?
No, that is a KTM.
Oh, okay.
He's supported by Newcastle Power Sports, but that bike is trashed.
Well,
so
it
that's
sounds like he might have broken a bar mount off the bike by the sounds of that, so that's not going to be rideable from here on out, so that might be his day done.
End of the day for Zach Henry here. We mentioned that family before. The Henrys are a huge part of this club, so I dare say Dad will be a little bit upset with that one. We're glad to see his son in one piece. As the two Moto Elite Coach Honda Racing Team boys come flying down the straight here, Connor Rosendich doing his best to hang it in third. Not under too much pressure right now from fourth and fifth position, but certainly not enough of a gap for him to back off at all.
Niners out through the end of that roller, not looking the smoothest at the end of this day here, but he got the job done and kept it tight to go through the inside rut there. So John Bova just in front of Niners there in fourth on that what number is he? 284 is John Bova.
Bova looking a little bit hungry, mate. I think he might be closing the gap on Mr. Rosendich there as they come around. Oh, gets a nasty kick out of that rut. But he is definitely staring at the 202 printed on the back of Connor Rosendich. Connor's going to need to be a little bit aware of that. He's going to need to put the hammer down and increase that gap. We'll certainly be aware of him.
Some battles going on deeper in the field here that we got on screen. I see the 299 machine of Ryan Jones out there for double duty. He had a solid run in the MX2, but he's buried in the pack here, down in 10th position in MX1. Trying to battle it out there with a 3-3-1 of Jackson Mitchell for 9th, but they're also being followed closely by the 23 machine of Corey Eisel, which I'm not sure he's showing as it did not start or retired Corey Eisel, so maybe he's lost a, or is that, no, sorry, it's a 2 on the front of the jersey, but on the front of the bike, but it's 23 on the back jersey, so we're getting a bit confused here in the dusty camera footage. So it'll be Steele, sorry, it'll be Brandon Steele with a 23 on the jersey, but it's a 2 on the bike, so.
Yeah, that's right. 23 is Brandon's regular number, but this weekend he had to change it over to a number 2 on the bike.
But he's going to try and dive to the inside, down the bottom of the circuit there. Trying to make a move on Jackson, I think. And he's going to go the long way around after the rollers, and I think he's got the job done. Yes, he has on our drone footage by the look of it. So good battle there in that mid-pack.
Over the double and across the Kennards Hire roller goes Brandon Steele. He's looking for a line into that Dantia corner there and down into the Kennards Hire corner. The riders all tend to bunch up here, and it's about who can come out of there cleanest and set themselves up for a run up the rollers. It is an absolute dust fest as the boys move up the hill, trying to find a good line, trying to see a good line would be the aim of the game right now. But Brandon looking pretty comfortable on that Honda machine there as he eyes up the number 7.
That's the Ducati. That's Hickson McInnes, who you spoke to at the beginning of our day. He's out here running the Duke.
The Ducati tends to go high on the corners there. Brandon dove to the inside to try and make a move. Now the Ducati's on the inside and the Honda's on the outside. Brandon going to use some of that Honda horsepower as it's a drag race between the two boys up the hill. The Ducati seems like it held its own.
Oh, I think there's a little bit of a misnomer there because Brandon had a bit of a error on the exit and just sort of paused for a second. So gave the advantage to the Duke. We'll have to reset that one and let him go again. Could be a fair race. It's good to see the Ducati out here battling just at the back end of this top 10.
Now the gap between 3rd and 4th has shrunk, Dave. Are you seeing that from the booth?
I'll just wait for our timing to scroll back around so I can see our top 3.
It looks to me like
that update.
Looks to me like Connor's under some serious pressure there, mate.
Yeah, Bova's only 2 seconds back from Rosendich now. So John Bova on the move. He's had a solid day. We've called his name quite a bit today across a couple of classes. Bova doing a good job here at Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, a couple of privateer boys, mate, just going as hard as they possibly can. Bova not willing to back off at all as he dives to the inside. Connor Rosendich went high to get the drive down the hill. That's been a line Reese Budd's using. Bova dives to the inside and gets the move done. Comes up clean as Connor Rosendich decides to return the favour, and he goes to the inside now as they go across the top. The boys are going back and forth on every turn. Connor tries to close the door on him as he comes down the main back straight there over the tabletops, crossing the finish line here now. And down onto the main straight they go, just about side by side. The boys wide open as they head in. Bova looking to make a move. He dives to the inside and hits those back rollers. Can he make the move on Rosendich's stick?
No, Rosendich has blocked him out of the inside of that corner, so he holds it for now, but they're going to shoot up past you, Russ, in just a sec.
Over the double, and over the Kennards high roller they come. Connor trying to keep it low, fully stretching the throttle cables on that KTM 450, trying to get absolutely every bit of power he can out of it. Both of the boys in the Kennards high corner at the exact same time. This time Bova runs a little wide, going up the rollers, goes for a little tour himself. Connor dives to the inside. Both the boys get caught up in a bit of a hook of a rut there. Connor's made himself a little bit of breathing room, just a tiny bit, coming out of that section of the track.
Rossendich with that little gap, as you mentioned, Russ, getting up to the National Motorcycle Alliance corner. Bova's had a solid run here. He's actually using some different lines at times. He's not following. So he's obviously explored the track a bit further than some of these other guys. Rossendich with
makes a mistake. Yeah, he went to go a bit on the outside. I think Bova might have made a mistake as well, potentially, because the gap seems fairly similar. There was an opportunity for Bova there that he wasn't able to capitalise on as the boys battle this out for third position. Down onto the main straight now, through that horrible ruddy corner. They both use the high dusty line and come flying down past the mechanics area and into the back section of the track. Connor's been pretty good down there all day. Let's see how they come out of that section. Cooper Holroyd just going past me now, enjoying his own race. He's got the whole track to himself. Reese Budd's checked out in front of him. Big gap back to Connor behind him. He's able to just hit his marks and do his thing. He's probably breathing pretty calm. He'd probably have a fairly low heart rate right now and just settling into his race.
Just an update on our running order. It is still Reese Budd at the front of this MX1 A and B class. He's got about a 15-second gap on his teammate, 28 machine of Cooper Holroyd. Then it's back to this battle that we're watching on screen of Connor Rossendich and John Bova.
Oh, the Ducati has pulled over right in front of me on the main straight. The Ducati has had some sort of expiration go on. Let's see if I can see anything up close as to what's happened to this machine. The cover to his airbox is completely gone.
Well, that might be have sucked a bit of dust in there if that's the case.
Could have sucked something in there for sure. He's running over the mechanics area, see if he can try and get some assistance there. Maybe try and get some help. But it doesn't look good at all. He's pushing that machine off. And I dare say that engine could have expired. What a shame.
It's not the conditions that you want to take the airbox cover off at the moment and let the bike breathe freely, because it's going to suck a lot of dust right now.
Yeah, I dare say a lap, half a lap without an airbox cover, and that's going to be the engine done.
Yeah, I think that would be on any bike, so it's not a slight at the Ducati. I think that would happen to anyone, but it's just curious how maybe he lost that airbox cover is maybe the more concerning factor.
Yeah, he seemed to be riding quite well. I don't remember seeing any kind of tip over or incident from him either, so maybe it wasn't placed back on the way it should, or maybe he's just pulled it off with his legs or boots. Who knows, but absolutely devastating end to the race there for the number 7 on the big Ducati. Now, going back to our third place battle, Connor Rossendich has got a nice gap over Bova as both the boys battle with the dusty and dry conditions. Connor seems to have opened up a bit of a gap and is enjoying a little bit of a free track now. Cooper Holroyd is a fair way in front of him, but that means for Connor, the dust is minimised and he's able to choose where he wants to go on that track. He's not under immediate pressure from Bova behind him, and he's able to choose a few different lines. The whole shot corner he's in right now is giving him a few dramas today, but he got a really nice line through there right now. So hopefully he continues to use that line and it doesn't give him any more dramas in that corner.
Russ, we're just watching some footage here. We've gone back to our leader of Reese Budd, and I think I might just sit back and enjoy this one because I just saw him at this late stage of the day triple into the rollers at the bottom and then just skip out the other side, pivot in the corner like it was nobody's business and just absolutely take off out the other side of it. He is still flying at the front of this circuit.
Mate, I'm glad you mentioned that. I almost forgot that Reese Budd was here and on the circuit right now. It's been so long since I've looked at him because he's just out in front, completely checked out. He's basically in a different postcode right now.
Oh, 100% different postcode, and we got him on screen hopefully we can keep him in sight for the rest of this moto, because it'd be a good time to watch how a top-level pro tackles a very difficult course late in the day, because he's making it look easy right now. Just following that Honda down the hill, letting it go where it needs to, accelerating massively hard up the uphill, but just so looking very good aboard the Honda right now, particularly on this 450 here in the MX1 class that Reese hasn't had heaps of experience on. Obviously moving to the Honda, he's been learning that, but Honda 450 I don't think he's ridden previously until probably a day or two before this.
That's right, mate, and it's really impressive at how comfortable he looks on the bike. The bottom corner into those back rollers is an area where I've been watching him all day. He's one of the few riders that pivots the bike and there is a steady stream of roost off his rear tyre the entire way around the corner. From the start to the finish, he's got the power wide open all the way on the corner. Most of the other riders are on the brakes probably halfway through the corner, and then you can see them accelerate and kick the roost out the back, but he's roosting the whole way around that corner on that machine. So he's just absolutely swinging off that Honda machine and making it look easy.
Yeah, what's the go? You just don't shut it off. Like, oh, we watch him. He just took one of the lap riders, put him a lap down. He's through the whole shot graphics corner. Solid day for Reese Budd here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club for our Motocycling New South Wales State Titles Round 2. He's going to close it out in good fashion. It's good to finish on a high here with our MX1 class and a Reese Budd ride worthy of our coverage to close out what's been an awesome weekend of racing. Still a couple of, well, we've got 3 laps down on the board, but we'll see when they get the last lap board. Not this time past. So 2 to go for Reese Budd in this one. Heading down to that section. Let's see if we get that stable shot. Tripling in. There he goes, triple in and then bounce through the end.
Is that one of the Moto Coach Elite riders there that's backed right off that Connor just went past? He's gone up the step up now. Going across the top of the track. It looks like he might be having a few issues. Can't quite tell due to the dust who that is. He's coming down the hill behind Connor now, Dave, towards you.
I'll have a look as he comes past. No, it's a 217 that is the Honda that's just been passed by Rosendich, and that's Jaden Dick. So he's not featuring up at the pointy end. He's actually in 15th at the moment.
Okay, yeah, he seems like he's having a few dramas, mate. He's backed right off the power, looking around, trying to make sure he's not getting anyone's road. So looks like it could be over for that particular rider there. As I look down the back end of the track and I see Connor Rosendich rail that berm, come up over the Kennards roller. He's enjoying a fair gap back to Bova now. He's extended that out and he's sitting pretty as the blue flag waves there for a few of the back runners. Make sure they know that there's leaders coming through. Connor's able to be on a separate section of the track now to Bova where he can look over and see where he is. So he'll be feeling pretty good about that gap and holding that 3rd position.
Got the 28 machine on screen at the moment. It's Cooper Holleroyd, our early leader in this one. Having a good run. Probably feels much better about his day now because of this position in this second moto. The first moto did not go his way. Oh, nice move, jumping down the hill from the outside in. That was cool. Haven't seen anybody else do that today as he goes past the last lap board. So we are on our last lap here at Lakes. 1 to go for MX1 A and B grade. It's Budd from Holleroyd, from Rosendich, from Bova. Here's your top 4. As we go back to Reese Budd in the Risen Unlimited corner. One last time. Just got to have a nice clean run here on this last lap, does Budd. And he's going to have a perfect day. Qualifying, 4 moto wins. Pretty good effort for Reese Budd on the Moto Coach Elite Honda here at Lake Macquarie.
Yeah, Reese definitely setting the standard here for this entire series, Dave, isn't he? Canberra, he was dominant, and here at Lakes he is too. I had a feeling that this track would suit his style, and especially on a 450. He didn't seem to think so at the beginning of the day, but yeah, proved him wrong as far as that goes. I think these fast, flowy tracks are where he does really, really well. It's going to be interesting to see when we go over to Dubbo for round 3, how he does there. Whether he's on a 450 or 250 as well will be very interesting. But as we change conditions from hard pack lakes to something a little different that Dubbo offers, will that change up how these riders go?
Well, we just saw Reese Budd come across the finish line there to take that win. Waiting on our next few riders here to make their way across for that second position, because there's a bit of a gap.
Bit of a wait.
Here comes Holleroyd, the 28 machine, grabbing that second position. And we're looking for the 202, I should say, of Connor Rosendich.
Coming down the hill now towards you, mate. Connor Rosendich about to cross the checkered flags and take third position.
It's a good job from Connor to withstand that pressure from John Bover there in the middle of that moto, who John just came over getting fourth. And it looks like it's going to be the 52 of Charlie Campbell on the Stark, getting fifth in this one.
And great to see, like we said earlier, Dave, great to see the privateer of Connor Rosendich be able to hang with those two Honda boys that are on a fully supported team. The budgets would be much different to what gets spent on their bikes and suspension and engine work and all kinds of stuff. So it's really, really impressive to see a privateer be able to keep those sorts of boys honest. Obviously, Reese Budd is just head and shoulders above everyone, mate. He's just unreal. But it's great to see that a privateer can come along and hang with those boys.
Well, we might take a quick break on our coverage here, and we're going to come back shortly after just to wrap up all the action that's happened here at Lake Macquarie. So stick around. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more.
The 2026 New South Wales Motocross State Titles, presented by Dantia, Whole Shot Graphics, Kennard's Hire, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Skywalker Studios, Westpac Rescue Helicopter Service, Black Dog Institute.
Whole Shot Graphics. Be first. Be original.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Nonna? Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling. Kenneth.
Welcome back. The track has fallen quiet here at Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club after 2 massive days of racing here. Everything's concluded. We've had all our races done. We're going to have some new championship standings after this one. But a couple of highlights across the weekend, and particularly for day 2 here with our action. Reese Budd getting the wins across both MX2 and MX1 A and B classes. We could throw to Blake Bohannon in the 125 class, having some solid rides. He did the same thing yesterday as well, so he's had a great weekend. We could go to Ada Harris, having some grit and coming back from a couple of crashes in Moto 1s for her, but having good Moto 2s. A lot of good performances, Russ, across this weekend.
Mate, it has been absolutely action-packed. It's been a fantastic weekend of riding and racing from the juniors yesterday on Saturday to the seniors here today. And you're right, Reese Budd, an absolute standout. A lot of the boys from that Moto Elite Honda coach team are doing amazing things. Those bikes look really good. Who else? Blake Bohannon, dominant yet again. It was really nice for us to see Blake put in a few different positions, though. He stuffed up one start at least, so that was nice to see that he's human and doesn't always get the whole shot. But then it was awesome to see him work his way through the pack. Ada Harris, what a day for her. It's been up and down emotions. She grabbed me earlier in the day and said, I want interviews. And then she decided to stuff up a few of her races and was ducking and weaving from me. But to her credit, even though she was feeling a bit emotional in some of those spots, she still came through with the interview, told us how her day was going. And look, honestly, I think the grit that she showed today was admirable.
Yeah, it definitely was. Coming back from those couple of issues for us. So, yeah, it's an amazing thing that we get to see all this action across the weekend. I'm going to mention something that I haven't brought up, and I just remembered it earlier this afternoon here, that we should bring up Eliza Dennis. There's a fundraising thing going on for her. She was one of our champions last year. Unfortunately, she had an accident right before round 1 of our series. There is, if you check the Motocycle New South Wales social pages, you'll be able to find some fundraising efforts that are going on for her and her recovery. Hopefully all is well for Eliza. So I just thought I'd throw that out there before we shut off our coverage today as well.
100%. Yeah, and she's got a long road in front of her. She's basically lost feeling from the waist down. So she's got a long recovery in front of her. So, yeah, all of our thoughts and prayers go out to Eliza Dennis and the family. But that was a name we definitely missed in round 1. She was one of the top running girls, like you said, previous champion, someone that we expected to be up the front.
Yeah, so hopefully we, some good wishes going out to her and hopefully some support coming that way as well. And that's in the form of some financial assistance, if you can check the links on the social pages there. But, Russ, we've got to look ahead. Couple of weeks from now, we'll be in Dubbo for round 3 of our championship. Different track conditions there that's going to present with us. So a lot to look forward to. We've got a 5-round series this year, but round 3 coming up in Dubbo at the beginning of May. So we'll have to be all ready to go again by that time.
That's right, and like you said, Dave, very different track conditions. A lot of the riders here today struggled with the overall speed that Lakes basically requires. It's a fast, flowy track, it's a hard-packed track, and it's a wide-open track. We could see it from riders today, from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill, the throttle's on the stop. It's just wide open. Dubbo's going to be a little bit different moving forward, and so it's going to advantage and feel comfortable to different riders as we move forward. But what an unreal weekend here at Lakes. They've been an absolute awesome host club. Big thank you to Motocycle New South Wales for putting on this gigantic event. Round 2 has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it definitely has. Let's thank our partners as well, Risen Unlimited, National Motorcycle Alliance, Kennards Hire, Whole Shot Graphics, Dantia. Who am I missing? Black Dog Institute, Westpac Chopper. There's plenty of people supporting it. Obviously, all of our Motorcycle New South Wales officials that make the event occur. Our Skywalker Studios guys that are giving us this imaging.
Absolutely.
All the drone flying, all these cool cords and cables
and all of our
everything.
flaggers.
All of our flaggers, of course, putting out the blue flags as well to make sure that this race went on perfectly. So look, plenty of people to thank. It's all part of the production. But the big part that we need you to do is go over to the Motocycle New South Wales YouTube page, which you should be watching this on right now, but hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on round 3 action when it comes up. It also helps support the channel and help us bring on more partners in the future. So check that out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm David Hogan from the Always Moto YouTube channel. You can go and subscribe to my page too while you're at it. This is Russell Hicks from Power Sports Central. I'm pretty sure you've got a YouTube page as well, Russ, but you can go and subscribe to his one as well, Power Sports Central. We'll be back for round 3 action in a couple of weeks' time, so look forward to having you on our coverage. Hope you've enjoyed it. That's the end of round 2 from Lake Macquarie Motorcycle Club.